Bleak House Part 5 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 44. The Letter and the Answer. My guardian called me into his room next morning, and then I told him what had been left untold on the previous night. There was nothing to be done, he said, but to keep the secret and to avoid another such encounter as that of yesterday. He understood my feeling and entirely shared it. He charged himself even with restraining Mr. Skimpole from improving his opportunity, one person whom he need not name to me. It was not now possible for him to advise or help. He wished it were, but no such thing could be. If her mistrust of the lawyer whom she had mentioned were well-founded, which he scarcely doubted, he dreaded discovery. He knew something of him, both by sight and by reputation, and it was certain that he was a dangerous man. Whatever happened, he repeatedly impressed upon me, with anxious affection and kindness, I was as innocent of as himself and as unable to influence. "Nor do I understand," said he, "that any doubts tend towards you, my dear. Much suspicion may exist without that connection." "With the lawyer," I returned. "But 2 other persons have come into my mind since I have been anxious." Then I told him all about Mr. Guppy, who I feared might have had his vague surmises when I little understood his meaning, but in whose silence after our last interview I expressed perfect confidence. "Well," said my guardian, "then we may dismiss him for the present. Who is the other?" I called to his recollection the French maid and the eager offer of herself she had made to me. "Ha!" he returned thoughtfully. "That is a more alarming person than the clerk. But after all, my dear, it was but seeking for a new service. She had seen you and Ada a little while before, and it was natural that you should come into her head. She merely proposed herself for your maid, you know. She did nothing more." "Her manner was strange," said I. "Yes, and her manner was strange when she took her shoes off and showed that cool relish for a walk that might have ended in her deathbed," said my guardian. "It would be useless self-distress and torment to reckon up such chances and possibilities. There are very few harmless circumstances that would not seem full of perilous meaning, so considered. Be hopeful, little woman. You can be nothing better than yourself. Be that, through this knowledge, as you were before you had it. It is the best you can do for everybody's sake. I, sharing the secret with you, enlightening it, guardian, so much," said I, "will be attentive to what passes in that family so far as I can observe it from my distance. And if the time should come when I can stretch out a hand to render the least service to one whom it is better not to name even here, I will not fail to do it for her dear daughter's sake." I thanked him with my whole heart. What could I ever do but thank him? I was going out at the door when he asked me to stay a moment. Quickly turning round, I saw that same expression on his face again, and all at once, I don't know how, it flashed upon me as a new and far-off possibility, that I understood it. "My dear Esther," said my guardian, "I have long had something in my thoughts that I have wished to say to you. Indeed, I have had some difficulty in approaching it, and I still have. I should wish it to be so deliberately said and so deliberately considered. Would you object to my writing it?" "Dear guardian, how could I object to your writing anything for Emmy to read?" "Then see, my love," said he with his cheery smile, "am I at this moment quite as plain and easy, do I seem as open, as honest and old-fashioned as I am at any time?" I answered in all earnestness, "Quite," with the strictest truth, for his momentary hesitation was gone. It had not lasted a minute, and his fine, sensible, cordial, sterling manner was restored. "Do I look as if I suppressed anything?" meant anything but what I said, had any reservation at all, no matter what?" said he with his bright clear eyes on mine. I answered most assuredly he did not. "Can you fully trust me, and thoroughly rely on what I profess, Esther?" "Most thoroughly," said I with my whole heart. "My dear girl," returned my guardian, "give me your hand." He took it in his, holding me lightly with his arm, and looking down into my face with the same genuine freshness and faithfulness of manner, the old protecting manner which had made that house my home, in a moment said, "You have wrought changes in me, little woman, since the winter day in the stagecoach. First and last you have done me a world of good since that time." "Ah, guardian, what have you done for me since that time?" "But," said he, "that is not to be remembered now. It never can be forgotten." "Yes, Esther," said he with a gentle seriousness, "it is to be forgotten now, to be forgotten for a while. You are only to remember now that nothing can change me as you know me. Can you feel quite assured of that, my dear?" "I can, and I do," I said. "That's much," he answered. "That's everything. But I must not take that at a word. I will not write this something in my thoughts until you have quite resolved within yourself that nothing can change me as you know me. If you doubt that in the least degree, I will never write it. If you are sure of that, on good consideration, send Charlie to me this night week for the letter. But if you are not quite certain, never send. Mind, I trust to your truth in this thing as in everything. If you are not quite certain on that one point, never send." "Guardian," said I am already certain. I can no more be changed in that conviction than you can be changed towards me. I shall send Charlie for the letter." He shook my hand and said no more, nor was any more said in reference to this conversation, either by him or me, through the whole week. When the appointed night came, I said to Charlie as soon as I was alone, "Go and knock at Mr. Termy." "Jarndyce's door, Charlie, and say you have come from me for the letter." Charlie went up the stairs and down the stairs and along the passages. The zigzag way about the old-fashioned house seemed very long in my listening ears that night, and so came back along the passages and down the stairs and up the stairs and brought the letter. "Lay it on the table, Charlie," said I. So Charlie laid it on the table and went to bed, and I sat looking at it without taking it up, thinking of many things. I began with my overshadowed childhood, and passed through those timid days to the heavy time when my aunt lay dead, with her resolute face so cold and set, and when I was more solitary with Mrs. Rakel than if I had had no one in the world to speak to or to look at. I passed to the altered days when I was so blessed as to find friends in all around me, and to be beloved. I came to the time when I first saw my dear girl and was received into that sisterly affection which was the grace and beauty of my life. I recalled the first bright gleam of welcome which, had shone out of those very windows upon our expectant faces on that cold bright night, and which had never paled. I lived my happy life there over again. I went through my illness and recovery. I thought of myself so altered and of those around me so unchanged. And all this happiness shone like a light from one central figure, represented before me by the letter on the table. I opened it and read it. It was so impressive in its love for me, and in the unselfish caution it gave me, and the consideration it showed for me in every word, that my eyes were too often blinded to read much at a time. But I read it through 3 times before I laid it down. I had thought beforehand that I knew its purport, and I did. It asked me, would I be the mistress of Bleak House? It was not a love letter, though it expressed so much love, but was written just as he would at any time have spoken to me. I saw his face and heard his voice, and felt the influence of his kind, protecting manner in every line. It addressed me as if our places were reversed, as if all the good deeds had been mine, and all the feelings they had awakened his. It dwelt on my being young, and he past the prime of life, on his having attained a ripe age while I was a child, on his writing to me with a silvered head, and knowing all this so well as to set it in full before me for mature deliberation. It told me that I would gain nothing by such a marriage, and lose nothing by rejecting it, for no new relation could enhance the tenderness in which he held me, and whatever my decision was, he was certain it would be right. But he had considered this step anew since our late confidence, and had decided on taking it if it only served to show me through one poor instance that the whole world would readily unite to falsify the stern prediction of my childhood. I was the last to know what happiness I could bestow upon him, but of that he said no more, for I was always to remember that I owed him nothing, and that he was my debtor, and for very much. He had often thought of our future, and foreseeing that the time must come, and fearing that it might. Come soon, when Ada, now very nearly of age, would leave us, and when our present mode of life must be broken up, had become accustomed to reflect on this proposal. Thus he made it. If I felt that I could ever give him the best right he could have to be my protector, and if I felt that I could happily and justly become the dear companion of his remaining life, superior to all lighter chances and changes than death, even then he could not have me bind myself irrevocably while this letter was yet so new to me. But even then I must have ample time for reconsideration. In that case, or in the opposite case, let him be unchanged in his old relation, in his old manner, in the old name by which I called him. And as to his bright Dame Durden and little housekeeper, she would ever be the same, he knew. This was the substance of the letter, written throughout with a justice and a dignity, as if he were indeed my responsible guardian, impartially representing the proposal of a friend, against whom in his integrity he stated the full case. But he did not hint to me that when I had been better looking he had had this same proceeding in his thoughts, and had refrained from it. That when my old face was gone from me, and I had no attractions, he could love me just as well as in my fairer days. That the discovery of my birth gave him no shock. That his generosity rose above my disfigurement and my inheritance of shame. That the more I stood in need of such fidelity, the more firmly I might trust in him to the last. But I knew it well now. It came upon me as the close of the benignant history I had been pursuing, and I felt that I had but one thing to do. To devote my life to his happiness was to thank him poorly, and what had I wished for the other night? But some new means of thanking him? Still I cried very much, not only in the fullness of my heart after reading the letter, not only in the strangeness of the prospect, for it was strange though I had expected the contents, but as if something for which there was no name or distinct idea were indefinitely lost to me. I was very happy, very thankful, very hopeful, but I cried very much. By and by I went to my old glass. My eyes were red and swollen, and I said, "Oh, Esther, Esther, can that be you?" I am afraid the face in the glass was going to cry again at this reproach, but I held up my finger at it, and it stopped. "That is more like the composed look you comforted me with, my dear, when you showed me such a change," said I, beginning to let down my hair. "When you are mistress of Bleak House, you are to be as cheerful as a bird. In fact, you are always to be cheerful, so let us begin for once and for all." I went on with my hair now quite comfortably. I sobbed a little still, but that was because I had been crying, not because I was crying then. "And so, Esther, my dear, You are happy for life. Happy with your best friends, happy in your old home, happy in the power of doing a great deal of good, and happy in the undeserved love of the best of men. I thought all at once, if my guardian had married someone else, how should I have felt, and what should I have done? That would have been a change indeed. It presented my life in such a new and blank form that I rang my housekeeping keys and gave them a kiss before I laid them down in their basket again. Then I went on to think, as I dressed my hair before the glass, how often had I considered within myself that the deep traces of my illness and the circumstances of my birth were only new reasons why I should be busy, useful, amiable, serviceable, in all honest, unpretending ways. This was a good time, to be sure, to sit down morbidly and cry. As to its seeming at all strange to me at first, if that were any excuse for crying, which it was not that I was one day to be the mistress of Bleak House, why should it seem strange? Other people had thought of such things, if I had not. Don't you remember, my plain dear, I asked myself, looking at the glass, what Mrs. Woodcourt said before those scars were there, about your marrying? Perhaps the name brought them to my remembrance. The dried remains of the flowers. It would be better not to keep them now. They had only been preserved in memory of something wholly past and gone, but it would be better not to keep them now. They were in a book, and it happened to be in the next room, our sitting room, dividing Ada's chamber from mine. I took a candle and went softly in to fetch it from its shelf. After I had it in my hand, I saw my beautiful darling through the open door lying asleep, and I stole in to kiss her. It was weak in me, I know, and I could have no reason for crying, but I dropped a tear upon her dear face, and another, and another. Weaker than that, I took the withered flowers out and put them for a moment to her lips. I thought about her love for Richard, though, indeed, the flowers had nothing to do with that. Then I took them into my own room and burned them at the candle, and they were dust in an instant. On entering the breakfast room next morning, I found my guardian just as usual, quite as frank, as open, and free. There being not the least constraint in his manner, there was none, or I think there was none in mine. I was with him several times in the course of the morning, in and out, when there was no one there, and I thought it not unlikely that he might speak to me about the letter, but he did not say a word. So, on the next morning, and the next, and for at least a week, over which time Mr. Skimpole prolonged his stay, I expected every day that my guardian might. Speak to me about the letter, but he never did. I thought then, growing uneasy, that I ought to write an answer. I tried over and over again in my own room at night, but I could not write an answer that at all began like a good answer, so I thought each night I would wait one more day. And I waited 7 more days, and he never said a word. At last, Mr. Skimpole having departed, we 3 were one afternoon going out for a ride, and I, being dressed before Ada and going down, came upon my guardian with his back towards me, standing at the drawing-room window looking out. He turned on my coming in and said, smiling, "Aye, it's you, little woman, is it?" and looked out again. I had made up my mind to speak to him now. In short, I had come down on purpose. "Guardian," I said, rather hesitating and trembling, "when would you like to have the answer to the letter Charlie came for?" "When it's ready, my dear," he replied. "I think it is ready," said I. "Is Charlie to bring it?" he asked pleasantly. "No, I have brought it myself, guardian," I returned. I'd put my 2 arms round his neck and kissed him, and he said, was this the mistress of Bleak House? And I said yes, and it made no difference presently, and we all went out together, and I said nothing to my precious pet about it. Chapter 45. in trust. One morning when I had done jingling about with my baskets of keys, as my beauty and I were walking round and round the garden, I happened to turn my eyes towards the house, and saw a long, thin shadow going in which looked like Mr. Vihol's. Ada had been telling me only that morning of her hopes that Richard might exhaust his ardor in the chancery suit by being so very earnest in it, and therefore, not to damp my dear girl's spirits, I said nothing about Mr. Vihol's shadow. Presently came Charlie, lightly winding among the bushes and tripping along the paths, as rosy and pretty as one of Flora's attendants, instead of my maid, saying, "Oh, if you please, miss, would you step and speak to Mr. Jarndyce?" It was one of Charlie's peculiarities that whenever she was charged with a message she always began to deliver it as soon as she beheld, at any distance, the person for whom it was intended. Therefore I saw Charlie asking me in her usual form of words to step and speak to Mr. Jarndyce long before I heard her, and when I did hear her, she had said it so often that she was out of breath. I told Ada I would make haste back, and inquired of Charlie as we went in whether there was not a gentleman with Mr. Jarndyce. To which Charlie, whose grammar, I confess to my shame, never did any credit to my educational powers, replied, "Yes, miss, him as come down in the country with Mr. Richard." A more complete contrast than my guardian and Mr. Vihol's, I suppose there could not be. I found them looking at one another across a table, the one so open and the other so close, the one so broad and upright and the other so narrow and stooping, the one giving out what he had to say in such a rich ringing voice, and the other keeping it in such a cold-blooded, gasping, fish-like manner, that I thought I never had seen two people so unmatched. "You know Mr. Vihol's, my dear," said my guardian, "not with the greatest urbanity, I must say." Mr. Vihol's rose, gloved and buttoned up as usual, and seated himself again, just as he had seated himself beside Richard in the gig. Not having Richard to look at, he looked straight before him. "Mr. Vihol's," said my guardian, eyeing his black figure as if he were a bird of ill omen, "has brought an ugly report of our most unfortunate Rick," laying a marked emphasis on most unfortunate, as if the words were rather descriptive of his connection with Mr. Vihol's. I sat down between them. Mr. Vihol's remained immovable, except that he secretly picked at one of the red pimples on his yellow face with his black glove. "And as Rick and you are happily good friends, I should like to know," said my guardian, "what you think, my dear. Would you be so good as to speak up?" Mr. Vihol's? "Doing anything but that," Mr. Vihol's observed. "I have been saying that I have reason to know, Miss Summerson, as Mr. C.'s professional adviser, that Mr. C.'s circumstances are at the present moment in an embarrassed state. Not so much in point of amount as owing to the peculiar and pressing nature of liabilities Mr. C. has incurred, and the means he has of liquidating or meeting the same. I have staved off many little matters for Mr. C., but there is a limit to staving off, and we have reached it. I have made some advances out of pocket to accommodate these unpleasantnesses, but I necessarily look to being repaid, for I do not pretend to be a man of capital, and I have a father to support in the Vale of Taunton, besides striving to realize some little independence for 3 dear girls at home. My apprehension is, Mr. C.'s circumstances being such, lest it should end in his obtaining leave to part with his commission, which at all events is desirable to be made known to his connections." Mr. Vihol's, who had looked at me while speaking, here emerged into the silence he could hardly be said to have broken, so stifled was his tone, and looked before him again. "Imagine the poor fellow without even his present resource," said my guardian to me. "Yet what can I do? You know him, Esther. He would never accept of help from me now. To offer it or hint at it would be to drive him to an extremity, if nothing else did." Mr. Vihol's hereupon addressed me again. "What Mr. Jarndyce remarks, miss, is no doubt the case, and is the difficulty. I do not see that anything is to be done. I do not say that anything is to be done. Far from it. I merely come down here under the seal of confidence and mention it in order that everything may be openly carried on, and that it may not be said afterwards that everything was not openly carried on. My wish is that everything should be openly carried on. I desire to leave a good name behind me. If I consulted merely my own interests with Mr. C, I should not be here. So insurmountable, as you must well know, would be his objections. This is not a professional attendance. This can he charged to nobody. I have no interest in it except as a member of society and a father and a son, said Mr. Viholes, who had nearly forgotten that point. It appeared to us that Mr. Viholes said neither more nor less than the truth in intimating that he sought to divide the responsibility, such as it was, of knowing Richard's situation. I could only suggest that I should go down to Deal, where Richard was then stationed, and see him, and try if it were possible to avert the worst. Without consulting Mr. Viholes on this point, I took my guardian aside to propose it, while Mr. Viholes gauntly stalked to the fire and warmed his funeral gloves. The fatigue of the journey formed an immediate objection on my guardian's part, but as I saw he had no other, and as I was only too happy to go, I got his consent. We had then merely to dispose of Mr. Viholes. Well, sir, said Mr. Jarndyce, Miss Summerson will communicate with Mr. Cornerstone, and you can only hope that his position may be yet retrievable. You will allow me to order you lunch after your journey, sir? I thank you, Mr. Jarndyce, said Mr. Viholes, putting out his long black sleeve to check the ringing of the bell. Not any. I thank you, no, not a morsel. My digestion is much impaired, and I am but a poor knife and fork at any time. If I was to partake of solid food at this period of the day, I don't know what the consequences might be. Everything having been openly carried on, sir, I will now, with your permission, take my leave. And I would that you could take your leave, and we could all take our leave. Mr. Viholes, returned my guardian bitterly, of a cause you know of. Mr. Viholes, whose black dye was so deep from head to foot that it had quite steamed before the fire, diffusing a very unpleasant perfume, made a short one-sided inclination of his head from the neck and slowly shook it. We whose ambition it is to be looked upon in the light of respectable practitioners, sir, can but put our shoulders to the wheel. We do it, sir. At least, I do it myself, and I wish to think well of my professional brethren, one and all. You are sensible of an obligation not to refer to me, miss, in communicating with Mr. C. I said I would be careful not to do it. Just so, miss. Good morning. Mr. Jarndyce, good morning, sir. Mr. Viholes put his dead glove, which scarcely seemed to have any hand in it, on my fingers, and then on my guardian's fingers, and took his long thin shadow away. I thought of it on the outside of the coach, passing over all the sunny landscape between us and London, chilling the seed in the ground as it glided along. Of course it became necessary to tell Ada where I was going and why I was going, and of course she was anxious and distressed. But she was too true to Richard to say anything but words of pity and words of excuse, and in a more loving spirit, still my dear devoted girl. She wrote him a long letter of which I took charge. Charlie was to be my traveling companion, though I am sure I wanted none, and would willingly have left her at home. We all went to London that afternoon, and finding 2 places in the mail, secured them. At our usual bedtime, Charlie and I were rolling away seaward with the Kentish letters. It was a night's journey in those coach times, but we had the mail to ourselves. And did not find the night very tedious. It passed with me as I suppose it would with most people under such circumstances. At one, while my journey looked hopeful, and at another hopeless. Now I thought I should do some good, and now I wondered how I could ever have supposed so. Now it seemed one of the most reasonable things in the world that I should have come, and now one of the most unreasonable. In what state I should find Richard, what I should say to him, and what he would say to me occupied my mind by turns with these two states of feeling. And the wheel seemed to play one tune to which the burden of my guardian's letter set itself over and over again all night. At last we came into the narrow streets of Deal, and very gloomy they were upon a raw misty morning. The long flat beach with its little irregular houses, wooden and brick, and its litter of capstans, and great boats and sheds, and bare upright poles with tackle and blocks, and loose gravelly waste places overgrown with grass and weeds, wore as dull an appearance as any place I ever saw. The sea was heaving under a thick white fog, and nothing else was moving but a few early rope makers, who, with the yarn twisted round their bodies, looked as if, tired of their present state of existence, they were spinning themselves into cordage. But when we got into a warm room in an excellent hotel and sat down, comfortably washed and dressed, to an early breakfast, for it was too late to think of going to bed, Deal began to look more cheerful. Our little room was like a ship's cabin, and that delighted Charlie very much. Then the fog began to rise like a curtain, and numbers of ships that we had had no idea were near appeared. I don't know how many sail the waiter told us were then lying in the Downs. Some of these vessels were of grand size. One was a large Indiaman just come home, and when the sun shone through the clouds, making silvery pools in the dark sea, the way in which these ships brightened and shadowed and changed amid a bustle of boats pulling off from the shore to them and from them to the shore, and a general life and motion in themselves and everything. Around them was most beautiful. The large Indiaman was our great attraction because she had come into the Downs in the night. She was surrounded by boats, and we said how glad the people on board of her must be to come ashore. Charlie was curious too about the voyage and about the heat in India, and the serpents and the tigers, and as she picked up such information much faster than grammar, I told her what I knew on those points. I told her, too, how people in such voyages were sometimes wrecked and cast on rocks, where they were saved by the intrepidity and humanity of one man. And Charlie asking how that could be, I told her how we knew at home of such a case. I had thought of sending Richard a note saying I was there, but it seemed so much better to go to him without preparation. As he lived in barracks, I was a little doubtful whether this was feasible, but we went out to reconnoiter. Peeping in at the gate of the barrack yard, we found everything very quiet at that time in the morning, and I asked a sergeant standing on the guardhouse steps where he lived. He sent a man before to show me, who went up some bare stairs and knocked with his knuckles at a door and left us. "Now then," cried Richard from within. So I left Charlie in the little passage, and going on to the half-open door, said, "Can I come in, Richard? It's only Dame Durden." He was writing at a table, with a great confusion of clothes, tin cases, books, boots, brushes, and portmanteaus strewn all about the floor. He was only half dressed in plain clothes, I observed, not in uniform, and his hair was unbrushed, and he looked as wild as his room. All this I saw after he had heartily welcomed me, and I was seated near him, for he started upon hearing my voice and caught me in his arms in a moment. "Dear Richard," he was ever the same to me, down to ah, poor fellow, to the end he never received me, but with something of his old merry boyish manner. "Good heaven, my dear little woman," said he, "how do you come here? Who could have thought of seeing you? Nothing the matter. Ada is well, quite well, lovelier than ever, Richard. Ah," he said, leaning back in his chair, "my poor cousin." I was writing to you, Esther." So worn and haggard as he looked, even in the fullness of his handsome youth, leaning back in his chair and crushing the closely written sheet of paper in his hand. "Have you been at the trouble of writing all that, and am I not to read it after all?" I asked. "Oh, my dear," he returned with a hopeless gesture, "you may read it in the whole room. It is all over here." I mildly entreated him not to be despondent. I told him that I had heard by chance of his being in difficulty, and had come to consult with him what could best be done. "Like you, Esther, but useless, and so not like you," said he with a melancholy smile. "I am away on leave this day, should have been gone in another hour, and that is to smooth it over for my selling out. Well, let bygones be bygones. So this calling follows the rest. I only want to have been in the church to have made the round of all the professions." "Richard," I urged, "it is not so hopeless as that?" "Esther," he returned, "it is indeed. I am just so near disgrace as that those who are put in authority over me, as the catechism goes, would far rather be without me than with me. And they are right. Apart from debts and duns and all such drawbacks, I am not fit even for this employment. I have no care, no mind, no heart, no soul, but for one thing. Why, if this bubble hadn't broken now," he said, tearing the letter he had written into fragments and moodily casting them away, by driblets, "how could I have gone abroad? I must have been ordered abroad, but how could I have gone? How could I, with my experience of that thing, trust even V-holes, unless I was at his back?" I suppose he knew by my face what I was about to say, but he caught the hand I had laid upon his arm and touched my own lips with it to prevent me from going on. "No, Dame Durden. Two subjects I forbid, must forbid. The first is John Jarndyce. The second, you know what, call it madness, and I tell you I can't help." It now, and can't be sane, but it is no such thing. It is the one object I have to pursue. It is a pity I ever was prevailed upon to turn out of my road for any other. It would be wisdom to abandon it now, after all the time, anxiety, and pains I have bestowed upon it. Oh yes, true wisdom. It would be very agreeable too to some people, but I never will. He was in that mood in which I thought it best not to increase his determination if anything could increase it by opposing him. I took out Ada's letter and put it in his hand. "Am I to read it now?" he asked. As I told him yes, he laid it on the table, and resting his head upon his hand, began. He had not read far when he rested his head upon his two hands to hide his face from me. In a little while he rose as if the light were bad and went to the window. He finished reading it there, with his back towards me, and after he had finished and had folded it up, stood there for some minutes with the letter in his hand. When he came back to his chair, I saw tears in his eyes. "Of course, Esther, you know what she says here." He spoke in a softened voice and kissed the letter as he asked me. "Yes, Richard. Offers me," he went on, tapping his foot upon the floor, "the little inheritance she is certain of so soon, just as little and as much as I have wasted, and begs and prays me to take it, set myself right with it, and remain in the service." "I know your welfare to be the dearest wish of her heart," said I. "And oh, my dear Richard, Ada's is a noble heart." "I am sure it is. I wish I was dead." He went back to the window, and laying his arm across it, leaned his head down on his arm. It greatly affected me to see him so, but I hoped he might become more yielding, and I remained silent. My experience was very limited. I was not at all prepared for his rousing himself out of this emotion to a new sense of injury. And this is the heart that the same John Jarndyce, who is not otherwise to be mentioned between us, stepped in to estrange from me, said he indignantly. And the dear girl makes me this generous offer from under the same John Jarndyce's roof, and with the same John Jarndyce's gracious consent and connivance, I dare say, as a new means of buying me off. Richard, I cried out, rising hastily, I will not hear you say such shameful words. I was very angry with him indeed, for the first time in my life, but it only lasted a moment, when I saw his worn young face looking at me as if he were sorry. I put my hand on his shoulder and said, "If you please, my dear Richard, do not speak in such a tone to me. Consider." He blamed himself exceedingly, and told me in the most generous manner that he had been very wrong and that he begged my pardon 1,000 times. At that I laughed, but trembled a little too, for I was rather fluttered after being so fiery. "To accept this offer, my dear Esther," said he, sitting down beside me and resuming our conversation. "Once more, pray forgive me. I am deeply grieved to accept my dearest cousin's offer is, I need not say, impossible. Besides, I have letters and papers that I could show you which would convince you it is all over here. I have done with the red coat, believe me, but it is some satisfaction in the midst of my troubles and perplexities to know that I am pressing Ada's interest in pressing my own. V-Holes has his shoulder to the wheel, and he cannot help urging it on as much for her as for me, thank God." His sanguine hopes were rising within him and lighting up his features, but they made his face more sad to me than it had been before. "No, no," cried Richard exultingly. "If every farthing of Ada's little fortune were mine, no part of it should be spent in retaining me in what I am not fit for, can take no interest in, and am weary of. It should be devoted to what promises a better return, and should be used where she has a larger stake. Don't be uneasy for me. I shall now have only one thing on my mind, and V-Holes and I will work it. I shall not be without means. Free of my commission, I shall be able to compound with some small usurers who will hear of nothing but their bond, now V-Holes says so. I should have a balance in my favor anyway, but that would swell it. Come, come, you shall carry a letter to Ada from me, Esther, and you must both of you be more hopeful of me, and not believe that I am quite cast away just yet, my dear." I will not repeat what I said to Richard. I know it was tiresome, and nobody is to suppose for a moment that it was at all wise. It only came from my heart. He heard it patiently and feelingly, but I saw that on the two subjects he had reserved it was at present hopeless to make any representation to him. I saw, too, and had experienced in this very interview, the sense of my guardian's remark that it was even more mischievous to use persuasion with him than to leave him as he was. Therefore I was driven at last to asking Richard if he would mind convincing me that it really was all over there, as he had said, and that it was not his mere impression. He showed me without hesitation a correspondence, making it quite plain that his retirement was arranged. I found, from what he told me, that Mr. V-Holes had copies of these papers and had been in consultation with him throughout. Beyond ascertaining this, and having been the bearer of Ada's letter, and being as I was going to be Richard's companion back to London, I had done no good by coming down. Admitting this to myself with a reluctant heart, I said I would return to the hotel and wait until he joined me there. So he threw a cloak over his shoulders and saw me to the gate, and Charlie and I went back along the beach. There was a concourse of people in one spot, surrounding some naval officers who were landing from a boat and pressing about them with unusual interest. I said to Charlie this would be one of the great Indiaman's boats now, and we stopped to look. The gentlemen came slowly up from the waterside, speaking good-humoredly to each other and to the people around, and glancing about them as if they were glad to be in England again. "Charlie, Charlie," said I, "come away," and I hurried on so swiftly that my little maid was surprised. It was not until we were shut up in our cabin room, and I had had time to take breaths that I began to think why I had made such haste. In one of the sunburnt faces I had recognized Mr. Allan Woodcourt, and I had been afraid of his recognizing me. I had been unwilling that he should see my altered looks. I had been taken by surprise, and my courage had quite failed me. But I knew this would not do, and I now said to myself, "My dear, there is no reason there is, and there can be no reason at all why it should be worse for you now than it ever has been. What you were last month, you are today. You are no worse, you are no better. This is not your resolution. Call it up, Esther, call it up." I was in a great tremble with running, and at first was quite unable to calm myself, but I got better, and I was very glad to know it. The party came to the hotel. I heard them speaking on the staircase. I was sure it was the same gentleman because I knew their voices again. I mean, I knew Mr. Woodcourt's. It would still have been a great relief to me to have gone away. Without making myself known, but I was determined not to do so. No, my dear, no, 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 no. I untied my bonnet and put my veil half up. I think I mean half down. But it matters very little, and wrote on one of my cards that I happened to be there with Mr. Richard Carstone, and I sent it in to Mr. Woodcourt. He came immediately. I told him I was rejoiced to be by chance among the first to welcome him home to England, and I saw that he was very sorry for me. "You have been in shipwreck and peril since you left us, Mr. Woodcourt," said I, "but we can hardly call that a misfortune which enabled you to be so useful and so brave. We read of it with the truest interest. It first came to my knowledge through your old patient, poor Miss Fleet, when I was recovering from my severe illness." "Ah, little Miss Fleet," he said. "She lives the same life yet?" Just the same, I was so comfortable with myself now as not to mind the veil and to be able to put it aside. Her gratitude to you, Mr. Woodcourt, is delightful. She is a most affectionate creature, as I have reason to say. You have found her so?" he returned. I am glad of that." He was so very sorry for me that he could scarcely speak. "I assure you," said I, "that I was deeply touched by her sympathy and pleasure at the time I have referred to. I was grieved to hear that you had been very ill. I was very ill." "But you have quite recovered." "I have quite recovered my health and my cheerfulness," said I. "You know how good my guardian is, and what a happy life we lead, and I have everything to be thankful for, and nothing in the world to desire." I felt as if he had greater commiseration for me than I had ever had for myself. It inspired me with new fortitude and new calmness to find that it was I who was under the necessity of reassuring him. I spoke to him of his voyage out and home, and of his future plans, and of his probable return to India. He said that was very doubtful. He had not found himself more favored by fortune there than here. He had gone out a poor ship's surgeon, and had come home nothing better. While we were talking, and when I was glad to believe that I had alleviated, if I may use such a term, the shock he had had in seeing me, Richard came in. He had heard downstairs who was with me, and they met with cordial pleasure. I saw that after their first greetings were over, and when they spoke of Richard's career, Mr. Woodcourt had a perception that all was not going well with him. He frequently glanced at his face as if there were something in it that gave him pain, and more than once he looked towards me as though he sought to ascertain whether I knew what the truth was. Yet Richard was in one of his sanguine states and in good spirits, and was thoroughly pleased to see Mr. Woodcourt again, whom he had always liked. Richard proposed that we all should go to London together, but Mr. Woodcourt, having to remain by his ship a little longer, could not join us. He dined with us, however, at an early hour, and became so much more like what he used to be that I was still more at peace to think I had been able to soften his regrets. Yet his mind was not relieved of Richard. When the coach was almost ready and Richard ran down to look after his luggage, he spoke to me about him. I was not sure that I had a right to lay his whole story open, but I referred in a few words to his estrangement from Mr. Jarndyce and to his being entangled in the ill-fated chancery suit. Mr. Woodcourt listened with interest and expressed his regret. "I saw you observe him rather closely," said I. "Do you think him so changed?" "He is changed," he returned, shaking his head. I felt the blood rush into my face for the first time, but it was only an instantaneous emotion. I turned my head aside, and it was gone. "It is not," said Mr. Woodcourt, "his being so much younger or older, or thinner, or fatter, or paler, or ruddier, as there being upon his face such a singular expression. I never saw so remarkable a look in a young person. One cannot say that it is all anxiety or all weariness, yet it is both, and like ungrown despair." "You do not think he is ill?" said I. "No." He looked robust in body. "That he cannot be at peace in mind, we have too much reason to know," I proceeded. "Mr. Drawls, Woodcourt, you are going to London? Tomorrow or the next day. There is nothing Richard wants so much as a friend. He always liked you. Pray see him when you get there. Pray help him sometimes with your companionship if you can. You do not know of what service it might be. You cannot think how Ada and Mr. Jarndyce and even I, how we should all thank you, Mr. Woodcourt. Miss Summerson," he said, more moved than he had been from the first, "before heaven, I will be a true friend to him. I will accept him as a trust, and it shall be a sacred one. God bless you," said I, with my eyes filling fast, but I thought they might, when it was not for myself. "Ada loves him. We all love him, but Ada loves him as we cannot. I will tell her what you say. Thank you, and God bless you in her name." Richard came back as we finished exchanging these hurried words, and gave me his arm to take me to the coach. "Woodcourt," he said, unconscious with what application, "pray let us meet in London." "Meet?" returned the other. "I have scarcely a friend there now. But you, where shall I find you?" "Why, I must get a lodging of some sort," said Richard, pondering. "Say at Foles's, Simmons Inn. Good, without loss of time. They shook hands heartily. When I was seated in the coach and Richard was yet standing in the street, Mr. Woodcourt laid his friendly hand on Richard's shoulder and looked at me. I understood him and waved mine in thanks, and in his last look as we drove away, I saw that he was very sorry for me. I was glad to see it. I felt for my old self as the dead may feel if they ever revisit these scenes. I was glad to be tenderly remembered, to be gently pitied, not to be quite forgotten. Chapter 46. Stop him. Darkness rests upon Tom all alone, Dilating and dilating since the sun went down last night, it is gradually swelled until it fills every void in the place. For a time there were some dungeon mites burning, as the lamp of life hums in Tom all alone's, heavily, heavily in the nauseous air, and winking as that lamp too winks in Tom all alone's, at many horrible things. But they are blotted out. The moon has eyed Tom with a dull, cold stare, as admitting some puny emulation of herself in his desert region unfit for life and blasted by volcanic fires, but she has passed on and is gone. The blackest nightmare in the infernal stables grazes on Tom all alone's, and Tom is fast asleep. Much mighty speech-making there has been, both in and out of Parliament, concerning Tom, and much wrathful disputation how Tom shall be got right, whether he shall be put into the main road by constables, or by beadles, or by bell-ringing, or by force of figures, or by correct principles of taste, or by high church, or by low church, or by no church, whether he shall be set to splitting. Trusses of polemical straws with the crooked knife of his mind, or whether he shall be put to stone-breaking instead. In the midst of which dust and noise there is but one thing perfectly clear, to wit, that Tom only may and can, or shall and will, be reclaimed according to somebody's theory, but nobody's practice. And in the hopeful meantime, Tom goes to perdition head foremost in his old determined spirit, but he has his revenge. Even the winds are his messengers, and they serve him in these hours of darkness. There is not a drop of Tom's corrupted blood but propagates infection and contagion somewhere. It shall pollute, this very night, the choice stream in which chemists on analysis would find the genuine nobility of a Norman house, and his grace shall not be able to say nay to the infamous alliance. There is not an atom of Tom's slime, not a cubic inch of any pestilential gas in which he lives, not one obscenity or degradation about him, not an ignorance, not a wickedness, not a brutality of his committing, but shall work its retribution through every order of society up to the proudest of the proud, and to the highest of the high. Verily, what with tainting, plundering, and spoiling, Tom has his revenge. It is a moot point whether Tom all alone's be uglier by day or by night, but on the argument that the more that is seen of it, the more shocking it must be, and that no part of it left to the imagination is at all likely to be made so bad as the reality, day carries it. The day begins to break now, and in truth it might be better for the national glory even that the sun should sometimes set upon the British dominions than that it should ever rise upon so vile a wonder as Tom. A brown sunburnt gentleman, who appears in some inaptitude for sleep to be wandering abroad rather than counting the hours on a restless pillow, strolls hitherward at this quiet time. Attracted by curiosity, he often pauses and looks about him, up and down the miserable byways. Nor is he merely curious, for in his bright dark eye there is compassionate interest, and as he looks here and there, he seems to understand such wretchedness and to have studied it before. On the banks of the stagnant channel of mud, which is the main street of Tom all alone's, nothing is to be seen but the crazy houses, shut up and silent. No waking creature save himself appears except in one direction, where he sees the solitary figure of a woman sitting on a doorstep. He walks that way. Approaching, he observes that she has journeyed a long distance and is footsore and travel-stained. She sits on the doorstep in the manner of one who is waiting, with her elbow on her knee and her head upon her hand. Beside her is a canvas bag or bundle she has carried. She is dozing probably, for she gives no heed to his steps as he comes toward her. The broken footway is so narrow that when Alan Woodcourt comes to where the woman sits, he has to turn into the road to pass her. Looking down at her, face, his eye meets hers, and he stops. "What is the matter?" "Nothing, sir." "Can't you make them hear? Do you want to be let in?" "I'm waiting till they get up at another house, a lodging house, not here," the woman patiently returns. "I'm waiting here because there will be sun here presently to warm me. I am afraid you are tired. I am sorry to see you sitting in the street." "Thank you, sir, it don't matter." A habit in him of speaking to the poor and of avoiding patronage or condescension or childishness, which is the favorite device, many people. Deeming it quite a subtlety to talk to them like little spelling books, has put him on good terms with the woman easily. "Let me look at your forehead," he says, bending down. "I am a doctor. Don't be afraid. I wouldn't hurt you for the world." He knows that by touching her with his skillful and accustomed hand, he can soothe her yet more readily. She makes a slight objection, saying, "It's nothing," but he has scarcely laid his fingers on the wounded place when she lifts it up to the light. "Aye, a bad bruise, and the skin sadly broken. This must be very sore." "It do ache a little, sir," returns the woman with a started tear upon her cheek. "Let me try to make it more comfortable. My handkerchief won't hurt you." "Oh dear no, sir, I'm sure of that." He cleanses the injured place and dries it, and having carefully examined it and gently pressed it with the palm of his hand, takes a small case from his pocket, dresses it, and binds it up. While he is thus employed, he says, after laughing at his establishing a surgery in the street, "And so your husband is a brickmaker." "How do you know that, sir?" asked the woman, astonished. "Why, I suppose so from the color of the clay upon your bag and on your dress. And I know brickmakers go about working at piecework in different places, and I am sorry to say I have known them cruel to their wives too." The woman hastily lifts up her eyes as if she would deny that her injury is referable to such a cause. But feeling the hand upon her forehead, and seeing his busy and composed face, she quietly drops them again. "Where is he now?" asks the surgeon. "He got into trouble last night, sir, but he'll look for me at the lodging house." He will get into worse trouble if he often misuses his large and heavy hand as he has misused it here. But you forgive him, brutal as he is, and I say no more of him, except that I wish he deserved it. You have no young child?" The woman shakes her head. "One as I calls mine, sir, but it's Liz's." "Your own is dead, I see. Poor little thing." By this time he has finished and is putting up his case. "I suppose you have some settled home. Is it far from here?" he asks, good-humoredly, making light of what he has done as she gets up and curtsies. "It's a good 2 or 23 mile from here, sir. At St. Albans, you." "Know St. Albans, sir? I thought you gave a start like as if you did." "Yes, I know something of it. And now I will ask you a question in return. Have you money for your lodging?" "Yes, sir," she says, really and truly, and she shows it. He tells her, in acknowledgment of her many subdued thanks, that she is very welcome, gives her good day, and walks away. Tom all alone is still asleep, and nothing is astir. Yes, something is. As he retraces his way to the point from which he descried the woman at a distance sitting on the step, he sees a ragged figure coming very cautiously along, crouching close to the soiled walls, which the wretchedest figure might as well avoid, and furtively thrusting a hand before it. It is the figure of a youth whose face is hollow and whose eyes have an emaciated glare. He is so intent on getting along unseen that even the apparition of a stranger in whole garments does not tempt him to look back. He shades his face with his ragged elbow as he passes on the other side of the way, and goes shrinking and creeping on with his anxious hand before him and his shapeless clothes hanging in shreds. Clothes made for what purpose, or of what material, it would be impossible to say. They look, in color and in substance, like a bundle of rank leaves of swampy growth that rotted long ago. Alan Woodcore pauses to look after him and note all this with the shadowy belief that he has seen the boy before. He cannot recall how or where, but there is some association in his mind with such a form. He imagines that he must have seen it in some hospital or refuge, still cannot make out why it comes with any special force on his remembrance. He's gradually emerging from Tom all alone in the morning light, thinking about it, when he hears running feet behind him, and looking round, sees the boy scouring towards him at great speed, followed by the woman. Stop him, cries the woman, almost breathless. Stop him, sir! He darts across the road into the boy's path, but the boy is quicker than he, makes a curve, ducks, dives under his hands, comes up half a dozen yards beyond him, and scours away again. Still the woman follows, crying, Stop him, sir, pray stop him. Alan, not knowing but that he has just robbed her of her money, follows in chase and runs so hard that he runs the boy down a dozen times, but each time he repeats the curve, the duck, the dive, and scours away again. To strike at him on any of these occasions would be to fell and disable him, but the pursuer cannot resolve to do that, and so the grimly ridiculous pursuit continues. At last the fugitive, hard pressed, takes to a narrow passage and a court which has no thoroughfare. Here, against a hoarding of decaying timber, he is brought to bay, and tumbles down, lying gasping at his pursuer, who stands and gasps at him until the woman comes up. "Oh, you, Joe," cries the woman. "What? I have found you at last." "Joe," repeats Alan, looking at him with attention. "Joe, stay, to be sure. I recollect this lad some time ago being brought before the coroner. Yes, I see you once afore at the Inkwitch," whimpers Joe. "What of that? Can't you never let such an unfort'nate as me alone? Ain't I unfort'nate enough for you yet? How unfort'nate do you want me for to be? I've been a chivied and a chivied, fussed by one on you and nixed by another on you, till I'm worrited to skins and bones. The Inkwitch warn't my fault. I did not hink. He woes werry good to me. He woes the only one I know to speak to as ever come across my crossing. It ain't werry likely I should want him to be inkwitched. I only wish I woes myself. I don't know why I don't go and make a hole in the water. I'm sure I don't." He says it with such a pitiable air, and his grimy tears appear so real, and he lies. In the corner up against the hoarding so like a growth of fungus, or any unwholesome excrescence produced there in neglect and impurity, that Alan Woodcore is softened towards him. He says to the woman, "Miserable creature, what has he done?" To which she only replies, shaking her head at the prostrate figure more amazedly than angrily, "Oh, you Joe, I have found you at last." "What has he done?" says Alan. "Has he robbed you?" "No, sir, no." "Robbed me?" "He did nothing but what was kind-hearted by me, and that's the wonder of it." Alan looks from Joe to the woman, and from the woman to Joe, waiting for one of them to unravel the riddle. "But he was along with me, sir," says the woman. "Oh, you, Joe!" "He was along." "With me, sir, down at St. Albans, ill, and a young lady, Lord bless her for a good friend to me, took pity on him when I durstn't, and took him home." Alan shrinks back from him with a sudden horror. Yes, sir, yes. Took him home and made him comfortable, and like a thankless monster, he ran away in the night and never has been seen or heard of since till I set eyes on him just now. And that young lady, that was such a pretty dear, caught his illness, lost her beautiful looks, and wouldn't hardly be known for the same young lady now if it wasn't for her angel temper, and her pretty shape, and her sweet voice. Do you know it? You ungrateful wretch! Do you know that this is all along of you and of her goodness to you? Demands the woman, beginning to rage at him as she recalls it and breaking into passionate tears. The boy, in rough sort, stunned by what he hears, falls to smearing his dirty forehead with his dirty palm, and to staring at the ground, and to shaking from head to foot until the crazy hoarding against which he leans rattles. Alan restrains the woman merely by a quiet gesture, but effectually. Richard told me, he falters. I mean, I have heard of this. Don't mind me for a moment. I will speak presently. He turns away and stands for a while looking out at the covered passage. When he comes back, he has recovered his composure, except that he contends against an avoidance of the boy, which is so very remarkable that it absorbs the woman's attention. You hear what she says, but get up, get up. Joe, shaking and chattering, slowly rises and stands, after the manner of his tribe in a difficulty, sideways against the hoarding, resting one of his high shoulders against it, and covertly rubbing his right hand over his left, and his left foot over his right. You hear what she says, and I know it's true. Have you been here ever since? Wish your matey if I seen Tom all alones till this blessed morning, replies Joe hoarsely. Why have you come here now? Joe looks all round the confined court, looks at his questioner no higher than the knees, and finally answers, I don't know how to do, nothink, and I can't get nothink to do. I'm worry poor and ill, and I thought I'd come back here when there weren't nobody about, and lay down and hide somewheres as I knows, until arter dark, and then go and beg a trifle of Mr. Snagsby. He was Alice will infer to get me something he was, though Mrs. Snagsby she was Alice, a chivying on me like everybody everywheres. Where've you come from? Joe looks all round the court again, looks at his questioner's knees again, and concludes by laying his profile against the hoarding in a sort of resignation. Did you hear me ask you where you have come from? Tramp then, says Joe. Now tell me, proceeds Alan, making a strong effort to overcome his repugnance, going very near to him and leaning over him with an expression of confidence. Tell me how it came about that you left that house when the good young lady had been so unfortunate as to pity you and take you home. Joe suddenly comes out of his resignation and excitedly declares, addressing the woman, that he never known about the young lady, that he never heard it, that he never went fur to hurt her, that he would sooner have hurt his own self. That he'd sooner have had his unfortunate head chopped off than ever gone anigh her, and that she was very good to him, she was, conducting himself throughout as if in his poor fashion he really meant it, and winding up with some very miserable sobs. Alan Woodcourt sees that this is not a sham. He constrains himself to touch him. Come, Joe, tell me. No, I dustn't, says Joe, relaxing into the profile state. I dustn't or I would. But I must know, returns the other, all the same. Come, Joe. After 2 or 3 such adjurations, Joe lifts up his head again, looks round the court again, and says in a low voice, well, I'll tell you something. I was took away. There! Took away? In the night? Ah, Very apprehensive of being overheard, Joe looks about him and even glances up some 10 feet at the top of the hoarding and through the cracks in it, lest the object of his distrust should be looking over or hidden on the other side. "Who took you away?" "I dustn't name him," says Joe. "I dustn't do it, sir, but I want, in the young lady's name, to know." "You may trust me. No one else shall hear." "Ah, but I don't know," replies Joe, shaking his head fearfully, as he don't hear. "Why, he is not in this place." "Oh, ain't he though?" says Joe. "He's in all manner of places, all at winst." Alan looks at him in perplexity, but discovers some real meaning and good faith at the bottom of this bewildering reply. He patiently awaits an explicit answer, and Joe, more baffled by his patience than by anything else, at last desperately whispers a name in his ear. "I," says Alan. "Why, what had you been doing?" "Nothink, sir. Never done nothink to get myself into no trouble, 'cepted not moving on and the inkwhich. But I'm a moving on now. I'm a moving on to the burying ground. That's the move as I'm up to." "No, no, we will try to prevent that." "But what did he do with you?" "Put me in a horse piddle," replied Joe, whispering, "till I was discharged, then give me a little money, 4 half bulls, what you may call half crowns, and says, 'Hook it, nobody wants you here,' he says. You hook it, you go and tramp, he says, you move on, he says. Don't let me ever see you nowheres within 40 mile of London, or you'll repent it. So I shall, if ever he do see me, and he'll see me if I'm above ground," concludes Joe, nervously repeating all his former precautions and investigations. Alan considers a little, then remarks, turning to the woman but keeping an encouraging eye on Joe, "He is not so ungrateful as you supposed. He had a reason for going away, though it was an insufficient one." "Thankee, sir, thankee," exclaims Joe. "There now, see how hard you woos upon me. But only you tell the young lady what the Jones says, and it's all right, for you was very good to me too, and I knows it." "Now, Joe," says Alan, keeping his eye upon him, "come with me, and I will find you a better place than this to lie down and hide in. If I take one side of the way, and you the other to avoid observation, you will not run away, I know very well." "If you make me a promise." "I won't, not unless I woes to see him a coming, sir." "Very well, I take your word." Half the town is getting up by this time, and the whole town will be broad awake in another hour. "Come along." "Good day again, my good woman." "Good day again, sir, and I thank you kindly many times again." She has been sitting on her bag, deeply attentive, and now rises and takes it up. Joe repeating, "Only you tell the young lady as I never went fur to hurt her and what the Joam says." Nods and shambles and shivers and smears and blinks and half laughs and half cries a farewell to her, and takes his creeping way along after Alan Woodcourt, close to the houses on the opposite side of the street. In this order, the two come up out of Tom all alones into the broad rays of the sunlight and the purer air. Chapter 47, Joe's Will. As Alan Woodcourt and Joe proceed along the streets where the high church spires and the distances are so near and clear in the morning light that the city itself seems renewed by rest, Alan revolves in his mind how and where he shall bestow his companion. It surely is a strange fact, he considers, that in the heart of a civilized world, this creature in human form should be more difficult to dispose of than an unowned dog. But it is none the less a fact because of its strangeness, and the difficulty remains, At first, he looks behind him often to assure himself that Joe is still really following. But look where he will, he still beholds him close to the opposite houses, making his way with his wary hand from brick to brick and from door to door, and often, as he creeps along, glancing over at him watchfully. Soon satisfied that the last thing in his thoughts is to get him to slip, Alan goes on, considering with a less divided attention what he shall do. A breakfast stall at a street corner suggests the first thing to be done. He stops there, looks round, and beckons Joe. Joe crosses and comes halting and shuffling up, slowly scooping the knuckles of his right hand round and round in the hollowed palm of his left, kneading dirt with a natural pestle and mortar. What is a dainty repast to Joe is then set before him, and he begins to gulp the coffee and to gnaw the bread and butter, looking anxiously about him in all directions as he eats and drinks, like a scared animal. But he is so sick and miserable that even hunger has abandoned him. "I thought I was a'most a-starvin', sir," says Joe, soon putting down his food, "but I don't know nothink, not even that. I don't care for eating wittles nor yet for drinking on 'em." And Joe stands shivering and looking at the breakfast wonderingly. Alan Woodcourt lays his hand upon his pulse and on his chest. "Draw breath, Joe." "It draws," says Joe, "as heavy as a cart," he might add, "and rattles like it." But he only mutters, "I'm a-moving on, sir." Alan looks about for an apothecary's shop. There is none at hand, but a tavern does as well or better. He obtains a little measure of wine and gives the lad a portion of it very carefully. He begins to revive almost as soon as it passes his lips. "We may repeat that dose, Joe," observes Alan after watching him with his attentive face. "So! Now we will take 5 minutes' rest and then go on again." Leaving the boy sitting on the bench of the breakfast stall with his back against an iron railing, Alan Woodcourt paces up and down in the early sunshine, casting an occasional look towards him without appearing to watch him. It requires no discernment to perceive that he is warmed and refreshed. If a face so shaded can brighten, his face brightens somewhat, and by little and little he eats the slice of bread he had so hopelessly laid down. Observant of these signs of improvement, Alan engages him in conversation and elicits to his no small wonder the adventure of the lady in the veil, with all its consequences. Joe slowly munches as he slowly tells it. When he has finished his story and his bread, they go on again. Intending to refer his difficulty in finding a temporary place of refuge for the boy to his old patient, zealous little Miss Fleet, Alan leads the way to the court where he and Joe first foregathered. But all is changed at the rag and bottle shop. Miss Fleet no longer lodges there, it is shut up, and a hard-featured female, much obscured by dust, whose age is a problem, but who is indeed no other than the interesting Judy, is tart and spare in her replies. These sufficing, however, to inform the visitor that Miss Fleet and her birds are domiciled with a Mrs. Blinder in Bell Yard, he repairs to that neighboring place, where Miss Fleet, who rises early that she may be punctual at the divan of justice, held by her excellent friend the Chancellor, comes running downstairs with tears of welcome and with open arms. "My dear physician," cries Miss Fleet, "my meritorious, distinguished, honorable officer." She uses some odd expressions, but is as cordial and full of heart as sanity itself can be more so than it often is. Alan, very patient with her, waits until she has no more raptures to express, then points out Joe trembling in a doorway, and tells her how he comes there. "Where can I lodge him hereabouts for the present? Now you have a fund of knowledge and good sense, and can advise me." Miss Fleet, mighty proud of the compliment, sets herself to consider, but it is long before a bright thought occurs to her. Mrs. Blinder is entirely let, and she herself occupies poor Gridley's room. Gridley, exclaims Miss Flite, clapping her hands after a 20th repetition of this remark. Gridley. To be sure. Of course, my dear physician. General George will help us out. It is hopeless to ask for any information about General George, and would be. Though Miss Fleet had not already run upstairs to put on her pinched bonnet and her poor little shawl and to arm herself with her reticule of documents, but as she informs her physician in her disjointed manner on coming down in full array that General George, whom she often calls upon, knows her dear Jarndyce and takes a great interest in all connected with her, Alan is induced to think that they may be in the right way. So he tells Joe, for his encouragement, that this walking about will soon be over now, and they repair to the General's. Fortunately, it is not far. From the exterior of George's shooting gallery, and the long entry, and the bare perspective beyond it, Alan Woodcourt augurs well. He also descries promise in the figure of Mr. George himself, striding towards them in his morning exercise with his pipe in his mouth, no stock on, and his muscular arms, developed by broadsword and dumbbell, weightily asserting themselves through his light shirt-sleeves. Your servant, sir, says Mr. George with a military salute, good-humoredly smiling all over his broad forehead up into his crisp hair. He then defers to Miss Fleet as, with great stateliness and at some length, she performs the courtly ceremony of presentation. He winds it up with another, your servant, sir, and another salute. Excuse me, sir, a sailor, I believe, says Mr. George. I am proud to find I have the air of one, returns Alan, but I am only a sea-going doctor. Indeed, sir, I should have thought you was a regular blue jacket myself. Alan hopes Mr. George will forgive his intrusion the more readily on that account, and particularly that he will not lay aside his pipe, which, in his politeness, he has testified some intention of doing. You are very good, sir. Returns the trooper. As I know by experience that it's not disagreeable to Miss Fleet, and since it's equally agreeable to yourself, and finishes the sentence by putting it between his lips again. Alan proceeds to tell him all he knows about Joe, unto which the trooper listens with a grave face. And that's the lad, sir, is it? He inquires, looking along the entry to where Joe stands staring up at the great letters on the whitewashed front, which have no meaning in his eyes. That's he, says Alan, and, Mr. George, I am in this difficulty about him. I am unwilling to place him in a hospital, even if I could procure him immediate admission, because I foresee that he would not stay there many hours if he could be so much as got there. The same objection applies to a workhouse, supposing I had the patience to be evaded and shirked and handed about from post to pillar in trying to get him into one, which is a system that I don't take kindly to. No man does, sir, returns Mr. George. I am convinced that he would not remain in either place, because he is possessed by an extraordinary terror of this person who ordered him to keep out of the way. In his ignorance, he believes this person to be everywhere, and cognizant of everything. I ask your pardon, sir, says Mr. George, but you have not mentioned that party's name. Is it a secret, sir? The boy makes it one, but his name is Bucket. Bucket the detective, sir, the same man. The man is known to me, sir, returns the trooper after blowing out a cloud of smoke and squaring his chest, and the boy is so far correct that he undoubtedly is a rum customer. Mr. George smokes with a profound meaning after this and surveys Miss Fleet in silence. Now, I wish Mr. Jarndyce and Miss Summerson at least to know that this Joe, who tells so strange a story, has reappeared, and to have it in their power to speak with him, if they should desire to do so. Therefore I want to get him, for the present moment, into any poor lodging kept by decent people, where he would be admitted. Decent people and Joe, Mr. George, says Allen, following the direction of the trooper's eyes along the entry, have not been much acquainted, as you see, hence the difficulty. Do you happen to know anyone in this neighborhood who would receive him for a while on my paying for him beforehand? As he puts the question, he becomes aware of a dirty-faced little man standing at the trooper's elbow and looking up with an oddly twisted figure. And countenance into the trooper's face. After a few more puffs at his pipe, the trooper looks down askant at the little man, and the little man winks up at the trooper. "Well, sir," says Mr. George, "I can assure you that I would willingly be knocked on the head at any time, if it would be at all agreeable to Miss Summerson, and consequently I esteem it a privilege to do that young lady any service, however small. We are naturally in the vagabond way here, sir, both myself and Phil. You see what the place is. You are welcome to a quiet corner of it for the boy, if the same would meet your views. No charge made, except for rations. We are not in a flourishing state of circumstances here, sir. We are liable to be tumbled out neck and crop at a moment's notice. However, sir, such as the place is and so long as it lasts, here it is at your service." With a comprehensive wave of his pipe, Mr. George places the whole building at his visitor's disposal. "I take it for granted, sir," he adds, "you being one of the medical staff, that there is no present infection about this unfortunate subject?" Allen is quite sure of it. "Because, sir," says Mr. George, shaking his head sorrowfully, "we have had enough of that." His tone is no less sorrowfully echoed by his new acquaintance. "Still, I am bound to tell you," observes Allen after repeating his former assurance, "that the boy is deplorably low and reduced, and that he may be, I do not say that he is too far gone to recover." "Do you consider him in present danger, sir?" inquires the trooper. "Yes, I fear so." "Then, sir," returns the trooper in a decisive manner, "it appears to me, being naturally in the vagabond way myself, that the sooner he comes out of the street, the better. You, Phil, bring him in." Mr. Squat tacks out, all on one side, to execute the word of command, and the trooper, having smoked his pipe, lays it by. Joe is brought in. He is not one of Mrs. Particle's Takahoopoo Indians. He is not one of Mrs. Jellyby's lambs, being wholly unconnected with Boreoboola Jaw. He is not softened by distance and unfamiliarity. He is not a genuine foreign-grown savage. He is not a genuine foreign-grown savage. He is the ordinary homemade article. Dirty, ugly, disagreeable to all the senses in body, a common creature of the common streets, only in soul, a heathen. Homely filth begrimes him, homely parasites devour him, homely sores are in him, homely rags are on him. Native ignorance, the growth of English soil and climate, sinks his immortal nature lower than the beasts that perish. Stand forth, Joe, in uncompromising colors. From the sole of thy foot to the crown of thy head, there is nothing interesting about thee. He shuffles slowly into Mr. George's gallery, and stands huddled together in a bundle, looking all about the floor. He seems to know that they have an inclination to shrink from him, partly for what he is, and partly for what he has caused. He, too, shrinks from them. He is not of the same order of things, not of the same place in creation. He is of no order and no place, neither of the beasts nor of humanity. "Look here, Joe," says Allen. "This is Mr. George." Joe searches the floor for some time longer, then looks up for a moment, and then down again. he is a kind friend to you, for he is going to give you lodging room here. Joe makes a scoop with one hand, which is supposed to be a bow. After a little more consideration and some backing and changing of the foot on which he rests, he mutters that he is "wery thankful. You are quite safe here. All you have to do at present is to be obedient and to get strong. And mind you tell us the truth here, whatever you do, Joe." "Wish your matey, if I don't, sir," says Joe, reverting to his favorite declaration. "I never done nothink yet but what you knows on, to get myself into no trouble. I never was in no other trouble at all, sir, 'cept not knowin', not thinkin' starwation. I believe it, now attend to Mr. George. I see he is going to speak to you." "My intention merely was, sir," observes Mr. George, amazingly broad, and upright, to point out to him where he can lie down and get a thorough good dose of sleep. "Now, look here." As the trooper speaks, he conducts them to the other end of the gallery and opens one of the little cabins. "There you are, you see. Here is a mattress, and here you may rest, on good behavior, as long as I ask your pardon, sir." He refers apologetically to the card Allen has given him. "Mr. Woodcourt pleases. Don't you be alarmed if you hear shots. They'll be aimed at the target and not you. Now, there's another thing I would recommend, sir," says the trooper, turning to his visitor. "Phil, come here." Phil bears down upon them according to his usual tactics. "Here is a man, sir, who was found, when a baby, in the gutter. Consequently, it is to be expected that he takes a natural interest in this poor creature. You do, don't you, Phil?" "Certainly and surely I do, guv'nor," is Phil's reply. "Now I was thinking, sir," says Mr. George, in a martial sort of confidence, as if he were giving his opinion in a council of war at a drumhead, that if this man was to take him to a bath and was to lay out a few shillings in getting him one or two coarse articles, "Mr. George, my considerate friend," returns Allen, taking out his purse, "it is the very favor I would have asked." Phil, Squad, and Joe are sent out immediately on this work of improvement. Miss Fleet, quite enraptured by her success, makes the best of her way to court, having great fears that otherwise her friend the Chancellor may be uneasy about her, or may give the judgment she has so long expected in her absence, and observing, "which you know, my dear physician and general, after so many years, would be too absurdly unfortunate," Allen takes the opportunity of going out to procure some restorative medicines, and obtaining them near at hand, soon returns to find the trooper walking up and down the gallery, and to fall into step and walk. With him. "I take it, sir," says Mr. George, "that you know Miss Summerson pretty well?" "Yes, it appears." "Not related to her, sir?" "No, it appears." "Excuse the apparent curiosity," says Mr. George. "It seemed to me probable that you might take more than a common interest in this poor creature because Miss Summerson had taken that unfortunate interest in him." "'Tis mickle taste, sir, I assure you. And mine, Mr. George." The trooper looks sideways at Allen's sunburnt cheek and bright dark eye. Rapidly measures his height and build and seems to approve of him. "Since you have been out, sir, I have been thinking that I unquestionably know the rooms in Lincoln's Inn Fields where Bucket took the lad, according to his account. Though he is not acquainted with the name, I can help you to it. It's Tulkinghorn. That's what it is." Allen looks at him inquiringly, repeating the name. "Tulkinghorn." "That's the name, sir. I know the man, and know him to have been in communication with Bucket before respecting a deceased person who had given him offense. I know the man, sir." To my sorrow, Allen naturally asks what kind of man he is. "What kind of man do you mean to look at?" "I think I know that much of him. I mean to deal with Generally, what kind of man? Why, then I'll tell you, sir, returns the trooper, stopping short and folding his arms on his square chest so angrily that his face fires and flushes all over. He is a confoundedly bad kind of man. He is a slow, torturing kind of man. He is no more like flesh and blood than a rusty old carbine is. He is a kind of man, by George, that has caused me more restlessness and more uneasiness and more dissatisfaction with myself than all other men put together. That's the kind of man Mr. Tulkinghorn is. I am sorry, says Alan, to have touched so sore a place. Sore. The trooper plants his legs wider apart, wets the palm of his broad right hand, and lays it on the imaginary moustache. It's no fault of yours, sir, but you shall judge. He has got a power over me. He is the man I spoke of just now as being able to tumble me out of this place neck and crop. He keeps me on a constant seesaw. He won't hold off, and he won't come on. If I have a payment to make him, or a time to ask him for, or anything to go to him about, he don't see me, don't hear me, passes me on to Melchisedec's and Clifford's Inn. Melchisedec's and Clifford's Inn passes me back again to him. He keeps me prowling and dangling about him as if I was made of the same stone as himself. Why, I spend half my life now pretty well loitering and dodging about his door. What does he care? Nothing. Just as much as the rusty old carbine I have compared him to. He chafes and golds me till bah! Nonsense! I am forgetting myself. Mr. Woodcourt, the trooper resumes his march. All I say is, he is an old man, but I am glad I shall never have the chance of setting spurs to my horse and riding at him in a fair field. For if I had that chance, in one of the humours he drives me into, he'd go down, sir. Mr. George has been so excited that he finds it necessary to wipe his forehead on his shirt sleeve, even while he whistles his impetuosity away with the national anthem. Some involuntary shakings of his head and heavings of his chest still linger behind, not to mention an occasional hasty adjustment with both hands of his open shirt collar, as if it were scarcely open enough to prevent his being troubled by a choking sensation. In short, Alan Woodcourt has not much doubt about the going down of Mr. Tulkinghorn on the field referred to. Joe and his conductor presently return, and Joe is assisted to his mattress by the careful Phil, to whom, after due administration of medicine by his own hands, Alan confides all needful means and instructions. The morning is by this time getting on apace. He repairs to his lodgings to dress and breakfast, and then, without seeking rest, goes away to Mr. Jarndyce to communicate his discovery. With him, Mr. Jarndyce returns alone, confidentially telling him that there are reasons for keeping this matter very quiet indeed and showing a serious interest in it. To Mr. Jarndyce, Joe repeats in substance what he said in the morning, without any material variation. Only that card of his is heavier to draw, and draws with a hollower sound. "Let me lay here quiet and not be chivied no more," falters Joe. "And be so kind, any person as is a passin' nigh, where I used fur to sleep, as just to say to Mr. Sangsby, the Joe, what he known once, is a moving on right forwards with his duty, and thou be wery thankful. I'd be more thankful than I am already, if it was any ways possible for an unfortunate to be it." He makes so many of these references to the law stationer in the course of a day or two that Alan, after conferring with Mr. Jarndyce, good-naturedly resolves to call in Cook's Court, the rather as the cart seems to be breaking down. To Cook's Court, therefore, he repairs. Mr. Snagsby is behind his counter in his grey coat and sleeves, inspecting an indenture of several skins which has just come in from the engrosser's an immense desert of law hand and parchment, with here and there a resting place of a few large letters to break the awful monotony and save the traveler from despair. Mr. Snagsby puts up at one of these inky wells and greets the stranger with his cough of general preparation for business. "You don't remember me, Mr. Snagsby?" The stationer's heart begins to thump heavily, for his old apprehensions have never abated. It is as much as he can do to answer, "No, sir, I can't say I do. I should have considered not to put too fine a point upon it that I never saw you before, sir." "Twice before," says Allan Woodcourt. "Once at a poor bedside, and once it's come at last," thinks the afflicted stationer, as recollection breaks upon him. It's got to a head now, and is going to burst. But he has sufficient presence of mind to conduct his visitor into the little counting-house and to shut the door. "Are you a married man, sir?" "No, I am not. Would you make the attempt, though single," says Mr. Snagsby in a melancholy whisper, "to speak as low as you can? For my little woman is a-listening somewheres, or I'll forfeit the business in £500. In deep dejection, Mr. Snagsby sits down on his stool with his back against his desk, protesting, "I never had a secret of my own, sir. I can't charge my memory with ever having once attempted to deceive my little woman on my own account since she named the day. I wouldn't have done it, sir, not to put too fine a point." Upon it, I couldn't have done it, I durstn't have done it. Whereas, and nevertheless, I find myself wrapped round with secrecy and mystery, till my life is a burden to me. His visitor professes his regret to hear it, and asks him, does he remember Joe? Mr. Snagsby answers with a suppressed groan, "Oh, don't he? You couldn't name an individual human being except myself that my little woman is more set and determined against than Joe," says Mr. Snagsby. Allan asks why. "Why?" repeats Mr. Snagsby, in his desperation clutching at the clump of hair at the back of his bald head. "How should I know why? But you are a single person, sir, and may you long be spared to ask a married person such a question." With this beneficent wish, Mr. Snagsby coughs a cough of dismal resignation, and submits himself to hear what the visitor has to communicate. "There again," says Mr. Snagsby, who, between the earnestness of his feelings and the suppressed tones of his voice, is discolored in the face. "At it again, in a new direction. A certain person charges me in the solemnest way not to talk of Joe to anyone, even my little woman. Then comes another certain person, in the person of yourself, and charges me, in an equally solemn way, not to mention Joe to that other certain person above all other persons. Why, this is a private asylum. Why, not to put too fine a point upon it, this is Bedlam, sir," says Mr. Snagsby. But it is better than he expected after all, being no explosion of the mine below him, or deepening of the pit into which he has fallen. And being tender-hearted and affected by the account he hears of Joe's condition, he readily engages to look round as early in the evening as he can manage it quietly. He looks round very quietly when the evening comes, but it may turn out that Mrs. Snagsby is as quiet a manager as he. Joe is very glad to see his old friend, and says, when they are left alone, that he takes it uncommon kind as Mr. Sangsby should come so far out of his way on accounts of sich as him. Mr. Snagsby, touched by the spectacle before him, immediately lays upon the table half a crown, that magic balsam of his for all kinds of wounds. "And how do you find yourself, my poor lad?" inquires the stationer with his cough of sympathy. "I am in luck, Mr. Sangsby, I am," returns Joe, "and don't want for nothink. I'm more comflamer nor you can't think." Mr. Sangsby, "I'm werry sorry that I done it, but I didn't go fur to do it, sir." The stationer softly lays down another half-crown and asks him what it is that he is sorry for having done. Mr. Purse Sangsby, says Joe, I went and give a illness to the lady as woes and yit as weren't the t'other lady, and none of 'em never says nothing to me for having done it on accounts of their being so good and my having been son fortnet. The lady come herself and see me yes'day, and she sees, ah, Joe, she sees. We thought we'd lost you, Joe, she sees. And she sits down a smilin' so quiet, and don't pass a word nor yit a look upon me for having done it. She don't. And I turns agin the wall, I doos, Mr. Sangsby. And Mr. Jarndyce, I see him a forced to turn away his own self. And Mr. Woodcott, he come fur to give me something fur to ease me, what he's allus a doing on day and night, and when he come, a bending over me and a speaking up so bold, I see his tears a fallin', Mr. Sangsby. The softened stationer deposits another half-crown on the table, nothing less. Then a repetition of that infallible remedy will relieve his feelings. What I was a-thinking on, Mr. Sangsby, proceeds Joe, woes, as you was able to write wery large, p'raps? Yes, Joe, please God, returns the stationer. Uncommon, precious large, p'raps? Says Joe with eagerness. Yes, my poor boy. Joe laughs with pleasure. What I was a-thinking on then, Mr. Sangsby, was that when I was moved on as fur as ever I could go, and couldn't be moved no furder, whether you might be so good p'raps as to write out, worry large, so that anyone could see it anywheres, as that I was very truly hearty sorry that I done it, and that I never went fur to do it, and that though I didn't know not think at all, I know as Mr. Woodcott once cried over it, and was as grieved over it, and that I hoped as he'd be able to forgive me in his mind. If the writin' could be made to say it wery large, he might. It shall say it, Joe, very large. Joe laughs again. Thankee, Mr. Sangsby. It's wery kind of you, sir, and it makes me more comfler nor I was afore. The meek little stationer, with a broken and unfinished cough, slips down his fourth half-crown. He has never been so close to a case requiring so many, and is fain to depart. And Joe and he, upon this little earth, shall meet no more. No more, for the cart so hard to draw is near its journey's end, and drags over stony ground. All round the clock it labors up the broken steps, shattered and worn. Not many times can the sun rise and behold it still upon its weary road. Phil Squad, with his smoky gunpowder visage, at once acts as nurse and works as armorer at his little table in a corner, often looking round and saying with a nod of his green baize cap and an encouraging elevation of his one eyebrow, "Hold up, my boy, hold up." There, too, is Mr. Jarndyce many a time, and Alan Woodcourt almost always, both thinking much how strangely fate has entangled this rough outcast in the web of very different lives. There, too, the trooper is a frequent visitor, filling the doorway with his athletic figure, and, from his superfluity of life and strength, seeming to shed down temporary vigor upon Joe, who never fails to speak more robustly in answer to his cheerful words. Joe is in a sleep or in a stupor today, and Alan Woodcourt, newly arrived, stands by him, looking down upon his wasted form. After a while he softly seats himself upon the bedside with his face towards him, just as he sat in the law writer's room, and touches his chest and heart. The cart had very nearly given up, but labors on a little more. The trooper stands in the doorway, still and silent. Phil has stopped in a low clinking noise, with his little hammer in his hand. Mr. Woodcourt looks round with that grave professional interest and attention on his face, and glancing significantly at the trooper, signs to Phil to carry his table out. When the little hammer is next used, there will be a speck of rust upon it. Well, Joe, what is the matter? Don't be frightened. I thought, says Joe, who has started and is looking round, I thought I was in Tom all alone's again. Ain't there nobody here but you, Mr. Woodcott? Nobody. And I ain't took back to Tom all alone's, am I, sir? No. Joe closes his eyes, muttering, I'm wery thankful. After watching him closely a little while, Alan puts his mouth very near his ear and says to him in a low, distinct voice, Joe, did you ever know a prayer? Never knowed. Not think, sir. Not so much as one short prayer? No, sir. No think at all. Mr. Chadbands he was a prayin'. Once at Mr. Sangsby's and I heerd him, but he sounded as if he was a speaking to hisself and not to me. He prayed a lot, but I couldn't make out nothink on it. Different times there was other gentlemen come down. Tom all alone's a prayin', but they all mostly said as the t'other ones prayed wrong, and all mostly sounded to be a talking to theirselves, or a passing blame on the t'others, and not a talking to us. W.E. never knowed nothink. I never knowed what it was all about. It takes him a long time to say this, and few but an experienced and attentive. Listener could hear, or, hearing, understand him. After a short relapse into sleep or stupor, he makes of a sudden a strong effort to get out of bed. Stay, Joe, what now? It's time for me to go to that there burying ground, sir, he returns with a wild look. Lie down and tell me, what burying ground, Joe? Where they laid him as woes. Wery good to me, indeed, he was. It's time for me to go down to that there burying ground, sir, and ask to be put along with him. I wants to go there and be buried. He used fur to say to me, I am as poor as you today, Joe, he says. I wants to tell him that I am as poor as him now, and have come there to be laid along with him. By and by, Joe, by and by. Ah, p'raps they wouldn't do it if I was to go myself. But will you promise to have me took there, sir, and laid along with him? I will, indeed. Thank ye, sir. Thank ye, sir. Thank ye, sir. They'll have to get the key of the gate afore they can take me in, for it's allus locked. And there's a step there as I used for to clean with my broom. It's turned wery dark, sir. Is there any light a-comin'? It is comin' fast, Joe. Fast. The cart is shaken all to pieces, and the rugged road is very near its end. Joe, my poor fellow, I hear you, sir, in the dark, but I'm a-gropin', that me catch hold of your hand. Joe, can you say what I say? I'll say anything as you say, sir, for I knows it's good. Our Father. Our Father. Yes, that's wery good, sir. Which art in heaven. Which art in heaven is the light a-comin', sir. It is close at hand. Hallowed be thy name. Hallowed be thy the light is come upon the dark benighted way. Dead, your majesty. Dead, my lords and gentlemen. Dead, right reverends, and wrong reverends of every order, dead, men and women, born with heavenly compassion in your hearts, and dying thus around us every day. Chapter 48. Closing in. The place in Lincolnshire has shut its many eyes again, and the house in town is awake. In Lincolnshire the deadlocks of the past doze in their picture frames, and the low wind murmurs through the long drawing-room as if they were breathing pretty regularly. In town the deadlocks of the present rattle in their fire-eyed carriages through the darkness of the night, and the deadlock Mercuries, with ashes or hair powder on their heads, symptomatic of their great humility, loll away the drowsy mornings in the little windows of the hall. The fashionable world tremendous orb nearly 5 miles round is in full swing, and the solar system works respectfully at its appointed distances. Where the throng is thickest, where the lights are brightest, where all the senses are ministered to with the greatest delicacy and refinement, Lady Dedlock is. From the shining heights she has scaled and taken, she is never absent. Though the belief she of old reposed in herself as one able to reserve whatsoever she would under her mantle of pride, is beaten down, though she has no assurance that what she is, to those around her she will remain another day, it is not in her nature when envious eyes are looking on to yield or to droop. They say of her that she has lately grown more handsome and more haughty. The debilitated cousin says of her that she's beauty noted set of shop of women, but rather larming kind, reminding me in fact inconvenient woman, who will get oats of bed and bostalishment, Shakespeare. Mr. Tulkinghorn says nothing, looks nothing. Now as heretofore, he is to be found in doorways of rooms, with his limp white cravat loosely twisted into its old-fashioned tie, receiving patronage from the peerage and making no sign. Of all men, he is still the last who might be supposed to have any influence upon my lady. Of all women, she is still the last who might be supposed to have any dread of him. One thing has been much on her mind since their late interview in his turret. Room at Chesney Wold. She is now decided and prepared to throw it off. It is morning in the great world, afternoon according to the little sun. The Mercuries, exhausted by looking out of window, are reposing in the hall, and hang their heavy heads, the gorgeous creatures, like overblown sunflowers. Like them, too, they seem to run to a deal of seed in their tags and trimmings. Sir Leicester, in the library, has fallen asleep for the good of the country over the report of a parliamentary committee. My lady sits in the room in which she gave audience to the young man of the name of Guppy. Rosa is with her, and has been writing for her and reading to her. Rosa is now at work upon embroidery, or some such pretty thing, and as she bends her head over it, my lady watches her in silence. Not for the first time today. Rosa. The pretty village face looks brightly up. Then seeing how serious my lady is, looks puzzled and surprised. See to the door. Is it shut? Yes. She goes to it and returns and looks yet more surprised. I am about to place confidence in you, child, for I know I may trust your attachment, if not your judgment. In what I am going to do, I will not disguise myself to you at least. But I confide in you. Say nothing to any one of what passes between us. The timid little beauty promises in all earnestness to be trustworthy. Do you know, Lady Dedlock asks her, signing to her to bring her chair nearer, do you know, Rosa, that I am different to you from what I am to anyone? Yes, my lady. Much kinder. But then I often think I know you as you really are. You often think you know me as I really am? Poor child, poor child. She says it with a kind of scorn, though not of Rosa, and sits brooding, looking dreamily at her. Do you think, Rosa, you are any relief or comfort to me? Do you suppose your being young and natural, and fond of me, and grateful to me, makes it any pleasure to me to have you near me? I don't know, my lady. I can scarcely hope so. But with all my heart I wish it was so. It is so, little one. The pretty face is checked in its flush of pleasure by the dark expression on the handsome face before it. It looks timidly for an explanation. And if I were to say today, "Go, leave me," I should say what would give me great pain and disquiet, child, and what would leave me very solitary. My lady, have I offended you? In nothing. Come here. Rosa bends down on the footstool at my lady's feet. My lady, with that motherly touch of the famous ironmaster knight, lays her hand upon her dark hair and gently keeps it there. I told you, Rosa, that I wished you to be happy, and that I would make you so if I could make anybody happy on this earth. I cannot. There are reasons now known to me, reasons in which you have no part, rendering it far better for you that you should not remain here. You must not remain here. I have determined. That you shall not. I have written to the father of your lover, and he will be here today. All this I have done for your sake. The weeping girl covers her hand with kisses and says, what shall she do? What shall she do when they are separated? Her mistress kisses her on the cheek and makes no other answer. Now be happy, child, under better circumstances, be beloved and happy. Ah, my lady, I have sometimes thought forgive my being so free that you are not happy. I. Will you be more so when you have sent me away? Pray, pray think again. Let me stay a little while. I have said, my child, that what I do for your sake, not my own. It is done. What I am towards you, Rosa, is what I am now, not what I shall be a little while hence. Remember this and keep my confidence. Do so much for my sake, and thus all ends between us. She detaches herself from her simple-hearted companion and leaves the room. Late in the afternoon, when she next appears upon the staircase, she is in her haughtiest and coldest state, as indifferent as if all passion, feeling, and interest had been worn out in the earlier ages of the world and had perished from its surface with its other departed monsters. Mercury has announced Mr. Rouncewell, which is the cause of her appearance. Mr. Rouncewell is not in the library, but she repairs to the library. Sir Leicester is there, and she wishes to speak to him first. Sir Leicester, I am desirous, but you are engaged. Oh dear, no, not at all. Only Mr. Tulkinghorn, always at hand, haunting every place. No relief or security from him for a moment. I beg your pardon, Lady Dedlock. Will you allow me to retire? With a look that plainly says, you know you have the power to remain if you will. She tells him it is not necessary, and moves towards a chair. Mr. Tulkinghorn brings it a little forward for her with his clumsy bow and retires into a window opposite. Interposed between her and the fading light of day in the now quiet street, his shadow falls upon her, and he darkens all before her. Even so does he darken her life. It is a dull street under the best conditions, where the two long rows of houses stare at each other with that severity that half a dozen of its greatest mansions seem to have been slowly stared into stone rather than originally built in that material. It is a street of such dismal grandeur, so determined not to condescend to liveliness, that the doors and windows hold a gloomy state of their own in black paint and dust, and the echoing mews behind have a dry and massive appearance, as if they were reserved to stable the stone chargers of noble statues. Complicated garnish of ironwork entwines itself over the flights of steps in this awful street, and from these petrified bowers, extinguishers for obsolete flambeau gas at the upstart gas. Here and there a weak little iron hoop, through which bold boys aspire to throw their friends' caps, its only present use, retains its place among the rusty foliage, sacred to the memory of departed oil, nay, even oil itself, yet lingering at long intervals in a little absurd glass pot, with a knob in the bottom like an oyster, blinks and sulks at newer lights every night, like its high and dry master in the House of Lords. Therefore there is not much that Lady Dedlock, seated in her chair, could wish, to see through the window in which Mr. Tulkinghorn stands. And yet she sends a look in that direction as if it were her heart's desire to have that figure moved out of the way. Sir Leicester begs his lady's pardon, she was about to say, only that Mr. Rouncewell is here. He is called by my appointment, and that we had better make an end of the question of that girl. I am tired to death of the matter. What can I do to assist? Demands Sir Leicester in some considerable doubt. Let us see him here and have done with it. Will you tell them to send him up? Mr. Tulkinghorn, be so good as to ring. Thank you. Request, says Sir Leicester to Mercury, not immediately remembering the business term. Request the iron gentleman to walk this way. Mercury departs in search of the iron gentleman, finds and produces him. Sir Leicester receives that ferruginous person graciously. I hope you are well, Mr. Rouncewell. Be seated. My solicitor, Mr. Tulkinghorn. My lady was desirous, Mr. Rouncewell. Sir Leicester skilfully transfers him with a solemn wave of his hand. Was desirous to speak with you, hem. I shall be very happy, returns the iron gentleman, to give my best attention to anything Lady Dedlock does me the honor to say. As he turns towards her, he finds that the impression she makes upon him is less agreeable than on the former occasion. A distant, supercilious air makes a cold atmosphere about her, and there is nothing in her bearing, as there was before, to encourage openness. Pray, sir, says Lady Dedlock listlessly, may I be allowed to inquire whether anything has passed between you and your son respecting your son's fancy? It is almost too troublesome to her languid eyes to bestow a look upon him as she asks this question. If my memory serves me, Lady Dedlock, I said when I had the pleasure of seeing you before, that I should seriously advise my son to conquer that fancy. The ironmaster repeats her expression with a little emphasis. And did you? Oh, of course I did. Sir Leicester gives a nod, approving and confirmatory, very proper. The iron gentleman, having said that he would do it, was bound to do it. No difference in this respect between the base metals and the precious, highly proper. And pray has he done so? Really, Lady Dedlock, I cannot make you a definite reply. I fear not, probably not yet. In our condition of life, we sometimes couple an intention with our fancies, which renders them not altogether easy to throw off. I think it is rather our way to be in earnest. Sir Leicester has a misgiving that there may be a hidden Wat-Tylerish meaning in this expression, and fumes a little. Mr. Rouncewell is perfectly good-humored and polite, but within such limits evidently adapts his tone to his reception, because, proceeds my lady, I have been thinking of the subject, which is tiresome to me. I am very sorry, I am sure. And also of what Sir Leicester said upon it, in which I quite concur. Sir Leicester flattered, and if you cannot give us the assurance that this fancy is at an end, I have come to the conclusion that the girl had better leave me. I can give no such assurance, Lady Dedlock, nothing of the kind. Then she had better go. Excuse me, my lady, Sir Leicester considerately interposes, but perhaps this may be doing an injury to the young woman which she has not merited. Here is a young woman, says Sir Leicester, magnificently laying out the matter with his right hand like a service of plate, whose good fortune it is to have attracted the notice and favor of an eminent lady, and to live under the protection of that eminent lady, surrounded by the various advantages which such a position confers, and which are unquestionably very great, I believe, unquestionably very great, sir, for a young woman in that station of life. The question then arises, should that young woman be deprived of these many advantages and that good fortune simply because she has— Sir Leicester, with an apologetic but dignified inclination of his head towards the ironmaster, winds up his sentence, has attracted the notice of Mr. Rouncewell's son? Now, has she deserved this punishment? Is this just towards her? Is this our previous understanding?" "I beg your pardon," interposes Mr. Rouncewell's son's father. "Sir Leicester, will you allow me? I think I may shorten the subject. Pray dismiss that from your consideration. If you remember anything so unimportant which is not to be expected, you would recollect that my first thought in the affair was directly opposed to her remaining here." Dismiss the Dedlock patronage from consideration? Oh! Sir Leicester is bound to believe a pair of ears that have been handed down to him through such a family, or he really might have mistrusted their report of the Iron Gentleman's. Observations. "It is not necessary," observes my lady in her coldest manner, before he can do anything but breathe amazedly, "to enter into these matters on either side. The girl is a very good girl. I have nothing whatever to say against her, but she is so far insensible to her many advantages and her good fortune that she is in love or supposes she is, poor little fool, and unable to appreciate them." Sir Leicester begs to observe that wholly alters the case. He might have been sure that my lady had the best grounds and reasons in support of her view. He entirely agrees with my lady. The young woman had better go. As Sir Leicester observed Mr. Rouncewell on the last occasion when we were fatigued by this business, Lady Dedlock languidly proceeds, "We cannot make conditions with you. Without conditions and under present circumstances the girl is quite misplaced here and had better go. I have told her so. Would you wish?" "To have her sent back to the village, or would you like to take her with you, or what would you prefer?" "Lady Dedlock, if I may speak plainly, by all means. I should prefer the course which will the soonest relieve you of the encumbrance and remove her from her present position." And to speak as plainly, she returns with the same studied carelessness, "So should I. Do I understand that you will take her with you?" The iron gentleman makes an iron bow. "Sir Leicester, will you ring?" Mr. Tulkinghorn steps forward from his window and pulls the bell. "I had forgotten you. Thank you." He makes his usual bow and goes quietly back again. Mercury, swift responsive, appears, receives instructions whom to produce, skims away, produces the aforesaid, and departs. Rosa has been crying and is yet in distress. On her coming in, the ironmaster leaves his chair, takes her arm in his, and remains with her near the door, ready to depart. "You are taken charge of, you see," says my lady in her weary manner, "and are going away well protected. I have mentioned that you are a very good girl, and you have nothing to cry for." "She seems, after all," observes Mr. Tulkinghorn, loitering a little forward with his hands behind him, as if she were crying at going away. "Why, she is not well bred, you see," returns Mr. Rouncewell, with some quickness in his manner, as if he were glad to have the lawyer to retort upon. "And she is an inexperienced little thing and knows no better. If she had remained here, sir, she would have improved, no doubt." "No doubt," is Mr. Tulkinghorn's composed reply. Rosa sobs out that she is very sorry to leave my lady, and that she was happy at Chesney Wold, and has been happy with my lady, and that she thanks my lady over and over again. "Out, you silly little puss," says the ironmaster, checking her in a low voice, though not angrily. "Have a spirit, if you're fond of what." My lady merely waves her off with indifference, saying, "There, there, child, you are a good girl, go away." So Leicester has magnificently disengaged himself from the subject, and retired into the sanctuary of his blue coat. Mr. Tulkinghorn, an indistinct form against the dark street now dotted with lamps, looms in my lady's view, bigger and blacker than before. "Sir Leicester and Lady Dedlock," says Mr. Rouncewell, after a pause of a few. Moments. I beg to take my leave, with an apology for having again troubled you, though not of my own act, on this tiresome subject. I can very well understand, I assure you, how tiresome so small a matter must have become to Lady Dedlock. If I am doubtful of my dealing with it, it is only because I did not at first quietly exert my influence to take my young friend here away without troubling you at all. But it appeared to me, I dare say, magnifying the importance of the thing, that it was respectful to explain to you how the matter stood and candid to consult your wishes and convenience. I hope you will excuse my want of acquaintance with the polite world. Sir Leicester considers himself evoked out of the sanctuary by these remarks. Mr. Hone de Point of Rouncewell, he returns, do not mention it. Justifications are unnecessary, I hope, on either side. I am glad to hear it, Sir Leicester, and if I may, by way of a last word, revert to what I said before of my mother's long connection with the family and the worth it bespeaks on both sides, I would point out this little instance here on my arm, who shows herself so affectionate and faithful in parting, and in whom my mother, I dare say, has done something to awaken such feelings, though of course Lady Dedlock, by her heartfelt interest and her genial condescension, has done much more. If he mean this ironically, it may be truer than he thinks. He points it, however, by no deviation from his straightforward manner of speech, though in saying it he turns towards that part of the dim room where my lady sits. Sir Leicester stands to return his parting salutation. Mr. Tulkinghorn again rings. Mercury takes another flight, and Mr. Rouncewell and Rosa leave the house. Then lights are brought in, discovering Mr. Tulkinghorn still standing in his window with his hands behind him, and my lady still sitting with his figure before her, closing up her view of the night as well as of the day. She is very pale. Mr. Tulkinghorn, observing it as she rises to retire, thinks, well, she may be. The power of this woman is astonishing. She has been acting a part the whole time. But he can act a part too, his one unchanging character, and as he holds the door open for this woman, 50 pairs of eyes, each 50 times sharper than Sir Leicester's pair, should find no flaw in him. Lady Dedlock dines alone in her own room today. Sir Leicester is whipped in to the rescue of the Doodle party and the discomfiture of the Coodle faction. Lady Dedlock asks on sitting down to dinner, still deadly pale, and quite an illustration of the debilitated cousin's text, whether he is gone out? Yes. Whether Mr. Tulkinghorn is gone yet? No. Presently she asks again, is he gone yet? No. What is he doing? Mercury thinks he is writing letters in the library. Would my lady wish to see him? Anything but that. But he wishes to see my lady. Within a few more minutes he is reported as sending his respects, and could my lady please to receive him for a word or two after her dinner? My lady will receive him now. He comes now, apologizing for intruding, even by her permission, while she is at table. When they are alone, my lady waves her hand to dispense with such mockeries. What do you want, sir? Why, Lady Dedlock, says the lawyer, taking a chair at a little distance from her, and slowly rubbing his rusty legs up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. I am rather surprised by the course you have taken. Indeed? Yes, decidedly. I was not prepared for it. I consider it a departure from our agreement and your promise. It puts us in a new position, Lady Dedlock, I feel. Myself under the necessity of saying that I don't approve of it. He stops in his rubbing and looks at her, with his hands on his knees. Imperturbable and unchangeable as he is, there is still an indefinable freedom in his manner which is new and which does not escape this woman's observation. I do not quite understand you. Oh, yes, you do, I think. I think you do. Come, come, Lady Dedlock, we must not fence and parry now. You know you like this girl. Well, sir, And you know and I know that you have not sent her away for the reasons you have assigned, but for the purpose of separating her as much as possible from, excuse my mentioning it as a matter of business, any reproach and exposure that impend over yourself. Well, sir. Well, Lady Dedlock, returned the lawyer, crossing his legs and nursing the uppermost knee, I object to that. I consider that a dangerous proceeding. I know it to be unnecessary and calculated to awaken speculation, doubt, rumor, I don't know what in the house. Besides, it is a violation of our agreement. You are to be exactly what you were before, whereas it must be evident to yourself, as it is to me, that you have been this evening very different from what you were before. Why, bless my soul, Lady Dedlock, transparently so. If, sir, she begins, in my knowledge of my secret, but he interrupts her. Now, Lady Dedlock, this is a matter of business, and in a matter of business the ground cannot be kept too clear. It is no longer your secret. Excuse me, that is just the mistake. It is my secret, in trust for Sir Leicester and the family. If it were your secret, Lady Dedlock, we should not be here holding this conversation. That is very true. If in my knowledge of the secret I do what I can to spare an innocent girl especially, remembering your own reference to her when you told my story to the assembled guests at Chesney Wold from the taint of my impending shame, I act upon a resolution I have taken. Nothing in the world, and no one in the world, could shake it or could move me. This she says with great deliberation and distinctness, and with no more outward passion than himself. As for him, he methodically discusses his matter of business as if she were any insensible instrument used in business. Really, then you see, Lady Dedlock, he returns, you are not to be trusted. You have put the case in a perfectly plain way, and according to the literal fact, and that being the case, you are not to be trusted. Perhaps you may remember that I expressed some anxiety on this same point when we spoke at night at Chesney Wold. Yes, says Mr. Tulkinghorn, coolly getting up and standing on the hearth. Yes. I recollect, Lady Dedlock, that you certainly referred to the girl, but that was before we came to our arrangement, and both the letter and the spirit of our arrangement altogether precluded any action on your part founded upon my discovery. There can be no doubt about that. As to sparing the girl, of what importance or value is she? Spare. Lady Dedlock, here is a family name compromised. One might have supposed that the course was straight on over everything, neither to the right nor to the left, regardless of all considerations in the way, sparing nothing, treading everything underfoot. She's been looking at the table. She lifts up her eyes and looks at him. There is a stern expression on her face, and a part of her lower lip is compressed under her teeth. This woman understands me, Mr. Tulkinghorn thinks, as she lets her glance fall again. S.H.E. cannot be spared. Why should she spare others? For a little while they are silent. Lady Dedlock has eaten no dinner, but has twice or thrice poured out water with a steady hand and drunk it. She rises from table, takes a lounging chair and reclines in it, shading her face. There is nothing in her manner to express weakness or excite compassion. It is thoughtful, gloomy, concentrated. This woman, thinks Mr. Tulkinghorn, standing on the hearth, again a dark object closing up her view, is a study. He studies her at his leisure, not speaking for a time. She too studies something at her leisure. She is not the first to speak, appearing indeed so unlikely to be so, though he stood there until midnight, that even he is driven upon breaking silence. Lady Dedlock, the most disagreeable part of this business interview, remains, but it is business. Our agreement is broken. A lady of your sense and strength of character will be prepared for my now declaring it void, and taking my own. course. I am quite prepared. Mr. Tulkinghorn inclines his head. That is all I have to trouble you with, Lady Dedlock. She stops him as he is moving out of the room by asking, "This is the notice I was to receive? I wish not to misapprehend you." "Not exactly the notice you were to receive, Lady Dedlock, because the contemplated notice supposed the agreement to have been observed, but virtually the same, virtually the same. The difference is merely in a lawyer's mind. You intend to give me no other notice?" "You are right. No. Do you contemplate undeceiving Sir Leicester tonight? A home question," says Mr. Tulkinghorn, with a slight smile and cautiously shaking his head at the shaded face. "No, not tonight." "Tomorrow?" "All things considered, I had better decline answering that question, Lady Dedlock. If I were to say I don't know when, exactly, you would not believe me, and it would answer no purpose. It may be tomorrow." "I would rather say no more. You are prepared, and I hold out no expectations which circumstances might fail to justify. I wish you good evening." She removes her hand, turns her pale face towards him as he walks silently to the door, and stops him once again as he is about to open it. "Do you intend to remain in the house any time? I heard you were writing in the library. Are you going to return there?" "Only for my hat. I am going home." She bows her eyes rather than her head, the movement is so slight and curious, and he withdraws. Clear of the room he looks at his watch, but is inclined to doubt it by a minute or thereabouts. There is a splendid clock upon the staircase, famous, as splendid clocks not often are, for its accuracy. "And what do you say?" Mr. Tulkinghorn inquires, referring to it. "What do you say? If it's said now, don't go home." What a famous clock, hereafter! If it's said tonight of all the nights that it is counted off, to this old man of all the young and old men who have ever stood before it, "Don't go home!" With its sharp clear bell it strikes 7:15 and takes on again. "Why, you are worse than I thought you," says Mr. Tulkinghorn, muttering reproof to his watch. 2. "Minutes wrong? At this rate you won't last my time. What a watch to return good for evil if it ticked an answer, 'Don't go home.'" He passes out into the streets and walks on, with his hands behind him under the shadow of the lofty houses, many of whose mysteries, difficulties, mortgages, delicate affairs of all kinds, are treasured up within his old black satin waistcoat. He is in the confidence of the very bricks and mortar. The high chimney stacks telegraph family secrets to him. Yet there is not a voice in a mile of them to whisper, "Don't go home." Through the stir and motion of the commoner streets, through the roar and jar of many vehicles, many feet, many voices, with the blazing shop lights lighting him on, the west wind blowing him on, and the crowd pressing him on, he is pitilessly urged upon his way, and nothing meets him murmuring, "Don't go home." Arrived at last in his dull room to light his candles and look round and, up, and see the Roman pointing from the ceiling. There is no new significance in the Roman's hand tonight, or in the flutter of the attendant groups to give him the late warning, "Don't come here." It is a moonlight night, but the moon, being past the full, is only now rising over the great wilderness of London. The stars are shining as they shone above the turret leads at Chesney Wold. This woman, as he has of late been so accustomed to call her, looks out upon them. Her soul is turbulent within her. She is sick at heart and restless. The large rooms are too cramped and close. She cannot endure their restraint, and will walk alone in a neighboring garden. Too capricious and imperious in all she does to be the cause of much surprise in those about her as to anything she does, this woman, loosely muffled, goes out into the moonlight. Mercury attends with the key. Having opened the garden gate, he delivers the key into his lady's hands at her request, and is bidden to go. back. She will walk there some time to ease her aching head. She may be an hour, she may be more. She needs no further escort. The gate shuts upon its spring with a clash, and he leaves her passing on into the dark shade of some trees. A fine night, and a bright large moon, and multitudes of stars. Mr. Tulkinghorn, in repairing to his cellar and in opening and shutting those resounding doors, has to cross a little prison-like yard. He looks up casually, thinking what a fine night. What a bright large moon, what multitudes of stars. A quiet night, too. A very quiet night. When the moon shines very brilliantly, a solitude and stillness seem to proceed from her that influence even crowded places, full of life. Not only is it a still night on dusty high roads and on hill summits, whence a wide expanse of country may be seen in repose, quieter and quieter, as it spreads away into a fringe of trees, against the sky, with the gray ghost of a bloom upon. This is Ireland Alec Beaters, the Gazeta from Russia's Ms. Kaisermans, or your weirs, Westaching, Weston and Nodders, wonder dead bats and stillness attended as it flows where houses crosses thick, where many the buildings squirmings train girl, where a mengmengi carne brink, Wilston and Steve Falsel, working wells good for its conscience who wants what's a big brighted as a bickities from big and wait tight can it's kind of for doesn't come in much rather. Its steeples and towers and its one great dome grow more ethereal. Its smoky housetops lose their grossness in the pale effulgence. The noises that arise from the streets are fewer and are softened, and the footsteps on. The pavements pass more tranquilly away, and these fields of Mr. Tulkinghorn's inhabiting, where the shepherds play on chancery pipes that have no stop, and keep their sheep in the fold, by hook and by crook, until they have shorn them exceeding close, every noise is merged, this moonlight night, into a distant ringing hum, as if the city were a vast glass, vibrating. What's that? Who fired a gun or pistol? Where was it? The few foot passengers start, stop, and stare about them. Some windows and doors are opened, and people come out to look. It was a loud report, and echoed and rattled heavily. It shook one house, or so a man says, who was passing. It has aroused all the dogs in the neighborhood, who bark vehemently. Terrified cats scamper across the road. While the dogs are yet barking and howling, there's one dog howling like a demon. The church clocks, as if they were startled too, begin to strike. The hum from the streets likewise seems to swell into a shout, but it is. Soon over. Before the last clock begins to strike 10, there is a lull. When it has ceased, the fine night, the bright large moon, and multitudes of stars are left at peace again. Has Mr. Tulkinghorn been disturbed? His windows are dark and quiet, and his door is shut. It must be something unusual indeed to bring him out of his shell. Nothing is heard of him, nothing is seen of him. What power of cannon might it take to shake that rusty old man out of his immovable composure? For many years the persistent Roman has been pointing with no particular meaning from that ceiling. It is not likely that he has any new meaning in him tonight. Once pointing, always pointing like any Roman or even Briton with a single idea. There he is, no doubt, in his impossible attitude, pointing unavailingly all night long. Moonlight, darkness, dawn, sunrise, day. There he is still, eagerly pointing, and no one minds him. But a little after the coming of the day, come people to clean the rooms, and either the Roman has some new meaning in him, not expressed before, or the foremost of them goes wild, for looking up at his outstretched hand and looking down at what is below it, that person shrieks and flies. The others, looking in, as the first one looked, shriek and fly too, and there is an alarm in the street. What does it mean? No light is admitted into the darkened chamber, and people unaccustomed to it enter and, treading softly but heavily, carry a weight into the bedroom and lay it down. There is whispering and wondering all day, strict search of every corner, careful tracing of steps, and careful noting of the disposition of every article of furniture. All eyes look up at the Roman, and all voices murmur, "If he could only tell what he saw." He is pointing at a table with a bottle nearly full of wine, and a glass upon it, and 2 candles that were blown out suddenly soon after being lighted. He is pointing at an empty chair and at a stain upon the ground before it that might be almost covered with a hand. These objects lie directly within his range. An excited imagination might suppose that there was something in them so terrific as to drive the rest of the composition, not only the attendant big-leg boys, but the clouds and flowers and pillars too. In short, the very body and soul of allegory, and all the brains it has stark mad. It happens surely that everyone who comes into the darkened room and looks at these things looks up at the Roman, and that he is invested in all eyes with mystery and awe, as if he were a paralyzed dumb witness. So it shall happen surely, through many years to come, that ghostly stories shall be told of the stain upon the floor, so easy to be covered, so hard to be got out, and that the Roman, pointing from the ceiling, shall point, so long as dust and damp and spiders spare him, with far greater significance than he ever had in Mr. Tulkinghorn's time, and with a deadly meaning, for Mr. Tulkinghorn's time is over forevermore, and the Roman pointed at the murderous hand uplifted against his life, and pointed helplessly at him from night to morning, lying face downward on the floor, shot through the heart. Chapter 49. Dutiful Friendship. A great annual occasion has come round in the establishment of Mr. Matthew Bagnet, otherwise Lignum Vitae, ex-artilleryman and present bassoon-player, an occasion of feasting and festival. The celebration of a birthday in the family. It is not Mr. Bagnet's birthday. Mr. Bagnet merely distinguishes that epoch in the musical instrument business by kissing the children with an extra smack before breakfast, smoking an additional pipe after dinner, and wondering towards evening what his poor old mother is thinking about it. A subject of infinite speculation, and rendered so by his mother having departed this life 20 years. Some men rarely revert to their father, but seem, in the bank books of their remembrance, to have transferred all the stock of filial affection into their mother's name. Mr. Bagnet is one of these. Perhaps his exalted appreciation of the merits of the old girl causes him usually to make the noun substantive goodness of the feminine gender. It is not the birthday of one of the 3 children. Those occasions are kept with some marks of distinction, but they rarely overleap the bounds of happy returns and a pudding. On young Woolwich's last birthday, Mr. Bagnet certainly did, after observing on his growth and general advancement, proceed, in a moment of profound reflection on the changes wrought by time, to examine him in the catechism, accomplishing with extreme accuracy the questions number 1 and 2. What is your name? And who gave you that name? But there failing in the exact precision of his memory, and substituting for number 3 the question, and how do you like that name? Which he propounded with a sense of its importance in itself so edifying and improving as to give it quite an orthodox air. This, however, was a speciality on that particular birthday, and not a general solemnity. It is the old girl's birthday, and that is the greatest holiday and reddest letter day in Mr. Bagnet's calendar. The auspicious event is always commemorated. according to certain forms settled and prescribed by Mr. Bagnet some years since. Mr. Bagnet, being deeply convinced that to have a pair of fowls for dinner is to attain the highest pitch of imperial luxury, invariably goes forth himself very early in the morning of this day to buy a pair. He is, as invariably, taken in by the vendor and installed in the possession of the oldest inhabitants of any cope in Europe. Returning with these triumphs of toughness, tied up in a clean blue and white cotton handkerchief essential to the arrangements, he, in a casual manner, invites Mrs. Bagnet to declare at breakfast what she would like for dinner. Mrs. Bagnet, by a coincidence never known to fail, replying fowls, Mr. Bagnet instantly produces his bundle from a place of concealment amidst general amazement and rejoicing. He further requires that the old girl shall do nothing all day long but sit in her very best gown and be served by himself and the young people. As he is not illustrious for his cookery, this may be supposed to be a matter of state rather than enjoyment on the old girl's part. But she keeps her. State with all imaginable cheerfulness. On this present birthday, Mr. Bagnet has accomplished the usual preliminaries. He has bought 2 specimens of poultry, which, if there be any truth in adages, were certainly not caught with chaff, to be prepared for the spit. He has amazed and rejoiced the family by their unlooked-for production. He is himself directing the roasting of the poultry. And Mrs. Bagnet, with her wholesome brown fingers itching to prevent what she sees going wrong, sits in her gown as ceremony, an honored guest. Quebec and Malta lay the cloth for dinner, while Woolwich, serving, as beseems him under his father, keeps the fowls revolving. To these young scullions, Mrs. Bagnet occasionally imparts a wink, or a shake of the head, or a crooked face, as they made mistakes. At 1:30, says Mr. Bagnet, to the minute, they'll be done. Mrs. Bagnet, with anguish, beholds one of them at a standstill before the fire and beginning to burn. "You shall have a dinner, old girl," says Mr. Bagnet, "fit for a queen." Mrs. Bagnet shows her white teeth cheerfully, but to the perception of her son betrays so much uneasiness of spirit that he is impelled by the dictates of affection to ask her, with his eyes, what is the matter, thus standing, with his eyes wide open, more oblivious of the fowls than before, and not affording the least hope of a return to consciousness. Fortunately, his elder sister perceives the cause of the agitation in Mrs. Bagnet's breast, and with an admonitory poke recalls him. The stopped fowls going round again, Mrs. Bagnet closes her eyes in the intensity of her relief. "George will look us up," says Mr. Bagnet, "at 4:30, to the moment. How many years, old girl, has George looked us up this afternoon?" "Ah, Lignum, Lignum, as many as make an old woman of a young one, I begin to think. Just about that, and no less," returns Mrs. Bagnet, laughing and shaking her head. "Old girl," says Mr. Bagnet, "never mind, you'd be as young as ever you was, if you wasn't younger, which you are, as everybody knows." Quebec and Malta here exclaim, with clapping of hands, that Bluffy is sure to bring mother something, and begin to speculate on what it will be. "Do you know, Lignum," says Mrs. Bagnet, casting a glance on the tablecloth, and winking salt at Malta with her right eye and shaking the pepper away from Quebec with her head, "I begin to think George is in the roving way again." "George," returns Mr. Bagnet, "will never desert and leave his old comrade in the lurch. Don't be afraid of it." "No, Lignum. No, I don't say he will. I don't think he will. But if he could get over this money trouble of his, I believe he would be off." Mr. Bagnet asks why. "Well," returns his wife, considering, "George seems to me to be getting not a little impatient and restless. I don't say but what he's as free as ever." Of course he must be free, or he wouldn't be George, but he smarts and seems put out. He's extra drilled, says Mr. Bagnet. By a lawyer, who would put the devil out? There's something in that, his wife assents. But so it is, Lignum. Further conversation is prevented, for the time, by the necessity under which Mr. Bagnet finds himself of directing the whole force of his mind to the dinner, which is a little endangered by the dry humor of the fowls in not yielding any gravy, and also by the made gravy acquiring no flavor and turning out of a flaxen complexion. With a similar perverseness, the potatoes crumble off forks in the process of peeling, upheaving from their centers in every direction, as if they were subject to earthquakes. The legs of the fowls, too, are longer than could be desired and extremely scaly. Overcoming these disadvantages to the best of his ability, Mr. Bagnet at last dishes, and they sit down at table, Mrs. Bagnet occupying the guest's place at his right hand. It is well for the old girl that she has but one birthday in a year, for two such indulgences in poultry might be injurious. Every kind of finer tendon and ligament that is in the nature of poultry to possess is developed in these specimens in the singular form of guitar strings. Their limbs appear to have struck roots into their breasts and bodies, as aged trees strike roots into the earth. Their legs are so hard as to encourage the idea that they must have devoted the greater part of their long and arduous lives to pedestrian exercises and the point. Walking of matches. But Mr. Bagnet, unconscious of these little defects, sets his heart on Mrs. Bagnet eating a most severe quantity of the delicacies before her, and as that good old girl would not cause him a moment's disappointment on any day, least of all on such a day, for any consideration, she imperils her digestion fearfully. How young Woolwich cleans the drumsticks without being of ostrich descent, his anxious mother is at a loss to understand. The old girl has another trial to undergo after the conclusion of the repast in sitting in state to see the room cleared, the hearth swept, and the dinner service washed up and polished in the backyard. The great delight and energy with which the two young ladies apply themselves to these duties, turning up their skirts in imitation of their mother, and skating in and out on little scaffolds of patens, inspired the highest hopes for the future, but some anxiety for the present. The same causes lead to confusion of tongues, a clattering of crockery, a rattling of tin mugs, a whisking of brooms, and an expenditure of water, all in excess, while the saturation of the young ladies themselves is almost too moving a spectacle for Mrs. Bagnet to look upon with the calmness proper to her position. At last the various cleansing processes are triumphantly completed. Quebec and Malta appear in fresh attire, smiling and dry. Pipes, tobacco, and something to drink are placed upon the table, and the old girl enjoys the first peace of mind she ever knows on the day of this delightful entertainment. When Mr. Bagnet takes his usual seat, the hands of the clock are very near to 4:30. As they mark it accurately, Mr. Bagnet announces, "George, military time." It is George, and he has hearty congratulations for the old girl whom he kisses on the great occasion, and for the children, and for Mr. Bagnet. "Happy returns to all," says Mr. George. "But George, old man," cries Mrs. Bagnet, looking at him curiously, "what's come to you? Come to me? Ah, you are so white, George, for you and look so shocked. Now don't he, Lignum?" "George," says Mr. Bagnet, "tell the old girl, what's the matter?" "I didn't know I looked white," says the trooper, passing his hand over his brow, "and I didn't know I looked shocked, and I'm sorry I do. But the truth is, that boy who was taken in at my place died yesterday afternoon, and it has rather knocked me over." "Poor creature," says Mrs. Bagnet with a mother's pity. "Is he gone?" "Dear, dear, I didn't mean to say anything about it, for it's not birthday talk, but you have." Get it out of me, you see, before I sit down." "I should have roused up in a minute," says the trooper, making himself speak more gaily, "but you're so quick, Mrs. Bagnet." "You're right. The old girl," says Mr. Bagnet, "is as quick as powder. And what's more, she's the subject of the day, and we'll stick to her," cries Mr. George. "See here, I have brought a little brooch along with me. It's a poor thing, you know, but it's a keepsake. That's all the good it is, Mrs. Bagnet." Mr. George produces his present, which is greeted with admiring leapings and clappings by the young family, and with a species of reverential admiration by Mr. Bagnet. "Old girl," says Mr. Bagnet, "tell him my opinion of it." "Why, it's a wonder, George," Mrs. Bagnet exclaims. "It's the beautifulest thing that ever was seen." "Good," says Mr. Bagnet, "my opinion." "It's so pretty, George," cries Mrs. Bagnet, turning it on all sides and holding it out at arm's length, "that it seems too choice for me." "Bad," says Mr. Bagnet, "not my opinion. But whatever it is, 100,000 thanks, old fellow," says Mrs. Bagnet, her eyes sparkling with pleasure and her hand stretched out to him. "And though I have been a cross-grained soldier's wife to you sometimes, George, we are as strong friends, I am sure, in reality as ever can be. Now you shall fasten it on yourself, for good luck, if you will, George." The children close up to see it done, and Mr. Bagnet looks over young Woolwich's head to see it done with an interest so maturely wooden, yet pleasantly childish, that Mrs. Bagnet cannot help laughing in her airy way, and saying, "Oh, Lignum, Lignum, what a precious old chap you are." But the trooper fails to fasten the brooch. His hand shakes, he is nervous, and it falls off. "Would anyone believe this?" says he, catching it as it drops and looking round. "I am so out of sorts that I bungle at an easy job like this." Mrs. Bagnet concludes that for such a case there is no remedy like a pipe, and fastening the brooch herself in a twinkling, causes the trooper to be inducted into his usual snug place, and the pipes to be got into action. "If that don't bring you round, George," says she, "just throw your eye across here at your present now and then, and the two together must do it." "You ought to do it of yourself," George answers. "I know that very well, Mrs. Bagnet. I'll tell you how, one way and another, the blues have got to be too many for me." Here was this poor lad. 'Twas dull work to see him dying as he did, and not be able to help him. "What do you mean, George? You did help him. You took him under your roof." "I helped him so far, but that's little. I mean, Mrs. Bagnet, there he was, dying without ever having been taught much more than to know his right hand from his left, and he was too far gone to be helped out of that." "Ah, poor creature," says Mrs. Bagnet. "Then," says the trooper, not yet lighting his pipe and passing his heavy hand over his hair, that brought up Gridley in a man's mind. His was a bad case, too, in a different way. Then the two got mixed up in a man's mind with a flinty old rascal who had to do with both. And to think of that rusty carbine, stock and barrel, standing up on end in his corner, hard, indifferent, taking everything so evenly it made flesh and blood tingle, I do assure you. "My advice to you," returns Mrs. Bagnet, "is to light your pipe and tingle that way. It's wholesomer and comfortabler and better for the health altogether." "You're right," says the trooper, "and I'll do it." So he does it, though still with an indignant gravity that impresses the young Bagnets, and even causes Mr. Bagnet to defer the ceremony of drinking Mrs. Bagnet's health, always given by himself on these occasions, in a speech of exemplary terseness. But the young ladies having composed what Mr. Bagnet is in the habit of calling the mixture, and George's pipe being now in the glow, Mr. Bagnet considers it his duty to proceed to the toast of the evening. He addresses the assembled company in the following terms: George, Woolwich, Quebec, Malta, this is her birthday. Take a day's march, and you won't find such another. Here's towards her. The toast having been drunk with enthusiasm, Mrs. Bagnet returns thanks in a neat address of corresponding brevity. This model composition is limited to the 3 words, "and wishing yours," which the old girl follows up with a nod at everybody in succession and a well-regulated swig of the mixture. This she again follows up on the present occasion by the wholly unexpected exclamation, "Here's a man!" Here is a man, much to the astonishment of the little company, looking in at the parlor door. He is a sharp-eyed man, a quick, keen man, and he takes in everybody's look at him, all at once, individually and collectively, in a manner that stamps him a remarkable man. "George," says the man, nodding, "how do you find yourself?" "Why, it's Bucket," cries Mr. George. "Yes," says the man, coming in and closing the door. "I was going down the street here when I happened to stop and look in at the musical instruments in the shop window. A friend of mine is in one of a second-hand violin seller of a good tone, and I saw a party enjoying themselves, and I thought it was you in the corner. I thought I couldn't be mistaken. How goes the world with you, George, at the present moment?" "Pretty smooth." "And with you, ma'am?" "And with you, governor?" "And Lord," says Mr. Bucket, opening his arms, "here's children too. You may do anything with me if you only show me children. Give us a kiss, my pets. No occasion to inquire who your father and mother is. Never saw such a likeness in my life." Mr. Bucket, not unwelcome, has sat himself down next to Mr. George and taken Quebec and Malta on his knees. "You pretty dears," says Mr. Bucket, "give us another kiss. It's the only thing I'm greedy in. Lord bless you, how healthy you look. And what may be the ages of these two, ma'am? I should put 'em down at." "The figures of about 8 and 10. "You're very near, sir," says Mrs. Bagnet. "I generally am near," returns Mr. Bucket, being so fond of children. "A friend of mine has had 19 of 'em, ma'am, all by one mother, and she's still as fresh and rosy as the morning. Not so much so as yourself, but, upon my soul, she comes near you." "And what do you call these, my darling?" pursues Mr. Bucket, pinching Malta's cheeks. "These are peaches, these are." "Bless your heart! And what do you think about father? Do you think father could recommend a second-hand violin seller of a good tone for Mr. Bucket's friend, my dear?" "My name's Bucket. Ain't that a funny name?" These blandishments have entirely won the family heart. Mrs. Bagnet forgets the day to the extent of filling a pipe and a glass for Mr. Bucket and waiting upon him hospitably. She would be glad to receive so pleasant a character under any circumstances, but she tells him that as a friend of George's she is particularly glad to see him this evening, for George has not been in his usual spirits. "Not in his usual spirits!" exclaims Mr. Bucket. "Why, I never heard of such a thing. What's the matter, George? You don't intend to tell me you've been out of spirits?" "What should you be out of spirits for? You haven't got anything on your mind, you know." "Nothing particular," returns the trooper. "I should think not," rejoins Mr. Bucket. "What could you have on your mind, you know? And have these pets got anything on EHT minds, eh?" "Not they, but they'll be upon the minds of some of the young fellows, some of these days, and make 'em precious low-spirited. I ain't much of a prophet, but I can tell you that, ma'am." Mrs. Bagnet, quite charmed, hopes Mr. Bucket has a family of his own. "There, ma'am," says Mr. Bucket. "Would you believe it? No, I haven't. My wife and a lodger constitute my family. Mrs. Bucket is as fond of children as myself, and as wishful to have 'em, but no. So it is. Worldly goods are divided unequally, and man must not repine. What a very nice backyard, ma'am. Any way out of that yard now? There is no way out of that yard, now. Ain't there really? Says Mr. Bucket. I should have thought there might have been. Well, I don't know as I ever saw a backyard that took my fancy more. Would you allow me to look at it? Thank you. No, I see there's no way out. But what a very good proportion yard it is. Having cast his sharp eye all about it, Mr. Bucket returns to his chair next his. Friend Mr. George, and pats Mr. George affectionately on the shoulder. How are your spirits now, George? All right now, returns the trooper. That's your sort, says Mr. Bucket. Why should you ever have been otherwise? A man of your fine figure and constitution has no right to be out of spirits. That ain't a chest to be out of spirits, is it, ma'am? And you haven't got anything on your mind, you know, George. What could you have on your mind? Somewhat harping on this phrase, considering the extent and variety of his conversational powers, Mr. Bucket twice or thrice repeats it to the pipe he lights, and with a listening face that is particularly his own. But the sun of his sociality soon recovers from this brief eclipse and shines again. And this is brother, is it, my dears? Says Mr. Bucket, referring to Quebec and House. Malta for information on the subject of young Woolwich, and a nice brother he is, half-brother I mean to say, for he's too old to be your boy, ma'am. I can certify at all events that he is not anybody else's, returns Mrs. Bagnet, laughing. Well, you do surprise me, yet he's like you, there's no denying. Lord, he's wonderfully like you, but about what you may call the brow, you know, there his father comes out. Mr. Bucket compares the faces with one eye shut up, while Mr. Bagnet smokes in stolid satisfaction. This is an opportunity for Mrs. Bagnet to inform him that the boy is George's godson. George's godson, is he? Rejoins Mr. Bucket with extreme cordiality. I must shake hands over again with George's godson. Godfather and godson do credit to one another. And what do you intend to make of him, ma'am? Does he show any turn for any musical instrument? Mr. Bagnet suddenly interposes, plays the fife. Beautiful! Would you believe it, Governor, says Mr. Bucket, struck by the coincidence, that when I was a boy, I played the fife myself? Not in the scientific way, as I expect he does, but by ear. Lord bless you, British Grenadiers, there's a tune to warm an Englishman up. Could you give us British Grenadiers, my fine fellow? Nothing could be more acceptable to the little circle than this call upon young Woolwich, who immediately fetches his fife and performs the stirring melody, during which performance Mr. Bucket, much enlivened, beats time and never fails to come in sharp with the burden, British Grenadiers. In short, he shows so much musical taste that Mr. Bagnet actually takes his pipe from his lips to express his conviction that he is a singer. Mr. Bucket receives the harmonious impeachment so modestly, confessing how that he did once chaunt a little, for the expression of the feelings of his own bosom, and with no presumptuous idea of entertaining his friends, that he is asked to sing. Not to be behindhand in the sociality of the evening, he complies and gives them, believe me, if all those endearing young charms. This ballad, he informs Mrs. Bagnet, he considers to have been his most powerful ally in moving the heart of Mrs. Bucket when a maiden, and inducing her to approach the altar. Mr. Bucket's own words are, to come up to the scratch. This sparkling stranger is such a new and agreeable feature in the evening that Mr. George, who testified no great emotions of pleasure on his entrance, begins, in spite of himself, to be rather proud of him. He is so friendly, is a man of so many resources, and so easy to get on with, that it is something to have made him known there. Mr. Bagnet becomes, after another pipe, so sensible of the value of his acquaintance that he solicits the honor of his company on the old girl's next birthday. If anything can more closely cement and consolidate the esteem which Mr. Bucket has formed for the family, it is the discovery of the nature of the occasion. He drinks to Mrs. Bagnet with a warmth approaching to rapture, engages himself for that day 12 months more than thankfully, makes a memorandum of the day in a large black pocketbook with a girdle to it, and breathes the hope that Mrs. Bucket and Mrs. Bucket and Mrs. Bucket may before then become, in a manner, sisters. As he says himself, what is public life without private ties? He is in his humble way a public man, but it is not in that sphere that he finds happiness. No, it must be sought within the confines of domestic bliss. It is natural under these circumstances that he, in his turn, should remember the friend to whom he is indebted for so promising an acquaintance. And he does. He keeps very close to him. Whatever the subject of the conversation, he keeps a tender eye upon him. He waits to walk home with him. He is interested. In his very boots, and observes even them attentively as Mr. George sits smoking cross-legged in the chimney corner. At length, Mr. George rises to depart. At the same moment, Mr. Bucket, with the secret sympathy of friendship, also rises. He dotes upon the children to the last, and remembers the commission he has undertaken for an absent friend. Respecting that second-hand violin seller, "Governor, could you recommend me such a thing?" "Scores," says Mr. Bagnet. "I am obliged to you," returns Mr. Bucket, squeezing his hand. "You're a friend in need. A good tone, mind you. My friend is a regular dab at it. Ecod, he saws away at Mozart and Handel, and the rest of the big wigs like a thorough workman. And you needn't," says Mr. Bucket in a considerate and private voice. "You needn't commit yourself to too low a figure, Governor. I don't want to pay too large a price for my friend, but I want you to have your proper percentage and be remunerated for your loss of time. That is but fair. Every man must live and ought to it." Mr. Bagnet shakes his head at the old girl to the effect that they have found a jewel of price. "Suppose I was to give you a look in, say, at half our tier, 10 tomorrow morning, perhaps you could name the figures of a few wine cellars of a good tone," says Mr. Bucket. "Nothing easier." Mr. and Mrs. Bagnet both engage to have the requisite information ready and even hint to each other at the practicability of having a small stock collected there for approval. "Thank you," says Mr. Bucket. "Thank you. Good night, ma'am. Good night, Governor. Good night, darlings. I am much obliged to you for one of the pleasantest evenings I ever spent in my life." They, on the contrary, are much obliged to him for the pleasure he has given them in his company, and so they part with many expressions of goodwill on both sides. "Now, George, old boy," says Mr. Bucket, taking his arm at the shop door, "come along." As they go down the little street and the Bagnets pause for a minute looking after them, Mrs. Bagnet remarks to the worthy Lignum that Mr. Bucket almost clings to George like and seems to be really fond of him. The neighboring streets being narrow and ill paved, it is a little inconvenient to walk there two abreast and arm in arm. Mr. George therefore soon proposes to walk singly. But Mr. Bucket, who cannot make up his mind to relinquish his friendly hold, replies, "Wait half a minute, George. I should wish to speak to you." First, immediately afterwards, he twists him into a public house and into a parlor, where he confronts him and claps his own back against the door. "Now, George," says Mr. Bucket, "duty is duty, and friendship is friendship. I never want the two to clash if I can help it. I have endeavored to make things pleasant tonight, and I put it to you whether I have done it or not. You must consider yourself in custody, George. Custody? What for? Returns the trooper, thunderstruck. Now, George, says Mr. Bucket, urging a sensible view of the case upon him with his fat forefinger, duty, as you know very well, is one thing, and conversation is another. It's my duty to inform you that any observations you may make will be liable to be used against you. Therefore, George, be careful what you say. You don't happen to have heard of a murder. Murder! Now, George, says Mr. Bucket, keeping his forefinger in an impressive state of action, bear in mind what I've said to you. I ask you nothing. You've been in low spirits this afternoon. I say you don't happen to have heard of a murder. No. Where has there been a murder? Now, George, says Mr. Bucket, don't you go and commit yourself. I'm a-going to tell you what I want you for. There has been a murder in Lincoln's Inn Fields, gentleman of the name of Tulkinghorn. He was shot last night. I want you for that. The trooper sinks upon the seat behind him, and great drops start out upon his forehead, and a deadly pallor overspreads his face. Bucket, it's not possible that Mr. Tulkinghorn has been killed, and that you suspect me? George, returns Mr. Bucket, keeping his forefinger going. It is certainly possible, because it's the case. This deed was done last night at 10 o'clock. Now, you know where you were last night at 10 o'clock, and you'll be able to prove it, no doubt. Last night? Last night, repeats the trooper thoughtfully. Then it flashes upon him. Why, great heaven, I was there last night. So I have understood, George, returns Mr. Bucket with great deliberation. So I have understood. Likewise, you've been very often there. You've been seen hanging about the place, and you've been heard more than once in a wrangle with him, and it's possible I don't say it's certainly so, mind you, but it's possible that he may have been heard to call you a threatening, murdering, dangerous fellow. The trooper gasped as if he would admit it all if he could speak. Now, George, continues Mr. Bucket, putting his hat upon the table with an air of business rather in the upholstery way than otherwise, my wish is, as it has been all the evening, to make things pleasant. I tell you plainly there's a reward out of 100 guineas offered by Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet. You and me have always been pleasant together, but I have got a duty to discharge, and if that 100 guineas is to be made, it may as well be made by me as any other man, on all of which accounts I should hope it was clear to you that I must have you, and that I'm damned if I don't have you. Am I to call in any assistance, or is the trick done? Mr. George has recovered himself and stands up like a soldier. Come, he says, and Nob, I am ready. George, continues Mr. Bucket, wait a bit, with his upholsterer manner, as if the trooper were a window to be fitted up. He takes from his pocket a pair of handcuffs. This is a serious charge, George, and such is my duty. The trooper flushes angrily and hesitates a moment, but holds out his two hands, clasped together, and says, There, put them on. Mr. Bucket adjusts them in a moment. How do you find them? Are they comfortable? If not, say so, for I wish to make things as pleasant as is consistent with my duty, and I've got another pair in my pocket. This remark he offers like a most respectable tradesman anxious to execute an order neatly and to the perfect satisfaction of his customer. They'll do as they are? Very well. Now, you see, George, he takes a cloak from a corner and begins adjusting it about the trooper's neck. I was mindful of your feelings when I come out, and brought this on purpose. There, who's the wiser? Only I, returns the trooper, but as I know it, do me one more good turn and pull my hat over my eyes. Really, though, do you mean it? Ain't it a pity? It looks so. I can't look chance men in the face with these things on, Mr. George hurriedly replies. Do, for God's sake, pull my hat forward. So strongly entreated, Mr. Bucket complies, puts his own hat on, and conducts his prize into the streets, the trooper marching on as steadily as usual, though with his head less erect, and Mr. Bucket steering him with his elbow over the crossings and up the turnings. Chapter 50. Esther's Narrative. It happened that, when I came home from Deal, I found a note from Caddy Jellyby, as we always continued to call her, informing me that her health, which had been for some time very delicate, was worse, and that she would be more glad than she could tell me if I would go to see her. It was a note of a few lines, written from the couch on which she lay, and enclosed to me in another, from her husband, in which he seconded her entreaty with much solicitude. Caddy was now the mother, and I the godmother, of such a poor little baby, such a tiny old-faced mite, with a countenance that seemed to be scarcely anything but cap border, and a little lean, long-fingered hand, always clenched under its chin. It would lie in this attitude all day, with its bright specks of eyes open, wondering, as I used to imagine, how it came to be so small and weak. Whenever it was moved it cried, but at all other times it was so patient that the sole desire of its life appeared to be to lie quiet and think. It had curious little dark veins in its face and curious little dark marks under its eyes, like faint remembrances of poor, Caddy's inky days, and altogether, to those who were not used to it, it was quite a piteous little sight, but it was enough for Caddy that she was used to it. The projects with which she beguiled her illness, for little Esther's education, and little Esther's marriage, and even for her own old age, as the grandmother of little Esther's, was so prettily expressive of devotion to this pride of her life, that I should be tempted to recall some of them, but for the timely remembrance that I am getting on irregularly, as it is. To return to the letter. Caddy had a superstition about me, which had been strengthening in her mind ever since that night long ago, when she had lain asleep, with her head in my lap. She almost, I think I must say, quite believed that I did her good whenever I was near her. Now, although this was such a fancy of the affectionate girl's that I am almost ashamed to mention it, still it might have all the force of a fact when she was really ill. Therefore I set off to Caddy, with my guardian's consent, post-haste, and she and Prince made so much of me that there never was anything like it. Next day I went again to sit with her, and next day I went again. It was a very easy journey, for I had only to rise a little earlier in the morning and keep my accounts and attend to housekeeping matters before leaving home. But when I had made these 3 visits, my guardian said to me, on my return at night, "Now, little woman, this will never do. Constant dropping will wear away a stone, and constant coaching will wear out a Dame Durden. We will go to London for a while and take possession of our old lodgings." "Not for me, dear guardian," said I, "for I never feel tired," which was strictly true. I was only too happy to be in such request. "For me, then," returned my guardian, "or for Ada, or for both of us. It is somebody's birthday tomorrow, I think." "Truly I think it is," said I, kissing my darling, who would be 21 tomorrow. "Well," observed my guardian, half pleasantly, half seriously, "that's a great occasion, and will give my fair cousin some necessary business to transact in assertion of her independence, and will make London a more convenient place for all of us. So to London we will go. That being settled, there is another thing. How have you left Caddy?" "Very unwell, guardian. I fear it will be some time before she regains her health and strength." "What do you call some time now?" asked my guardian thoughtfully. Some weeks I am afraid. Ah, he began to walk about the room with his hands in his pockets, showing that he had been thinking as much. Now what do you say about her doctor? Is he a good doctor, my love? I felt obliged to confess that I knew nothing to the contrary, but that Prince and I had agreed only that evening that we would like his opinion to be confirmed by someone. Well, you know, returned my guardian quickly, there's Woodcourt. I had not meant that, and was rather taken by surprise. For a moment all that I had had in my mind in connection with Mr. Woodcourt seemed to come back and confuse me. You don't object to him, little woman? Object to him, guardian? Oh, no! And you don't think the patient would object to him? So far from that, I had no doubt of her being prepared to have a great reliance on him and to like him very much. I said that he was no stranger to her personally, for she had seen him often in his kind attendance on Miss Fleet. Very good, said my guardian. He has been here today, my dear, and I will see him about it tomorrow. I felt in this short conversation, though I did not know how, for she was quiet, and we interchanged no look, that my dear girl well remembered how merrily she had clasped me round the waist when no other hands than Caddy's had brought me the little parting token. This caused me to feel that I ought to tell her, and Caddy too, that I was going to be the mistress of Bleak House, and that if I avoided that disclosure any longer, I might become less worthy in my own eyes of its master's love. Therefore, when we went upstairs and had waited listening until the clock struck 12, in order that only I might be the first to wish my darling all good wishes on her birthday, and to take her to my heart, I set before her, just as I had set before myself, the goodness and honor of her cousin John, and the happy life that was in store for me. If ever my darling were fonder of me at one time than another in all our intercourse, she was surely fondest of me that night. And I was so rejoiced to know it, and so comforted by the sense of having done right in casting this last idle reservation away, that I was 10 times happier than I had been before. I had scarcely thought it a reservation a few hours ago, but now that it was gone, I felt as if I understood its nature better. Next day we went to London. We found our old lodging vacant, and in half an hour were quietly established there, as if we had never gone away. Mr. Woodcourt dined with us to celebrate my darling's birthday, and we were as pleasant as we could be with the great blank among us that Richard's absence naturally made on such an occasion. After that day I was for some weeks 8 or 9, as I remember very much, with Caddy, and thus it fell out that I saw less of Ada at this time than any other since we had first come together, except the time of my own illness. She often came to Caddy's, but our function there was to amuse and cheer her, and we did not talk in our usual confidential manner. Whenever I went home at night we were together, but Caddy's rest was broken by pain, and I often remained to nurse her, with her husband and her poor little mite of a baby to love and their home to strive for. What a good creature Caddy was! So self-denying, so uncomplaining, so anxious to get well on their account, so afraid of giving trouble, and so thoughtful of the unassisted labors of her husband and the comforts of old Mr. Turveydrop. I had never known the best of her until now. And it seemed so curious that her pale face and helpless figure should be lying there day after day. Where dancing was the business of life, where the kit and the apprentices began early every morning in the ballroom, and where the untidy little boy waltzed by himself in the kitchen all the afternoon. At Caddy's request, I took the supreme direction of her apartment, trimmed it up, and pushed her, couch and all, into a lighter and more airy and more cheerful corner than she had yet occupied. Then, every day, when we were in our neatest array, I used to lay my small namesake in her arms and sit down to chat or work or read to her. It was at one of the first of these quiet times that I told Caddy about Bleak House. We had other visitors besides Ada. First of all we had Prince, who in his hurried intervals of teaching used to come softly in and sit softly down, with a face of loving anxiety for Caddy and the very little child. Whatever Caddy's condition really was, she never failed to declare to Prince that she was all but well, which I heaven forgive me, never failed to confirm. This would put Prince in such good spirits that he would sometimes take the kit from his pocket and play a chord or two to astonish the baby, which I never knew it to do in the least degree, for my tiny namesake never noticed it at all. Then there was Mrs. Jellyby. She would come occasionally, with her usual distraught manner, and sit calmly looking miles beyond her grandchild, as if her attention were absorbed by a young boreal bullion on its native shores. As bright-eyed as ever, as serene, and as untidy, she would say, "Well, Caddy child, and how do you do today?" And then would sit amiably smiling and taking no notice of the reply, or would sweetly glide off into a calculation of the number of letters she had lately received and answered, or of the coffee-bearing power of Borrioboola Gaki. This she would always do with a serene contempt for our limited sphere of action, not to be disguised. Then there was old Mr. Turveydrop, who was from morning to night, and from night to morning, the subject of innumerable precautions. If the baby cried, it was nearly stifled, lest the noise should make him uncomfortable. If the fire wanted stirring in the night, it was surreptitiously done, lest his rest should be broken. If Caddy required any little comfort that the house contained, she first carefully discussed whether he was likely to require it too. In return for this consideration, he would come into the room once a day, all but blessing it, showing a condescension and a patronage and a grace of manner in dispensing the light of his high-shouldered presence from which I might have supposed him, if I had not known better, to have been the benefactor of Caddy's life. "My Caroline," he would say, making the nearest approach that he could to bending over her, "tell me that you are better today." "Oh, much better, thank you, Mr. Turveydrop," Caddy would reply. Delighted, enchanted, and our dear Miss Summerson. She is not quite prostrated by fatigue. Here he would crease up his eyelids and kiss his fingers to me, though I am happy to say he had ceased to be particular in his attentions since I'd been so altered. Not at all, I would assure him. Charming. We must take care of our dear Caroline, Miss Summerson. We must spare nothing that will restore her. We must nourish her. My dear Caroline. He would turn to his daughter-in-law with infinite generosity and protection. Want for nothing, my love. Frame a wish and gratify it, my daughter. Everything this house contains, everything my room contains, is at your service, my dear. Do not, he would sometimes add in a burst of deportment, even allow my simple requirements to be considered if they should at any time interfere with your own, my Caroline. Your necessities are greater than mine. He had established such a long prescriptive right to this deportment, his son's inheritance from his mother, that I several times knew both Caddy and her husband to be melted to tears by these affectionate self-sacrifices. "Nay, my dears," he would remonstrate, and when I saw Caddy's thin arm about his fat neck as he said it, I would be melted too, though not by the same process. "Nay, nay, I have promised never to leave ye. Be dutiful and affectionate towards me, and I ask no other return. Now bless ye, I am going to the park." He would take the air there presently and get an appetite for his hotel dinner. I hope I do old Mr. Turveydrop no wrong, but I never saw any better traits in him than these. I faithfully record, except that he certainly conceived a liking for Peepy, and would take the child out walking with great pomp, always on those occasions sending him home before he went to dinner himself, and occasionally with a halfpenny in his pocket. But even this disinterestedness was attended with no inconsiderable cost to my knowledge, for before Peepy was sufficiently decorated to walk hand in hand with a professor of deportment, he had to be newly dressed at the expense of Caddy and her husband from top to toe. Last of our visitors, there was Mr. Jellyby. Really, when he used to come in of an evening and ask Caddy in his meek voice how she was, and then sit down with his head against the wall, and make no attempt to say anything more, I liked him very much. If he found me bustling about doing any little thing, he sometimes half took his coat off, as if with an intention of helping by a great exertion, but he never got any further. His sole occupation was to sit with his head against the wall, looking hard at the thoughtful baby, and I could not quite divest my mind of a fancy that they understood one another. I have not counted Mr. Woodcourt among our visitors, because he was now Caddy's regular attendant. She soon began to improve under his care, but he was so gentle, so skilful, so unwearying in the pains he took that it is not to be wondered at, I am sure. I saw a good deal of Mr. Woodcourt during this time, though not so much as might be supposed, for knowing Caddy to be safe in his hands, I often slipped home at about the hours when he was expected. We frequently met notwithstanding. I was quite reconciled to myself now, but I still felt glad to think that he was sorry for me, and he still was sorry for me, I believed. He helped Mr. Badger in his professional engagements, which were numerous, and had as yet no settled projects for the future. It was when Caddy began to recover that I began to notice a change in my dear girl. I cannot say how it first presented itself to me, because I observed it in many slight particulars, which were nothing in themselves and only became something when they were pieced together. But I made it out, by putting them together, that Ada was not so frankly cheerful with me as she used to be. Her tenderness for me was as loving and true as ever. I did not for a moment doubt that, but there was a quiet sorrow about her which she did not confide to me, and in which I traced some hidden regret. Now I could not understand this, and I was so anxious for the happiness of my own pet that it caused me some uneasiness and set me thinking often. At length, feeling sure that Ada suppressed this something from me lest it should make me unhappy too, it came into my head that she was a little grieved for me by what I had told her about Bleak House. How I persuaded myself that this was likely, I don't know. I had no idea that there was any selfish reference in my doing so. I was not grieved for myself. I was quite contented and quite happy. Still, that Ada might be thinking for me, though I had abandoned all such thoughts of what once was, but was now all changed, seemed so easy to believe that I believed it. What could I do to reassure my darling, I considered then, and show her that I had no such feelings? Well, I could only be as brisk and busy as possible, and that I had tried to be all along. However, as Caddy's illness had certainly interfered, more or less, with my home duties, though I had always been there in the morning to make my guardian's breakfast, and he had 100 times laughed, and said there must be 2 little women, for his little woman was never missing, I resolved to be doubly diligent and gay. So I went about the house humming all the tunes I knew, and I sat working and working in a desperate manner, and I talked and talked, morning, noon, and night, and still there was the same shade between me and my darling. So, Dame Trot, observed my guardian, shutting up his book one night when we were all 3 together, so Woodcourt has restored Caddy Jellyby to the full enjoyment of life again. Yes, I said, and to be repaid by such gratitude as hers is to be made rich. Guardian, I wish it was, he returned, with all my heart. So did I too, for that matter. I said so. Aye, we would make him as rich as a Jew if we knew how. Would we not, little woman? I laughed as I worked and replied that I was not sure about that, for it might spoil him, and he might not be so useful, and there might be many who could ill spare him, as Miss Fleet, and Caddy herself, and many others. True, said my guardian. I had forgotten that. But we would agree to make him rich enough to live, I suppose? Rich enough to work with tolerable peace of mind? Rich enough to have his own happy home and his own household gods and household gods and household goddess too, perhaps? That was quite another thing, I said. We must all agree in that. To be sure, said my guardian. All of us. I have a great regard for Woodcourt, a high esteem for him, and I have been sounding him delicately about his plans. It is difficult to offer aid to an independent man with that just kind of pride which he possesses, and yet I would be glad to do it if I might or if I knew how. He seems half inclined for another voyage, but that appears like casting such a man away. It might open a new world to him, said I. So it might, little woman, my guardian assented. I doubt if he expects much of the old world. Do you know, I have fancied that he sometimes feels some particular disappointment or misfortune encountered in it. You never heard of anything of that sort. I shook my head. Humph, said my guardian. I am mistaken, I dare say. As there was a little pause here, which I thought, for my dear girl's satisfaction, had better be filled up, I hummed an air as I worked, which was a favorite with my guardian. And do you think Mr. Woodcourt will make another voyage? I asked him when I had hummed it quietly all through. I don't quite know what to think, my dear, but I should say it was likely at present that he will give a long trip to another country. I am sure he will take the best wishes of all our hearts with him wherever he goes, said I. And though they are not riches, he will never be the poorer for them, guardian, at least. Never, little woman, he replied. I was sitting in my usual place, which was now beside my guardian's chair. That had not been my usual place before the letter, but it was now. I looked up to Ada, who was sitting opposite, and I saw as she looked at me that her eyes were filled with tears, and that tears were falling down her face. I felt that I had only to be placid and merry once for all to undeceive my dear and set her loving heart at rest. I really was so, and I had nothing to do but to be myself. So I made my sweet girl lean upon my shoulder, how little thinking what was heavy on her mind, and I said she was not quite well, and put my arm about her and took her upstairs. When we were in our own room, and when she might perhaps have told me what I was so unprepared to hear, I gave her no encouragement to confide in me. I never thought she stood in need of it. Oh, my dear good Esther, said Ada, if I could only make up my mind to speak to you and my cousin John when you are together. Why, my love? I remonstrated. Ada, why should you not speak to us? Ada only dropped her head and pressed me closer to her heart. You surely don't forget, my beauty, said I, smiling, what quiet, old-fashioned people we are, and how I have settled down to be the discreetest of dames. You don't forget how happily and peacefully my life is all marked out for me, and by whom. I am certain that you don't forget by what a noble character, Ada. That can never be. No, never, Esther. Why then, my dear, said I, there can be nothing amiss, and why should you not speak to us? Nothing amiss, Esther, returned Ada. Oh, when I think of all these years, and of his fatherly care and kindness, and of the old relations among us, and of— You, what shall I do? What shall I do? I looked at my child in some wonder, but I thought it better not to answer otherwise than by cheering her, and so I turned off into many little recollections of our life together, and prevented her from saying more. When she lay down to sleep, and not before, I returned to my guardian to say good night, and then I came back to Ada and sat near her for a little while. She was asleep, and I thought as I looked at her that she was a little changed. I had thought so more than once lately. I could not decide, even looking at her while she was unconscious, how she was changed, but something in the familiar beauty of her face looked different to me. My guardian's old hopes of her and Richard arose sorrowfully in my mind, and I said to myself, she has been anxious about him, and I wondered how that love would end. When I had come home from Caddy's while she was ill, I had often found Ada at work, and she had always put her work away, and I had never known what it was. Some of it now lay in a drawer near her, which was not quite closed. I did not open the drawer, but I still rather wondered what the work could be, for it was evidently nothing for herself. And I noticed as I kissed my dear that she lay with one hand under her pillow so that it was hidden. How much less amiable I must have been than they thought me. How much less amiable than I thought myself, to be so preoccupied with my own cheerfulness and contentment as to think that it only rested with me to put my dear girl right and set her mind at peace. But I lay down, self-deceived in that belief, and I awoke in it next day to find that there was still the same shade between me and my darling. Chapter 51. Enlightened. When Mr. Woodcourt arrived in London, he went, that very same day, to Mr. Beholes's in Simon's Inn. For he never once, from the moment when I entreated him to be a friend to Richard, neglected or forgot his promise. He had told me that he accepted the charge as a sacred trust, and he was ever true to it in that spirit. He found Mr. Beholes in his office and informed Mr. Beholes of his agreement with Richard that he should call there to learn his address. "Just so, sir," said Mr. Beholes. Mr. Beholes: C's address is not 100 miles from here, sir. Mr. C's address is not 100 miles from here. Would you take a seat, sir? Mr. Woodcourt thanked Mr. Beholes, but he had no business with him beyond what he had mentioned. "Just so, sir." "I believe, sir," said Mr. Beholes, still quietly insisting on the seat by not giving the address, "that you have influence with Mr. C. Indeed, I am aware that you have." "I was not aware of it myself," returned Mr. Woodcourt, "but I suppose you know best." "Sir," rejoined Mr. Beholes, self-contained as usual, voice and all, "it is a part of my professional duty to know best. It is a part of my professional duty to study and to understand a gentleman who confides his interests to me. In my professional duty I shall not be wanting, sir, if I know it. I may, with the best intentions, be wanting in it without knowing it, but not if I know it, sir." Mr. Woodcourt again mentioned the address. "Give me leave, sir," said Mr. Beholes. "Bear with me for a moment. Sir, Mr. C. is playing for a considerable stake, and cannot play without need, I say. What? Money, I presume?" "Sir," said Mr. Beholes, "to be honest with you, honesty being my golden rule, whether I gain by it or lose, and I find that I generally lose, money is the word. Now, sir, upon the chances of Mr. C.'s game I express to you no opinion, no opinion. It might be highly impolitic in Mr. C., after playing so long and so high, to leave off. It might be the reverse. I say nothing." "No, sir," said Mr. Beholes, bringing his hand flat down upon his desk in a positive manner, "nothing." "You seem to forget," returned Mr. Woodcourt, "that I ask you to say nothing and have no interest in anything you say." "Pardon me, sir," retorted Mr. Beholes, "you do yourself an injustice. No, sir, pardon me, you shall not in my office, if I know it, do yourself an injustice. You are interested in anything and in everything that relates to your friend. I know human nature much better, sir, than to admit for an instant that a gentleman of your appearance is not interested in whatever concerns his friend." "Well," replied Mr. Woodcourt, "that may be. I am particularly interested in his address." "The number, sir," said Mr. Vholes parenthetically, "I believe I have already mentioned. If Mr. C. is to continue to play for this considerable stake, sir, he must have funds. Understand me, there are funds in hand at present. I ask for nothing, there are funds in hand. But for the onward play, more funds must be provided, unless Mr. C. is to throw away what he has already ventured, which is wholly and solely a point for his consideration. This, sir, I take the opportunity of stating openly to you as the friend of Mr. C. Without funds, I shall always be happy to appear and act for Mr. C. to the extent of all such costs as are safe to be." Allowed out of the estate. Not beyond that. I could not go beyond that, sir, without wronging someone. I must either wrong my 3 dear girls, or my venerable father, who was entirely dependent on me, in the Vale of Taunton, or someone. Whereas, sir, my resolution is call it weakness or folly if you please to wrong no one." Mr. Woodcourt rather sternly rejoined that he was glad to hear it. "I wish, sir," said Mr. Vholes, "to leave a good name behind me. Therefore I take every opportunity of openly stating to a friend of Mr. C. how Mr. C. is situated. As to myself, sir, the laborer is worthy of his hire. If I undertake to put my shoulder to the wheel, I do it, and I earn what I get. I am here for that purpose. My name is painted on the door outside, with that object." "And Mr. Carstone's address, Mr. Vholes?" "Sir," returned Mr. Vholes, "as I believe I have already mentioned, it is next door. On the second story you will find Mr. C.'s apartments. Mr. C. desires to be near his professional adviser, and I am far from objecting, for I court inquiry." Upon this, Mr. Woodcourt wished Mr. Vholes good day, and went in search of Richard, the change in whose appearance he began to understand now but too well. He found him in a dull room, fadedly furnished, much as I had found him in his barrack room but a little while before, except that he was not writing, but was sitting with a book before him, from which his eyes and thoughts were far astray. As the door chanced to be standing open, Mr. Woodcourt was in his presence for some moments without being perceived, and he told me that he never could forget the haggardness of his face and the dejection of his manner before he was aroused from his dream. "Woodcourt, my dear fellow," cried Richard, starting up with extended hands, "you come upon my vision like a ghost." "A friendly one," he replied, "and only waiting, as they say ghosts do, to be addressed. How does the mortal world go?" They were seated now, near together. "Badly enough and slowly enough," said Richard, "speaking at least for my part of it." "What part is that?" "The Chancery part." "I never heard," returned Mr. Woodcourt, shaking his head, "of its going well yet." "Nor I," said Richard moodily. "Who ever did?" He brightened again in a moment and said with his natural openness, "Woodcourt, I should be sorry to be misunderstood by you, even if I gain by it in your estimation. You must know that I have done no good this long time. I have not intended to do much harm, but I seem to have been capable of nothing else. It may be that I should have done better by keeping out of the net into which my destiny has worked me, but I think not, though I dare say you will soon hear, if you have not already heard, a very different opinion. To make short of a long story, I am afraid I have wanted an object, but I have an object now, or it has me, and it is too late to discuss it. Take me as I am, and make the best of me." "A bargain," said Mr. Woodcourt. "Do as much by me in return." "Oh, You, returned Richard, you can pursue your art for its own sake, and can put your hand upon the plough and never turn, and can strike a purpose out of anything. You and I are very different creatures. He spoke regretfully and lapsed for a moment into his weary condition. Well, well, he cried, shaking it off. Everything has an end. We shall see. So you will take me as I am and make the best of me. Aye, indeed I will. They shook hands upon it laughingly, but in deep earnestness. I can answer for one of them with my heart of hearts. You come as a godsend, said Richard, for I have seen nobody here yet but Reholes. Woodcourt, there is one subject I should like to mention, for once and for all, in the beginning of our treaty. You can hardly make the best of me if I don't. You know, I dare say, that I have an attachment to my cousin Ada. Mr. Woodcourt replied that I had hinted as much to him. Now pray, returned Richard, don't think me a heap of selfishness. Don't suppose that I am splitting my head and half breaking my heart over this miserable chancery suit for my own rights and interests alone. Ada's are bound up with mine. They can't be separated. Veholes works for both of us. Do think of that. He was so very solicitous on this head that Mr. Woodcourt gave him the strongest assurances that he did him no injustice. You see, said Richard, with something pathetic in his manner of lingering on the point, though it was offhand and unstudied, to an upright fellow like you, bringing a friendly face like yours here, I cannot bear the thought of appearing selfish and mean. I want to see Ada righted, Woodcourt, as well as myself. I want to do my utmost to right her as well as myself. I venture what I can scrape together to extricate her as well as myself. Do, I beseech you, think of that. Afterwards, when Mr. Woodcourt came to reflect on what had passed, he was so very much impressed by the strength of Richard's anxiety on this point that in telling me generally of his first visit to Simon's Inn, he particularly dwelt upon it. It revived a fear I had had before that my dear girl's little property would be absorbed by Mr. Veholes, and that Richard's justification to himself would be sincerely this. It was just as I began to take care of Caddy that the interview took place, and I now returned to the time when Caddy had recovered and the shade was still between me and my darling. I proposed to Ada that morning that we should go and see Richard. It a little surprised me to find that she hesitated and was not so radiantly willing as I had expected. My dear, said I, you have not had any difference with Richard since I have been so much away? No, Esther. Not heard of him, perhaps, said I. Yes, I have heard of him, said Ada. Such tears in her eyes and such love in her face. I could not make my darling out. Should I go to Richard's by myself? I said. No, Ada thought I had better not go by myself. Would she go with me? Yes, Ada thought she had better go with me. Should we go now? Yes, let us go now. Well, I could not understand my darling, with the tears in her eyes and the love in her face. We were soon equipped and went out. It was a somber day, and drops of chill rain fell at intervals. It was one of those colorless days when everything looks heavy and harsh. The houses frowned at us, the dust rose at us, the smoke swooped at us. Nothing made any compromise about itself, or wore a softened aspect. I fancied my beautiful girl quite out of place in the rugged streets, and I thought there were more funerals passing along the dismal pavements than I had ever seen before. We had first to find out Simon's Inn. We were going to inquire in a shop when Ada said she thought it was near Chancery Lane. We are not likely to be far out, my love, if we go in that direction, said I. So to Chancery Lane we went, and there, sure enough, we saw it written up, Simon's Inn. We had next to find out the number. Or Mr. Beholes's office will do, I recollected, for Mr. Beholes's office is next door. Upon which Ada said, perhaps that was Mr. Beholes's office in the corner there. And it really was. Then came the question, which of the two next doors? I was going for the one, and my darling was going for the other, and my darling was right again. So up we went to the second story when we came to Richard's name in great white letters on a hearse-like panel. I should have knocked, but Ada said perhaps we had better turn the handle and go in. Thus we came to Richard poring over a table covered with dusty bundles. Of papers which seemed to me like dusty mirrors reflecting his own mind. Wherever I looked I saw the ominous words that ran in it repeated, Jarndyce and Jarndyce. He received us very affectionately, and we sat down. If you had come a little earlier, he said, you would have found Woodcourt here. There never was such a good fellow as Woodcourt is. He finds time to look in between whiles, when anybody else with half his work to do would be thinking about not being able to come. And he is so cheery, so fresh, so sensible, so earnest, so everything that I am not, that the place brightens whenever he comes and darkens whenever he comes again. God bless him, I thought, for his truth to me. He is not so sanguine, Ada, continued Richard, casting his dejected look over the bundles of papers, as Beholes and I are usually, but he is only an outsider and is not in the mysteries. We have gone into them, and he has not. He can't be expected to know much of such a labyrinth. As his look wandered over the papers again and he passed his two hands over his head, I noticed how sunken and how large his eyes appeared, how dry his lips were, and how his fingernails were all bitten away. Is this a healthy place to live in, Richard, do you think? Said I. Why, my dear Minerva, answered Richard with his old gay laugh, it is neither a rural nor a cheerful place. And when the sun shines here, you may lay a pretty heavy wager that it is shining brightly in an open spot. But it's well enough for the time. It's near the offices and near V-holes. Perhaps, I hinted, a change from both might do me good, said Richard, forcing a laugh as he finished the sentence. I shouldn't wonder, but it can only come in one way now, in one of two ways, I should rather say. Either the suit must be ended, Esther, or the suitor. But it shall be the suit, my dear girl. The suit, my dear girl. These latter words were addressed to Ada, who was sitting nearest to him. Her face being turned away from me and towards him, I could not see it. We are doing very well, pursued Richard. V-holes will tell you so. We are really spinning along. Ask V-holes. We are giving them no rest. V-holes knows all their windings and turnings, and we are upon them everywhere. We have astonished them already. We shall rouse up that nest of sleepers, mark my words. His hopefulness had long been more painful to me than his despondency. It was so unlike hopefulness, had something so fierce in its determination to be it, was so hungry and eager, and yet so conscious of being forced and unsustainable that it had long touched me to the heart. But the commentary upon it now indelibly written in his handsome face made it far more distressing than it used to be. I say indelibly, for I felt persuaded that if the fatal cause could have been forever terminated, according to his brightest visions, in that same hour, the traces of the premature anxiety, self-reproach, and disappointment it had occasioned him would have remained upon his features to the hour of his death. The sight of our dear little woman, said Richard, Ada still remaining silent and quiet, is so natural to me, and her compassionate face is so like the face of old days. Ah! No, no, I smiled and shook my head. "So exactly like the face of old days," said Richard in his cordial voice, and taking my hand with the brotherly regard which nothing ever changed, "that I can't make pretenses with her. I fluctuate a little, that's the truth. Sometimes I hope, my dear, and sometimes I don't quite despair, but nearly. I get," said Richard, relinquishing my hand gently and walking across the room, "so tired." He took a few turns up and down, and sunk upon the sofa. "I get," he repeated gloomily, "so tired. It is such weary, weary work." He was leaning on his arm, saying these words in a meditative voice and looking at the ground, when my darling rose, put off her bonnet, kneeled down beside him with her golden hair falling like sunlight on his head, clasped her two arms round his neck, and turned her face to me. Oh, what a loving and devoted face I saw. "Esther, dear," she said very quietly, "I am not going home again." A light shone in upon me all at once. Never any more. I am going to stay with my dear husband. We have been married above 2 months. Go home without me, my own Esther. I shall never go home any more. With those words my darling drew his head down on her breast and held it there. And if ever in my life I saw a love that nothing but death could change, I saw it then before me. "Speak to Esther, my dearest," said Richard, breaking the silence presently. "Tell her how it was. I met her before she could come to me, and folded her in my arms. We neither of us spoke, but with her cheek against my own, I wanted to hear nothing. 'My pet,' said I, 'my love, my poor, poor girl.' I pitied her so much. I was very fond of Richard, but the impulse that I had upon me was to pity her so much. 'Esther, will you forgive me? Will my cousin John forgive me?' 'My dear,' said I, 'to doubt it for a moment is to do him a great wrong. And as to me, why, as to me, what had I to forgive?' I dried my sobbing darling's eyes and sat beside her on the sofa, and Richard sat on my other side. And while I was reminded of that so different night when they had first taken me into their confidence, and had gone on in their own wild, happy way, they told me between them how it was. "All I had was Richard's," Ada said. "And Richard would not take it, Esther, and what could I do but be his wife when I loved him dearly? And you were so fully and so kindly occupied, excellent Dame Durden," said Richard, "that how could we speak to you at such a time? And besides, it was not a long considered step. We went out one morning and were married. And when it was done, Esther," said my darling, "I was always thinking how to tell you and what to do for the best. And sometimes I thought you ought to know it directly, and sometimes I thought you ought not to know it and keep it from my cousin John, and I could not tell what to do, and I fretted very much. How selfish I must have been not to have thought of this before. I don't know what I said now. I was so sorry, and yet I was so fond of them and so glad that they were fond of me. I pitied them so much, and yet I felt a kind of pride in their loving one another. I never had experienced such painful and pleasurable emotion at one time, and in my own heart I did not know which predominated, but I was not there to darken their way. I did not do that. When I was less foolish and more composed, my darling took her wedding ring from her bosom, and kissed it and put it on. Then I remembered last night, and told Richard that ever since her marriage she had worn it at night when there was no one to see. Then Ada blushingly asked me, "How did I know that, my dear?" Then I told Ada how I had seen her hand concealed under her pillow, and had little thought why, my dear. Then they began telling me how it was all over again, and I began to be sorry and glad again, and foolish again, and to hide my plain old face as much as I could, lest I should put them out of heart. Thus the time went on until it became necessary for me to think of returning. When that time arrived, it was the worst of all, for then my darling completely broke down. She clung round my neck, calling me by every dear name she could think of and saying what should she do without me. Nor was Richard much better, and as for me, I should have been the worst of the three if I had not severely said to myself, "Now, Esther, if you do, I'll never speak to you again." "Why, I declare," said I never saw such a wife. I don't think she loves her husband at all. Here, Richard, take my child for goodness sake." But I held her tight all the while, and could have wept over her, I don't know how long. "I give this dear young couple notice," said I, "that I am only going away too." Come back tomorrow, and that I shall be always coming backwards and forwards until Simon's Inn is tired of the sight of me. So I shall not say good-bye, Richard. For what would be the use of that, you know, when I am coming back so soon? I had given my darling to him now, and I meant to go. But I lingered for one more look of the precious face which it seemed to rivet my heart to turn from. So I said in a merry, bustling manner that unless they gave me some encouragement to come back, I was not sure that I could take that liberty, upon which my dear girl looked up, faintly smiling through her tears, and I folded her lovely face between my hands, and gave it one last kiss, and laughed, and ran away. And when I got downstairs, oh, how I cried! It almost seemed to me that I had lost my Ada forever. I was so lonely and so blank without her, and it was so desolate to be going home with no hope of seeing her there, that I could get no comfort for a little while, as I walked up and down in a dim corner, sobbing and crying. I came to myself by and by, after a little scolding, and took a coach home. The poor boy whom I had found at St. Albans had reappeared a short time before, and was lying at the point of death. Indeed, was then dead, though I did not know it. My guardian had gone out to inquire about him, and did not return to dinner. Being quite alone, I cried a little again, though on the whole, I don't think I behaved so, very, very ill. It was only natural that I should not be quite accustomed to the loss of my darling yet. 3 or 4 hours were not a long time after years, but my mind dwelt so much upon the uncongenial scene in which I had left her, and I pictured it as such an overshadowed stony-hearted one, and I so longed to be near her, and taking some sort of care of her, that I determined to go back in the evening only to look up at her windows. It was foolish, I dare say, but it did not then seem at all so to me, and it does not seem quite so even now. I took Charlie into my confidence, and we went out at dusk. It was dark when we came to the new strange home of my dear girl, and there was a light behind the yellow blinds. We walked past cautiously 3 or 4 times, looking up, and narrowly missed encountering Mr. Veholes, who came out of his office while we were there, and turned his head to look up too, before going home. The sight of his lank black figure and the lonesome air of that nook in the dark were favorable to the state of my mind. I thought of the youth and love and beauty of my dear girl, shut up in such an ill-assorted refuge, almost as if it were a cruel place. It was very solitary and very dull, and I did not doubt that I might safely steal. Upstairs, I left Charlie below and went up with a light foot, not distressed by any glare from the feeble oil lanterns on the way. I listened for a few moments, and in the musty, rotting silence of the house believed that I could hear the murmur of their young voices. I put my lips to the hearse-like panel of the door, as a kiss for my dear, and came quietly down again, thinking that one of these days I would confess to the visit. And it really did me good, for though nobody but Charlie and I knew anything about it, I somehow felt as if it had diminished the separation between Ada and me, and had brought us together again for those moments. I went back, not quite accustomed yet to the change, but all the better for that hovering about my darling. My guardian had come home and was standing thoughtfully by the dark window. When I went in, his face cleared and he came to his seat, but he caught the light upon my face as I took mine. "Little woman," said he, "you have been crying." "Why, yes, guardian," said I am afraid I have been. "A little. Ada has been in such distress and is so very sorry, guardian." I put my arm on the back of his chair, and I saw in his glance that my words and my look at her empty place had prepared him. "Is she married, my dear?" I told him all about it and how her first entreaties had referred to his forgiveness. "She has no need of it," said he. "Heaven bless her and her husband." But just as my first impulse had been to pity her, so was his. Poor girl, poor girl, poor Rick. Poor Ada. Neither of us spoke after that, until he said with a sigh, "Well, well, my dear, Bleak House is thinning fast, but its mistress remains, guardian." Though I was timid about saying it, I ventured because of the sorrowful tone in which he had spoken. "She will do all she can to make it happy," said I. "She will succeed, my love." The letter had made no difference between us except that the seat by his side had come to be mine. It made none now. He turned his old bright fatherly look upon me, laid his hand on my hand in his old way, and said again, "She will succeed, my dear. Nevertheless, Bleak House is thinning fast, O little woman." I was sorry presently that this was all we said about that. I was rather disappointed. I feared I might not quite have been all I had meant to be since the letter and the answer. Chapter 52. Obstinacy. But one other day had intervened when, early in the morning as we were going to breakfast, Mr. Woodcourt came in haste with the astounding news that a terrible murder had been committed, for which Mr. George had been apprehended and was in custody. When he told us that a large reward was offered by Sir Leicester Dedlock for the murderer's apprehension, I did not in my first consternation understand why, but a few more words explained to me that the murdered person was Sir Leicester's lawyer, and immediately my mother's dread of him rushed into my remembrance. This unforeseen and violent removal of one whom she had long watched and distrusted, and who had long watched and distrusted her, one for whom she could have had few intervals of kindness, always dreading in him a dangerous and secret enemy, appeared so awful that my first thoughts were of her. How appalling to hear of such a death, and be able to feel no pity! How dreadful to remember, perhaps, that she had sometimes even wished the old man away, who was so swiftly hurried out of life. Such crowding reflections, increasing the distress and fear I always felt when the name was mentioned, made me so agitated that I could scarcely hold my place at the table. I was quite unable to follow the conversation until I had had a little time to recover. But when I came to myself and saw how shocked my guardian was, and found that they were earnestly speaking of the suspected man, and recalling every favorable impression we had formed of him out of the good we had known of him, my interest and my fears were so strongly aroused in his behalf that I was quite set up again. "Guardian, you don't think it possible that he is justly accused?" "My dear, I can't think so. This man whom we have seen so open-hearted and compassionate, who with the might of a giant has the gentleness of a child, who looks as brave a fellow as ever lived and is so simple and quiet with it, this man justly accused of such a crime? I can't believe it. It's not that I don't or I won't. I can't, and I can't," said Mr. Woodcourt. "Still, whatever we believe or know of him, we had better not forget that some appearances are against him. He bore an animosity towards the deceased gentleman. He has openly mentioned it in many places. He is said to have expressed himself violently towards him, and he certainly did about him, to my knowledge. He admits that he was alone on the scene of the murder within a few minutes of its commission. I sincerely believe him to be as innocent of any participation in it as I am, but these are all reasons for suspicion falling upon him. True, said my guardian, and he added, turning to me, it would be doing him a very bad service, my dear, to shut our eyes to the truth in any of these respects. I felt, of course, that we must admit, not only to ourselves, but to others, the full force of the circumstances against him, yet I knew withal I could not help saying that their weight would not induce us to desert him in his need. Heaven forbid, returned my guardian. We will stand by him, as he himself stood by the two poor creatures who are gone. He meant Mr. Gridley and the boy, to both of whom Mr. George had given shelter. Mr. Woodcourt then told us that the trooper's man had been with him before day, after wandering about the streets all night like a distracted creature. That one of the trooper's first anxieties was that we should not suppose him guilty, that he had charged his messenger to represent his perfect innocence with every solemn assurance he could send us, that Mr. Woodcourt had only quieted the man by undertaking to come to our house very early in the morning with these representations. He added that he was now upon his way to see the prisoner himself. My guardian said directly he would go too. Now, besides that I liked the retired soldier very much, and that he liked me, I had that secret interest in what had happened which was only known to my guardian. I felt as if it came close and near to me. It seemed to become personally important to myself that the truth should be discovered, and that no innocent people should be suspected, for suspicion, once run wild, might run wilder. In a word, I felt as if it were my duty and obligation to go with them. My guardian did not seek to dissuade me, and I went. It was a large prison with many courts and passages so like one another and so uniformly paved that I seemed to gain a new comprehension as I passed along of the fondness that solitary prisoners, shut up among the same staring walls from year to year, have had as I have read for a weed or a stray blade of grass, in an arched room by himself, like a cellar upstairs, with walls so glaringly white that they made the massive iron window bars and iron-bound door even more profoundly black than they were. We found the trooper standing in a corner. He had been sitting on a bench there, and had risen when he heard the locks and bolts turn. When he saw us, he came forward a step with his usual heavy tread, and there stopped and made a slight bow. But as I still advanced, putting out my hand to him, he understood us in a moment. "This is a load off my mind, I do assure you, miss and gentlemen," said he, saluting us with great heartiness and drawing a long breath, "and now I don't so much care how it ends." He scarcely seemed to be the prisoner. What with his coolness and his soldierly bearing, he looked far more like the prison guard. "This is even a rougher place than my gallery to receive a lady in," said Mr. George, "but I know Miss Summerson will make the best of it." As he handed me to the bench on which he had been sitting, I sat down, which seemed to give him great satisfaction. "I thank you, miss," said he. "Now, George," observed my guardian, "as we require no new assurances on your part, so I believe we need give you none on ours." "Not at all, sir. I thank you with all my heart. If I was not innocent of this crime, I couldn't look at you and keep my secret to myself under the condescension of the present visit. I feel the present visit very much. I am not one of the eloquent sort, but I feel it, Miss Summerson and gentlemen, deeply." He laid his hand for a moment on his broad chest, and bent his head to us. Although he squared himself again directly, he expressed a great amount of natural emotion by these simple means. "First," said my guardian, "can we do anything for your personal comfort, George?" "For which, sir?" he inquired, clearing his throat. "For your personal comfort. Is there anything you want that would lessen the hardship of this confinement?" "Well, sir," replied George, after a little cogitation, "I am equally obliged to you, but tobacco being against the rules, I can't say that there is. You will think of many little things perhaps by and by. Whenever you do, George, let us know." "Thank you, sir. Howsoever," observed Mr. George with one of his sunburnt smiles, "a man who has been knocking about the world in a vagabond kind of a way, as long as I have, gets on well enough in a place like the present, so far as that goes." "Next, as to your case," observed my guardian. "Exactly so, sir," returned Mr. George, folding his arms upon his breast with perfect self-possession and a little curiosity. "How does it stand now?" "Why, sir, it is under remand at present. Bucket gives me to understand that he will probably apply for a series of remands from time to time until the case is more complete. How it is to be made more complete, I don't myself see, but I dare say Bucket will manage it somehow." "Why, heaven save us, man!" exclaimed my guardian, surprised into his old oddity and vehemence. "You talk of yourself as if you were somebody else." "No offense, sir," said Mr. George. "I am very sensible of your kindness. But I don't see how an innocent man is to make up his mind to this kind of thing without knocking his head against the walls, unless he takes it in that point of view." "That is true enough to a certain extent," returned my guardian, softened. "But, my good fellow, even an innocent man must take ordinary precautions to defend himself." "Certainly, sir, and I have done so. I have stated to the magistrates, gentlemen, I am as innocent of this charge as yourselves. What has been stated against me in the way of facts is perfectly true. I know no more about it. I intend to continue stating that, sir. What more can I do? It's the truth." "But the mere truth won't do," rejoined my guardian. "Won't it indeed, sir? Rather a bad lookout for me," Mr. George good-humoredly observed. "You must have a lawyer," pursued my guardian. "We must engage a good one for you." "I ask your pardon, sir," said Mr. George with a step backward. "I am equally obliged. But I must decidedly beg to be excused from anything of that sort. You won't have a lawyer?" "No, sir." Mr. George shook his head in the most emphatic manner. "I thank you all the same, sir, but no lawyer. Why not?" "I don't take kindly to the breed," said Mr. George. "Gridley didn't, and if you'll excuse my saying so much, I should hardly have thought you did yourself, sir." "That's equity," my guardian explained, a little at a loss. "That's equity, George." "Is it indeed, sir?" returned the trooper in his off-hand manner. "I am not acquainted with those shades of names myself, but in a general way I object to the breed." Unfolding his arms and changing his position, he stood with one massive hand upon the table and the other on his hip, as complete a picture of a man who was not to be moved from a fixed purpose as ever I saw. It was in vain that we all three talked to him and endeavored to persuade him. He listened with that gentleness which went so well with his bluff bearing, but was evidently no more shaken by our representations that his place of confinement was. "Pray think once more, Mr. George," said I. "Have you no wish in reference to your case?" "I certainly could wish it to be tried, miss," he returned, "by court-martial, but that is out of the question, as I am well aware. If you will be so good as to favor me with your attention for a couple of minutes, miss, not more, I'll endeavor to explain myself as clearly as I can." He looked at us all three in turn, shook his head a little, as if he were adjusting it in the stock and collar of a tight uniform, and after a moment's reflection went on. "You see, miss, I have been handcuffed and taken into custody and brought here. I am a marked and disgraced man, and here I am. My shooting gallery is rummaged high and low by bucket. Such property as I have, 'tis small, is turned this way and that till it don't know itself, and as aforesaid here I am. I don't." Particular complain of that, though I am in these present quarters through no immediately preceding faults of mine, I can very well understand that if I hadn't gone into the vagabond way in my youth, this wouldn't have happened. It has happened. Then comes the question how to meet it. He rubbed his swarthy forehead for a moment with a good-humored look and said apologetically, "I am such a short-winded talker that I must think a bit." Having thought a bit, he looked up again and resumed, "How to meet it. Now, the unfortunate deceased was himself a lawyer and had a pretty tight hold of me. I don't wish to rake up his ashes, but he had, what I should call if he was living, a devil of a tight hold of me. I don't like his trade the better for that. If I had kept clear of his trade, I should have kept outside this place. But that's not what I mean. Now, suppose I had killed him. Suppose I really had discharged into his body any one of those pistols recently fired off that. Bucket has found at my place, and dear me, might have found there any day since it has been my place. What should I have done as soon as I was hard and fast here? Got a lawyer." He stopped on hearing someone at the locks and bolts, and did not resume until the door had been opened and was shut again. For what purpose opened I will mention presently. I should have got a lawyer, and he would have said, as I have often read in the newspapers, "My client says nothing, my client reserves his defense, my client this, that, and t'other." Well, 'tis not the custom of that breed to go straight, according to my opinion, or to think that other men do. Say I am innocent and I get a lawyer. He would be as likely to believe me guilty as not, perhaps more. What would he do, whether or not? Act as if I was shut my mouth up, tell me not to commit myself. Keep circumstances back, chop the evidence small, quibble, and get me off perhaps. But, Miss Summerson, do I care for getting off in that way, or would I rather be hanged in my own way, if you'll excuse my mentioning anything so disagreeable to a lady? He had warmed into his subject now, and was under no further necessity to wait a bit. "I would rather be hanged in my own way, and I mean to be. I don't intend to say," looking round upon us with his powerful arms akimbo and his dark eyebrows raised, "that I am more partial to being hanged than another man. What I say is, I must come off clear and full, or not at all. Therefore, when I hear stated against me what is true, I say it's true, and when they tell me, whatever you say will be used, I tell them I don't mind that. I mean it to be used. If they can't make me innocent out of the whole truth, they are not likely to do it out of anything less or anything else. And if they are, it's worth nothing to me." Taking a pace or two over the stone floor, he came back to the table and finished what he had to say. "I thank you, miss and gentlemen both, many times for your attention, and many times more for your interest. That's the plain state of the matter, as it points itself out to a mere trooper with a blunt broadsword kind of a mind. I have never done well in life beyond my duty as a soldier, and if the worst comes after all, I shall reap pretty much as I have sown. When I got over the first crash of being seized as a murderer, it don't take a rover who has knocked about so much as myself so very long to recover from a crash. I worked my way round to what you find me now. As such I shall remain. No relations will be disgraced by me or made unhappy for me, and that's all I'd got to say." The door had been opened to admit another soldier-looking man of less prepossessing appearance at first sight, and a weather-tanned, bright-eyed, wholesome woman with a basket who, from her entrance, had been exceedingly attentive to all Mr. George had said. Mr. George had received them with a familiar nod and a friendly look, but without any more particular greeting in the midst of his address. He now shook them cordially by the hand and said, "Miss Summerson and gentlemen, this is an old comrade of mine, Matthew Bagnet, and this is his wife, Mrs. Bagnet." Mr. Bagnet made us a stiff military bow, and Mrs. Bagnet dropped us a curtsy. "Real good friends of mine, they are," sobbed Mr. George. "It was at their house I was taken." "With a second-hand violin seller," Mr. Bagnet put in, twitching his head angrily. Of a good tone, for a friend, that money was no object to. "Matt," said Mr. George, "you have heard pretty well all I have been saying to." "This lady and these two gentlemen, I know it meets your approval?" Mr. Bagnet, after considering, referred the point to his wife. "Old girl," said he, "tell him, whether or not it meets my approval." "Why, George," exclaimed Mrs. Bagnet, who had been unpacking her basket, in which there was a piece of cold pickled pork, a little tea and sugar, and a brown loaf, "you ought to know it don't. You ought to know it's enough to drive a person wild to hear you. You won't be got off this way, and you won't be got off that way. What do you mean by such picking and choosing? It's stuff and nonsense, George." "Don't be severe upon me and my misfortunes, Mrs. Bagnet," said the trooper lightly. "Oh, bother your misfortunes," cried Mrs. Bagnet, "if they don't make you more reasonable than that comes to. I never was so ashamed in my life to hear a man talk folly as I have been to hear you talk this day to the present company. Lawyers? Why, what but too many cooks should hinder you from having a dozen lawyers if the gentleman recommended them to you." "This is a very sensible woman," said my guardian. "I hope you will persuade him, Mrs. Bagnet." "Persuade him, sir," she returned. "Lord bless you, no. You don't know George. Now there!" Mrs. Bagnet left her basket to point him out with both her bare brown hands. "There he stands, as self-willed and as determined a man in the wrong way as ever put a human creature under heaven out of patience. You could as soon take up and shoulder an 8-40-pounder by your own strength as turn that man when he has got a thing into his head and fixed it there." "Why don't I know him?" cried Mrs. Bagnet. "Don't I know you, George?" "You don't mean to set up for a new character with Emmy after all these years, I hope?" Her friendly indignation had an exemplary effect upon her husband, who shook his head at the trooper several times as a silent recommendation to him to yield. Between whiles, Mrs. Bagnet looked at me, and I understood from the play of her eyes that she wished me to do something, though I did not comprehend what. "But I have given up talking to you, old fellow, years and years," said Mrs. Bagnet as she blew a little dust off the pickled pork, looking at me again. "And when ladies and gentlemen know you as well as I do, they'll give up talking to you too. If you are not too headstrong to accept of a bit of dinner, here it is." "I accept it with many thanks," returned the trooper. "Do you, though, indeed?" said Mrs. Bagnet, continuing to grumble on good. Humoredly, "I'm sure I'm surprised at that. I wonder you don't starve in your own way also. It would only be like you. Perhaps you'll set your mind upon that next." Here she again looked at me, and I now perceived from her glances at the door and at me by turns that she wished us to retire and to await her following us outside the prison. Communicating this by similar means to my guardian and Mr. Woodcourt, I rose. "We hope you will think better of it, Mr. George," said I, "and we shall come to see you again, trusting to find you more reasonable." "More grateful, Miss Summerson, you can't find me," he returned. "But more persuadable we can, I hope," said I. "And let me entreat you to consider that the clearing up of this mystery and the discovery of the real perpetrator of this deed may be of the last importance to others besides yourself." He heard me respectfully, but without much heeding these words, which I spoke a little, turned from him. Already on my way to the door, he was observing this. They afterwards told me my height and figure, which seemed to catch his attention all at once. "'Tis curious," said he, "and yet I thought so at the time." My guardian asked him what he meant. "Why, sir," he answered, "when my ill fortune took me to the dead man's staircase on the night of his murder, I saw a shape so like Miss Summerson's go by me in the dark that I had half a mind to speak to it. For an instant I felt such a shudder as I never felt before or since, and hope I shall never feel again. It came downstairs as I went up," said the trooper, "and crossed the Jupiter." Moonlighted window with a loose black mantle on. I noticed a deep fringe to it. However, it has nothing to do with the present subject, excepting that Miss Summerson looked so like it at the moment that it came into my head. I cannot separate and define the feelings that arose in me after this. It is enough that the vague duty and obligation I had felt upon me from the first of following the investigation was, without my distinctly daring to ask myself any question, increased, and that I was indignantly sure of there being no possibility of a reason for my being afraid. We three went out of the prison and walked up and down at some short distance from the gate, which was in a retired place. We had not waited long when Mr. and Mrs. Bagnet came out too, and quickly joined us. There was a tear in each of Mrs. Bagnet's eyes, and her face was flushed and hurried. "I didn't let George see what I thought about it, you know, miss," was her first remark when she came up. "But he's in a bad way, poor old fellow." "Not with care and prudence and good help," said my guardian. "A gentleman like you ought to know best, sir," returned Mrs. Bagnet, hurriedly drying her eyes on the hem of her grey cloak. "But I am uneasy for him. He has been so careless and said so much that he never meant. The gentlemen of the juries might not understand him as Lignum and me do. And then such a number of circumstances have happened bad for him, and such a number of people will be brought forward to speak against him, and Bucket is so deep, with a second-hand violin seller, and said he played the fife when a boy," Mr. Bagnet added with great solemnity. "Now I tell you, miss," said Mrs. Bagnet, "and when I say miss I mean all. Just come into the corner of the wall and I'll tell you." Mrs. Bagnet hurried us into a more secluded place, and was at first too breathless to proceed, occasioning Mr. Bagnet to say, "Old girl, tell 'em." "Why then, miss," the old girl proceeded, untying the strings of her bonnet for more air, "you could as soon move Dover Castle as move George on this point, unless you had got a new power to move him with." "And I have got it. You are a jewel of a woman," said my guardian. "Go on." "Now I tell you, miss," she proceeded, clapping her hands at her hurry and agitation a dozen times in every sentence, "that what he says concerning no relations is all bosh. They don't know of him, but he does know of them. He has said more to me at odd times than to anybody else, and it warn't for nothing that he once spoke to my Woolwich about whitening and wrinkling mothers' heads. For £50 he had seen his mother that day. She's alive and must be brought here straight." Instantly, Mrs. Bagnet put some pins into her mouth and began pinning up her skirts all round a little higher than the level of her grey cloak, which she accomplished with surpassing dispatch and dexterity. Lignum, said Mrs. Bagnet. "You take care of the children, old man, and give me the umbrella. I'm away to Lincolnshire to bring that old lady here." "But bless the woman," cried my guardian with his hand in his pocket. "How is she going? What money has she got?" Mrs. Bagnet made another application to her skirts, and brought forth a leathern purse, in which she hastily counted over a few shillings, and which she then shut up with perfect satisfaction. "Never you mind for me, miss. I'm a soldier's wife and accustomed to travel my own way. Lignum, old boy," kissing him, "1 for yourself, 3 for thee." Children, now I'm away into Lincolnshire after George's mother. And she actually set off while we 3 stood looking at one another, lost in amazement. She actually trudged away in her grey cloak at a sturdy pace, and turned the corner, and was gone. "Mr. Bagnet," said my guardian, "do you mean to let her go in that way?" "Can't help it," he returned. "Made her way home once from another quarter of the world, with the same grey cloak, and same umbrella. Whatever the old girl says, do. Do it. Whenever the old girl says, 'I'll do it,' she does it." "Then she is as honest and genuine as she looks," rejoined my guardian, "and it is impossible to say more for her." "She's colour sergeant of the nonpareil battalion," said Mr. Bagnet, looking at us over his shoulder as he went his way also, "and there's not such another. But I never owned to it before her. Discipline must be maintained." Chapter 53. The Track. Mr. Bucket and his fat forefinger are much in consultation together under existing circumstances. When Mr. Bucket has a matter of this pressing interest under his consideration, the fat forefinger seems to rise to the dignity of a familiar demon. He puts it to his ears, and it whispers information. He puts it to his lips, and it enjoins him to secrecy. He rubs it over his nose, and it sharpens his scent. He shakes it before a guilty man, and it charms him to his destruction. The augurs of the detective temple invariably predict that when Mr. Bucket and that finger are in much conference, a terrible avenger will be heard of before long. Otherwise mildly studious in his observation of human nature, on the whole a benignant philosopher not disposed to be severe upon the follies of mankind, Mr. Bucket pervades a vast number of houses and strolls about an infinity of streets, to outward appearance rather languishing for want of an object. He is in the friendliest condition towards his species, and will drink with most of them. He is free with his money, affable in his manners, innocent in his conversation, but through the placid stream of his life there glides an undercurrent of forefinger. Time and place cannot bind Mr. Bucket. Like man in the abstract, he is here today and gone tomorrow. But, very unlike man indeed, he is here again the next day. This evening he will be casually looking into the iron extinguishers at the door of Sir Leicester Dedlock's house in town, and tomorrow morning he will be walking on the leads at Chesney Wold, where erst the old man walked whose ghost is propitiated with 100 guineas. Drawers, desks, pockets, all things belonging to him, Mr. Bucket examines. A few hours afterwards, he and the Roman will be alone together, comparing forefingers. It is likely that these occupations are irreconcilable with home enjoyment, but it is certain that Mr. Bucket at present does not go home, though in general he highly appreciates the society of Mrs. Bucket, a lady of a natural detective genius, which, if it had been improved by professional exercise, might have done great things, but which has paused at the level of a clever amateur. He holds himself aloof from that dear solace. Mrs. Bucket is dependent on their lodger, fortunately an amiable lady in whom she takes an interest for companionship and conversation. A great crowd assembles in Lincoln's Inn Fields on the day of the funeral. Sir Leicester Dedlock attends the ceremony in person. Strictly speaking, there are only 3 other human followers: that is to say, Lord Doodle, William Buffy, and the debilitated cousin thrown in as a make-weight, but the amount of inconsolable carriages is immense. The peerage contributes more four-wheeled affliction than has ever been seen in that neighborhood. Such is the assemblage of armorial bearings on coach panels, that the Herald's College might be supposed to have lost its father and mother at a blow. The Duke of Foulis sends a splendid pile of dust and ashes, with silver wheel boxes, patent axles, all the last improvements, and 3 bereaved worms, 6 feet high, holding on behind, in a bunch of woe. All the state coachmen in London seem plunged into mourning, and if that dead old man of the rusty garb be not beyond a taste in horse flesh which appears impossible, it must be highly gratified this day. Quiet among the undertakers and the equipages and the calves of so many legs, all steeped in grief, Mr. Bucket sits concealed in one of the inconsolable carriages, and at his ease surveys the crowd through the lattice blinds. He has a keen eye for a crowd, as for what not, and looking here and there, now from this side of the carriage, now from the other, now up at the house windows, now along the people's heads, nothing escapes him. "And there you are, my partner, eh?" says Mr. Bucket to himself, apostrophizing Mrs. Bucket, stationed, by his favor, on the steps of the deceased's house. "And so you are, and very well indeed you are looking, Mrs. Bucket." The procession has not started yet, but is waiting for the cause of its assemblage to be brought out. Mr. Bucket, in the foremost emblazoned carriage, uses his 2 fat forefingers to hold the lattice a hair's breadth open while he looks, and it says a great deal for his attachment, as a husband, that he is still occupied with Mrs. B. "There you are, my partner, eh?" he murmuringly repeats. "And our lodger with you? I'm taking notice of you, Mrs. Bucket. I hope you're all right in your health, my dear." Not another word does Mr. Bucket say, but sits with most attentive eyes until the sack depository of noble secrets is brought down. Where are all those secrets now? Does he keep them yet? Did they fly with him on that sudden journey, and until the procession moves, and Mr. Bucket's view is changed? After which he composes himself for an easy ride, and takes note of the fittings of the carriage in case he should ever find such knowledge useful. Contrast enough between Mr. Tulkinghorn shut up in his dark carriage, and Mr. Bucket shut up in his. Between the immeasurable tract of space beyond the little wound that has thrown the one into the fixed sleep which jolts so heavily over the stones of the streets, and the narrow track of blood which keeps the other in the watchful state expressed in every hair of his head. But it is all one to both. Neither is troubled about that. Mr. Bucket sits out the procession in his own easy manner and glides from the carriage when the opportunity he has settled with himself arrives. He makes for Sir Leicester Dedlock's, which is at present a sort of home to him, where he comes and goes as he likes at all hours, where he is always welcome and made much of, where he knows the whole establishment, and walks in an atmosphere of mysterious greatness. No knocking or ringing for Mr. Bucket. He has caused himself to be provided with a key and can pass in at his pleasure. As he is crossing the hall, Mercury informs him, "Here's another letter for you, Mr. Bucket, come by post," and gives it him. "Another one, eh?" says Mr. Bucket. If Mercury should chance to be possessed by any lingering curiosity as to Mr. Bucket's letters, that wary person is not the man to gratify it. Mr. Bucket looks at him as if his face were a vista of some miles in length, and he were leisurely contemplating the same. "Do you happen to carry a box?" says Mr. Bucket. "Unfortunately, Mercury is no snuff-taker." "Could you fetch me a pinch from anywheres?" says Mr. Bucket. "Thankee. It Don't matter what it is, I'm not particular as to the kind. Thank'ee. Having leisurely helped himself from a canister borrowed from somebody downstairs for the purpose, and having made a considerable show of tasting it, first with one side of his nose and then with the other, Mr. Bucket, with much deliberation, pronounces it of the right sort and goes on, letter in hand. Now, although Mr. Bucket walks upstairs to the little library within the larger one with the face of a man who receives some scores of letters every day, it happens that much correspondence is not incidental to his life. He is no great scribe, rather handling his pen like the pocket staff he carries about with him, always convenient to his grasp, and discourages correspondence with himself and others as being too artless and direct a way of doing delicate business. Further, he often sees damaging letters produced in evidence and has occasion to reflect that it was a green thing to write them. For these reasons he has very little to do with letters either as sender or receiver, and yet he has received a round half-dozen within the last 24 hours. And this, says Mr. Bucket, spreading it out on the table, is in the same hand, and consists of the same 2 words. What 2 words? He turns the key in the door, ungirdles his black pocketbook of fate to many, lays another letter by it, and reads, boldly written in each, Lady Dedlock. Yes, yes, says Mr. Bucket, but I could have made the money without this anonymous information. Having put the letters in his book of fate and girdled it up again, he unlocks the door just in time to admit his dinner, which is brought upon a goodly tray with a decanter of sherry. Mr. Bucket frequently observes, in friendly circles where there is no restraint, that he likes a toothful of your fine old brown East Ender sherry better than anything you can offer him. Consequently, he fills and empties his glass with a smack of his lips and is proceeding with his refreshment when an idea enters his mind. Mr. Bucket softly opens the door of communication between that room and the next and looks in. The library is deserted, and the fire is sinking low. Mr. Bucket's eye, after taking a pigeon flight round the room, alights upon a table where letters are usually put as they arrive. Several letters for Sir Leicester are upon it. Mr. Bucket draws near and examines the directions. No, he says, there's none in that hand, it's only me as is written to. I can break it to Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, tomorrow. With that he returns to finish his dinner with a good appetite, and after a light nap is summoned into the drawing-room. Sir Leicester has received him there these several evenings past to know whether he has anything to report. The debilitated cousin, much exhausted by the funeral and volumnia, are in attendance. Mr. Bucket makes 3 distinctly different bows to these 3 people. A bow of homage to Sir Leicester, a bow of gallantry to Volumnia, and a bow of recognition to the debilitated cousin, to whom it airily says, "You are a swell about town, and you know me, and I know you." Having distributed these little specimens of his tact, Mr. Bucket rubs his hands. "Have you anything new to communicate, officer?" inquires Sir Leicester. "Do you wish to hold any conversation with me in private?" "Why not tonight, Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet?" "Because my time," pursues Sir Leicester, "is wholly at your disposal with a view to the vindication of the outraged majesty of the law." Mr. Bucket coughs and glances at Volumnia, rouged and necklaced, as though he would respectfully observe, "I do assure you, you're a pretty creature. I'd seen hundreds worse looking at your time of life. I have indeed." The fair Volumnia, not quite unconscious perhaps of the humanizing influence of her charms, pauses in the writing of cocked hat notes and meditatively adjusts the pearl necklace. Mr. Bucket prices that decoration in his mind and thinks it as likely as not that Volumnia is writing poetry. "If I have not," pursues Sir Leicester, in the most emphatic manner, adjured you, officer, to exercise your utmost skill in this atrocious case. I particularly desire to take the present opportunity of rectifying any omission I may have made. Let no expense be a consideration. I am prepared to defray all charges. You. Can incur none in pursuit of the object you have undertaken that I shall hesitate for a moment to bear. Mr. Bucket made Sir Leicester's bow again as a response to this liberality. My mind, Sir Leicester adds with a generous warmth, has not, as may be easily supposed, recovered its tone since the late diabolical occurrence. It is not likely ever to recover its tone, but it is full of indignation tonight after undergoing the ordeal of consigning to the tomb the remains of a faithful, a zealous, a devoted adherent. Sir Leicester's voice trembles, and his grey hair stirs upon his head. Tears are in his eyes. The best part of his nature is aroused. I declare, he says, I solemnly declare that until this crime is discovered and, in the course of justice, punished, I almost feel as if there were a stain upon my name. A gentleman who has devoted a large portion of his life to me, a gentleman who has devoted the last day of his life to me, a gentleman who has constantly sat at my table and slept under my roof, goes from my house to his own, and is struck down within an hour of his leaving my house. I cannot say but that he may have been followed from my house, watched at my house, even first marked because of his association with my house, which may have suggested his possessing greater wealth and being altogether of greater importance than his own retiring demeanor would have indicated. If I cannot with my means and influence and my position bring all the perpetrators of such a crime to light, I fail in the assertion of my respect for that gentleman's memory and of my fidelity towards one who was ever faithful to me. While he makes this protestation with great emotion and earnestness, looking round the room as if he were addressing an assembly, Mr. Bucket glances at him with an observant gravity in which there might be, but for the audacity of the thought, a touch of compassion. The ceremony of today, continues Sir Leicester, strikingly illustrative of the respect in which my deceased friend, he lays a stress upon the word, for death levels all distinctions, was held by the flower of the land, has, I say, aggravated the shock I have received from this most horrible and audacious crime. If it were my brother who had committed it, I would not spare him. Mr. Bucket looks very grave. Volumnia remarks of the deceased that he was the trustiest and dearest person. You must feel it as a deprivation to you, miss, replies Mr. Bucket soothingly. No doubt. He was calculated to be a deprivation, I'm sure he was. Volumnia gives Mr. Bucket to understand in reply that her sensitive mind is fully made up never to get the better of it as long as she lives, that her nerves are unstrung forever, and that she has not the least expectation of ever smiling again. Meanwhile she folds up a cocked hat for that redoubtable old general at Bath, descriptive of her melancholy condition. It gives a start to a delicate female, says Mr. Bucket sympathetically, but it'll wear off. Volumnia wishes of all things to know what is doing, whether they are going to convict or whatever it is that dreadful soldier, whether he had any accomplices or whatever the thing is called in the law, and a great deal more to the like artless purpose. Why, you see, miss, returns Mr. Bucket, bringing the finger into persuasive action, and such is his natural gallantry that he had almost said, my dear, it ain't easy to answer those questions at the present moment. Not at the present moment. I've kept myself on this case, Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, whom Mr. Bucket takes into the conversation in right of his importance, morning, noon, and night. But for a glass or two of sherry, I don't think I could have had my mind so much upon the stretch as it has been. I could answer your questions, miss, but duty forbids it. Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, will very soon be made acquainted with all that has been traced, and I hope that he may find it. Mr. Bucket again looks grave, to his satisfaction. The debilitated cousin only hopes some fleur'll be executed ample, thinks more interests wanted, get man hang present time than get man place, 10,000 a year. Hasn't a doubt Zumple far better hang wrong flare than no flare. You know life, you know, sir, says Mr. Bucket with a complimentary twinkle of his eye and crook of his finger, and you can confirm what I've mentioned to this lady. You don't want to be told that, from information I have received, I have gone to work. You're up to what a lady can't be expected to be up to. Lord. Especially in your elevated station of society, miss, says Mr. Bucket, quite reddening at another narrow escape from my dear. The officer, Volumnia, observes Sir Leicester, is faithful to his duty and perfectly right. Mr. Bucket murmurs, glad to have the honor of your approbation, Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet. In fact, Volumnia, proceeds Sir Leicester, it is not holding up a good model for imitation to ask the officer any such questions as you have put to him. He is the best judge of his own responsibility. He acts upon his responsibility. And it does not become us, who assist in making the laws, to impede or interfere with those who carry them into execution. Or, says Sir Leicester somewhat sternly, for Volumnia was going to cut in before he had rounded his sentence, or who vindicate their outraged majesty. Volumnia, with all humility, explains that she had not merely the plea of curiosity to urge in common with the giddy youth of her sex in general, but that she is perfectly dying with regret and interest for the darling man whose loss they all deplore. Very well, Volumnia, returns Sir Leicester, then you cannot be too discreet. Mr. Bucket takes the opportunity of a pause to be heard again. Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, I have no objections to telling this lady, with your leave and among ourselves, that I look upon the case as pretty well complete. It is a beautiful case, a beautiful case, a beautiful case, and what little is wanting to complete it, I expect to be able to supply in a few hours. I am very glad indeed to hear it, says Sir Leicester. Highly creditable to you. Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, returns Mr. Bucket very seriously. I hope it. May at one and the same time do me credit and prove satisfactory to all. When I depict it as a beautiful case, you see, miss, Mr. Bucket goes on, glancing gravely at Sir Leicester. I mean, from my point of view. As considered from other points of view, such cases will always involve more or less unpleasantness. Very strange things comes to our knowledge in families, miss, bless your heart, what you would think to be phenomenons quite. Volumnia, with her innocent little scream, supposes so. Aye, and even in genteel families, in high families, and great families, says Mr. Bucket, again gravely eyeing Sir Leicester aside. I have had the honor of being employed in high families before, and you have no idea. Come, I'll go so far as to say not even you have any idea, sir. This to the debilitated cousin, what games goes on? The cousin, who has been casting sofa pillows on his head, in a prostration of boredom yawns, Valley being the used up for very likely. Sir Leicester, deeming it time to dismiss the officer, here majestically interposes with the words, very good, thank you, and also with a wave of his hand, implying not only that there is an end of the discourse, but that if high families fall into low habits they must take the consequences. You will not forget, officer, he adds with condescension, that I am at your disposal when you please. Mr. Bucket, still grave, inquires if tomorrow morning now would suit, in case he should be as forward as he expects to be. Sir Leicester replies, all times are alike to me. Mr. Bucket makes his 3 bows, and is withdrawing when a forgotten point occurs to him. Might I ask, by the by, he says in a low voice, cautiously returning, who posted the reward bill on the staircase, I ordered it to be put up there, replies Sir Leicester. Would it be considered a liberty, Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, if I was to ask you why? Not at all. I chose it as a conspicuous part of the house. I think it cannot be too prominently kept before the whole establishment. I wish my people to be impressed with the enormity of the crime, the determination to punish it, and the hopelessness of escape. At the same time, officer, if you in your better knowledge of the subject see any objection, Mr. Bucket sees none now, the bill having been put up, had better not be taken down. Repeating his 3 bows, he withdraws, closing the door on Volumnia's little scream, which is a preliminary to her remarking that that charmingly horrible person is a perfect blue chamber. In his fondness for society and his adaptability to all grades, Mr. Bucket is presently standing before the hall fire bright and warm on the early winter night, admiring Mercury. "Why, you're 6'2", I suppose," says Mr. Bucket. "3", says Mercury. "Are you so much? But then, you see, you're broad in proportion and don't look it. You're not one of the weak-legged ones, you ain't. Was you ever modelled now?" Mr. Bucket asks, conveying the expression of an artist into the turn of his eye and head. "Mercury never was modelled." "Then you ought to be, you know," says Mr. Bucket, "and a friend of mine that you'll hear of one day as a Royal Academy sculptor would stand something. Handsome to make a drawing of your proportions for the marble. My lady's out, ain't she?" "Out to dinner. Goes out pretty well every day, don't she?" "Yes. Not to be wondered at," says Mr. Bucket. "Such a fine woman as her, so handsome and so graceful and so elegant, is like a fresh lemon on a dinner table, ornamental wherever she goes." "Was your father in the same way of life as yourself?" "Answer in the negative. Mine was," says Mr. Bucket. "My father was first a page, then a footman, then a butler, then a steward, then an innkeeper. Lived universally respected and died lamented. Said with his last breath that he considered service the most honorable part of his career, and so it was. I have a brother in service and a brother-in-law, my lady. A good temper?" Mercury replies, "As good as you can expect." "Ah," says Mr. Bucket, "a little spoiled, a little capricious. Lord, what can you anticipate when they're so handsome as that? And we like 'em all the better for it, don't we?" Mercury, with his hands in the pockets of his bright peach blossom small clothes, stretches his symmetrical silk legs with the air of a man of gallantry, and can't deny it. Come the roll of wheels and a violent ringing at the bell. "Talk of the angels," says Mr. Bucket. "Here she is." The doors are thrown open, and she passes through the hall. Still very pale, she is dressed in slight mourning and wears 2 beautiful bracelets. Either their beauty or the beauty of her arms is particularly attractive to Mr. Bucket. He looks at them with an eager eye and rattles something in his pocket, halfpence perhaps. Noticing him at his distance, she turns an inquiring look on the other Mercury who has brought her home. "Mr. Bucket, my lady." Mr. Bucket makes a leg and comes forward, passing his familiar demon over the region of his mouth. "Are you waiting to see Sir Leicester?" "No, my lady, I've seen him." "Have you anything to say to me?" "Not just at present, my lady." "Have you made any new discoveries?" "A few, my lady. This is merely in passing." She scarcely makes a stop and sweeps upstairs alone. Mr. Bucket, moving towards the staircase foot, watches her as she goes up the steps the old man came down to his grave, past murderous groups of statuary repeated with their shadowy weapons on the wall, past the printed bill which she looks at, going by, out of view. She's a lovely woman, too, she really is, says Mr. Bucket, coming back to Mercury. Don't look quite healthy, though. Is not quite healthy, Mercury informs him. Suffers much from headaches. Really? That's a pity. Walking, Mr. Bucket would recommend for that. Well, she tries walking, Mercury rejoins. Walks sometimes for 2 hours when she has them bad. By night, too. Are you sure you're quite so much as 6'3"? Asks Mr. Bucket. Begging your pardon for interrupting you a moment. Not a doubt about it. You're so well put together that I shouldn't have thought it. But the household troops, though considered fine men, are built so straggling. Walks by night, does she? When it's moonlight, though? Oh, yes, when it's moonlight, of course. Oh, of course. Conversational and acquiescent on both sides. I suppose you ain't in the habit of walking yourself, says Mr. Bucket. Not much time for it, I should say. Besides which, Mercury don't like it. Prefers carriage exercise. To be sure, says Mr. Bucket. That makes a difference. Now I think of it, says Mr. Bucket, warming his hands and looking pleasantly at the blaze. She went out walking the very night of this business. To be sure she did. I let her into the garden over the way, and left her there. Certainly you did. I saw you doing it. I didn't see you, says Mercury. I was rather in a hurry, returns Mr. Bucket, for I was going to visit a aunt of mine that lives at Chelsea next door, but to the old original Bun House. 90-year-old the old lady is, a single woman, and got a little property. Yes, I chanced to be passing at the time. Let's see. What time might it be? It wasn't 10. 9:30. You're right, so it was. And if I don't deceive myself, my lady was muffled in a loose black mantle with a deep fringe to it. Of course she was. Of course she was. Mr. Bucket must return to a little work he has to get on with upstairs, but he must shake hands with Mercury in acknowledgment of his agreeable conversation, and will he, this is all he asks, will he, when he has a leisure half-hour, think of bestowing it on that Royal Academy sculptor, for the advantage of both parties. Chapter 54. Springing a Mine. Refreshed by sleep, Mr. Bucket rises betimes in the morning and prepares for a field day. Smartened up by the aid of a clean shirt and a wet hairbrush, with which instrument, on occasions of ceremony, he lubricates such thin locks as remain to him after his life of severe study, Mr. Bucket lays in a breakfast of 2 mutton chops as a foundation to work upon, together with tea, eggs, toast, and marmalade on a corresponding scale. Having much enjoyed these strengthening matters, and having held subtle conference with his familiar demon, he confidently instructs Mercury, just to mention quietly to Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, that whenever he's ready for me, I'm ready for him. A gracious message being returned that Sir Leicester will expedite his dressing and join Mr. Bucket in the library within 10 minutes, Mr. Bucket repairs to that apartment and stands before the fire with his finger on his chin, looking at the blazing coals. Thoughtful Mr. Bucket is, as a man may be with weighty work to do, but composed. Sure, confident. From the expression of his face, he might be a famous whist player for a large stake, say 100 guineas, certain with the game in his hand, but with a high reputation involved in his playing his hand out to the last card in a masterly way. Not in the least anxious or disturbed is Mr. Bucket when Sir Leicester appears, but he eyes the baronet aside as he comes slowly to his easy-chair with that observant gravity of yesterday, in which there might have been yesterday, but for the audacity of the idea, a touch of compassion. I am sorry to have kept you waiting, officer, but I am rather later than my usual hour this morning. I am not well. The agitation and the indignation from which I have recently suffered have been too much for me. I am subject to gout. Sir Leicester was going to say indisposition, and would have said it to anybody else. But Mr. Bucket palpably knows all about it, and recent circumstances have brought it on. As he takes his seat with some difficulty and with an air of pain, Mr. Bucket draws a little nearer, standing with one of his large hands on the library table. "I am not aware, officer," Sir Leicester observes, raising his eyes to his face, "whether you wish us to be alone, but that is entirely as you please. If you do, well and good. If not, Miss Dedlock would be interested." "Why, Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet," returns Mr. Bucket, with his head persuasively on one side and his forefinger pendant at one ear like an earring, "we can't be too private just at present. You will presently see that we can't be too private. A lady, under the circumstances, and especially in Miss Dedlock's elevated station of society, can't but be agreeable to me, but speaking without a view to myself, I will take the liberty of assuring you that I know we can't be too private. That is enough." "So much so, Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet," Mr. Bucket resumes, "that I was on the point of asking your permission to turn the key in the door." "By all means." Mr. Bucket skillfully and softly takes that precaution, stooping on his knee for a moment from mere force of habit, so to adjust the key in the lock as that no one shall peep in from the outer side. "Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, I mentioned yesterday evening that I wanted but a very little to complete this case. I have now completed it and collected proof against the person who did this crime." "Against the soldier?" "No, Sir Leicester Dedlock, not the soldier." Sir Leicester looks astounded and inquires, "Is the man in custody?" Mr. Bucket tells him after a pause, "It was a woman." Sir Leicester leans back in his chair and breathlessly ejaculates, "Good heaven!" "Now, Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet," Mr. Bucket begins, standing over him with one hand spread out on the library table and the forefinger of the other in impressive use, "it's my duty to prepare you for a train of circumstances that may, and I go so far as to say that will, give you a shock. But Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, you are a gentleman, and I know what a gentleman is and what a gentleman is capable of. A gentleman can bear a shock when it must come, boldly and steadily. A gentleman can make up his mind to stand up against almost any blow. Why, take yourself, Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet. If there's a blow to be inflicted on you, you naturally think of your family. You ask yourself, how would all them ancestors of yours, away to Julius Caesar, not to go beyond him at present, have borne that blow? You remember scores of them that would have. Borne it well, and you bear it well on their accounts, and to maintain the family credit. That's the way you argue, and that's the way you act, Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet." Sir Leicester, leaning back in his chair and grasping the elbows, sits looking at him with a stony face. "Now, Sir Leicester Dedlock," proceeds Mr. Bucket, "thus preparing you, let me beg of you not to trouble your mind for a moment as to anything having come to my knowledge. I know so much about so many characters, high and low, that a piece of information more or less don't signify a straw. I don't suppose there's a move on the board that would surprise M.E., and as to this or that move having taken place, why, my knowing it is no odds at all, any possible move whatever, provided it's in a wrong direction, being a probable move according to my experience. Therefore what I say to you, Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, is, don't. You go and let yourself be put out of the way because of my knowing anything of your family affairs. I thank you for your preparation," returned Sir Leicester after a silence, without moving hand, foot, or feature, "which I hope is not necessary, though I give it credit for being well intended. Be so good as to go on." Also, Sir Leicester seems to shrink in the shadow of his figure. Also, to take a seat if you have no objection. None at all. Mr. Bucket brings a chair and diminishes his shadow. Now, Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, with this short preface, I come to the point. Lady Dedlock. Sir Leicester raises himself in his seat and stares at him fiercely. Mr. Bucket brings the finger into play as an emollient. Lady Dedlock, you see she's universally admired. That's what her ladyship is. She's universally admired, says Mr. Bucket. I would greatly prefer, officer, Sir Leicester returned stiffly, my lady's name being entirely omitted from this discussion. So would I, Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, but it's impossible. Impossible. Mr. Bucket shakes his relentless head. Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, it's altogether impossible. What I have got to say is about her ladyship. She is the pivot it all turns on. Officer, retorts Sir Leicester with a fiery eye and a quivering lip, you know your duty. Do your duty, but be careful not to overstep it. I would not suffer it. I would not endure it. You bring my lady's name into this communication upon your responsibility, upon your responsibility. My lady's name is not a name for common persons to trifle with. Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, I say what I must say, and no more. I hope it may prove so. Very well, go on. Go on, sir. Glancing at the angry eyes which now avoid him, and at the angry figure trembling from head to foot, yet striving to be still, Mr. Bucket feels his way with his forefinger, and in a low voice proceeds. Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, it becomes my duty to tell you that the deceased Mr. Tulkinghorn long entertained mistrusts and suspicions of Lady Dedlock. If he had dared to breathe them to me, sir, which he never did, I would have. Killed him myself, exclaimed Sir Leicester, striking his hand upon the table. That in the very heat and fury of the act he stops, fixed by the knowing eyes of Mr. Bucket, whose forefinger is slowly going, and who, with mingled confidence and patience, shakes his head. Sir Leicester Dedlock, the deceased Mr. Tulkinghorn, was deep and close, and what he fully had in his mind in the very beginning I can't quite take upon myself to say. But I know from his lips that he long ago suspected Lady Dedlock of having discovered, through the sight of some handwriting in this very house, and when you yourself, Sir Leicester Dedlock, were present, the existence, in great poverty, of a certain person who had been her lover before you courted her and who ought to have been her husband. Mr. Bucket stops and deliberately repeats, ought to have been her husband, not a doubt about it. I know from his lips that when that person soon afterwards died, he suspected Lady Dedlock of visiting his wretched lodging and his wretched grave, alone and in secret. I know from my own inquiries and through my eyes and ears that Lady Dedlock did make such visit in the dress of her own maid, for the deceased Mr. Tulkinghorn employed me to reckon up her ladyship, if you'll excuse my making use of the term we commonly employ, and I reckoned her up so far completely. I confronted the maid in the chambers in Lincoln's Inn Fields with a witness who had been Lady Dedlock's guide, and there couldn't be the shadow of a doubt that she had worn the young woman's dress, unknown to her. Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, I did endeavor to pave the way a little towards these unpleasant disclosures yesterday, by saying that very strange things happened even in high families sometimes. All this and more has happened in your own family, and to and through your own lady. It's my belief that the deceased Mr. Tulkinghorn followed up these inquiries to the hour of his death, and that he and Lady Dedlock even had bad blood between them upon the matter that very night. Now only you put that to Lady Dedlock, Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, and ask her ladyship whether, Even after he had left here, she didn't go down to his chambers with the intention of saying something further to him, dressed in a loose black mantle with a deep fringe to it. Sir Leicester sits like a statue, gazing at the cruel finger that is probing the lifeblood of his heart. You put that to her ladyship, Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, from me, Inspector Bucket of the detective. And if her ladyship makes any difficulty about admitting of it, you tell her that it's no use, that Inspector Bucket knows it, and knows that she passed the soldier as you called him, though he's not in the army now, and knows she passed him on the staircase. Now, Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, why do I relate all this? Sir Leicester, who has covered his face with his hands, uttering a single groan, requests him to pause for a moment. By and by he takes his hands away, and so preserves his dignity and outward calmness, though there is no more color in his face than in his white hair, that Mr. Bucket is a little awed by him. Something frozen and fixed is upon his manner, over and above its usual shell of haughtiness, and Mr. Bucket soon detects an unusual slowness in his speech, with now and then a curious trouble in beginning, which occasions him to utter inarticulate sounds. With such sounds he now breaks silence, soon, however, controlling himself to say that he does not comprehend why a gentleman so faithful and zealous as the late Mr. Tulkinghorn should have communicated to him nothing of this painful, this distressing, this unlooked for, this overwhelming, this incredible intelligence. Again, Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, returns Mr. Bucket, put it to her ladyship to clear that up. Put it to her ladyship, if you think it right, from Inspector Bucket of the detective. You'll find, or I'm much mistaken, that the deceased Mr. Tulkinghorn had the intention of communicating the whole to you. As soon as he considered it ripe, and further, that he had given her ladyship so to understand. Why, he might have been going to reveal it the very morning when I examined the body. You don't know what I'm going to say and do 5 minutes from this present time, Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, and supposing I was to be picked off now, you might wonder why I hadn't done it, don't you see? True. Sir Leicester, avoiding with some trouble those obtrusive sounds, says true. At this juncture a considerable noise of voices is heard in the hall. Mr. Bucket, after listening, goes to the library door, softly unlocks, and opens it, and listens again. Then he draws in his head and whispers hurriedly but composedly, Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, this unfortunate family affair has taken air, as I expected it might, the deceased Mr. Tulkinghorn being cut down so sudden. The chance to hush it is to let in these people now in a wrangle with your footman. Would you mind sitting quiet on the family account while I reckon 'em up? And would you just throw in a nod when I seem to ask you for it? Sir Leicester indistinctly answers, Officer, the best you can, the best you can, and Mr. Bucket, with a nod and a sagacious crook of the forefinger, slips down into the hall where the voices quickly die away. He is not long in returning, a few paces ahead of Mercury, and a brother deity also powdered and in peach blossom smalls, who bear between them a chair in which is an incapable old man. Another man and 2 women come behind. Directing the pitching of the chair in an affable and easy manner, Mr. Bucket dismisses the Mercuries and locks the door again. Sir Leicester looks on at this invasion of the sacred precincts with an icy stare. Now perhaps you may know me, ladies and gentlemen, says Mr. Bucket in a confidential voice. I am Inspector Bucket of the detective. I am, and this, producing the tip of his convenient little staff from his breast pocket, is my authority. Now, you wanted to see Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet. Well, you do see him, and mind you, it ain't everyone as is admitted to that honor. Your name, old gentleman, is Smallweed. That's what your name is. I know it well. Well, and you never heard any harm of it, cries Mr. Smallweed in a shrill, loud voice. You don't happen to know why they killed the pig, do you? Retorts Mr. Bucket with a steadfast look, but without loss of temper. No. Why they killed him, says Mr. Bucket, on account of his having so much cheek. Don't you get into the same position, because it isn't worthy of you. You ain't in the habit of conversing with a deaf person, are you? Yes, snarls Mr. Smallweed, my wife's deaf. That accounts for your pitching your voice so high. But as she ain't here, just pitch it an octave or two lower, will you? And I'll not only be obliged to you, but it'll do you more credit, says Mr. Bucket. This other gentleman is in the preaching line, I think. Name of Chadband, Mr. Smallweed puts in, speaking henceforth in a much lower key. Once had a friend and brother sergeant of the same name, says Mr. Bucket, offering his hand, and consequently feel a liking for it. Mrs. Chadband, no doubt. And Mrs. Snagsby, Mr. Smallweed introduces. Husband, a law stationer, and a friend of my own, says Mr. Bucket. Love him like a brother. Now, what's up? Do you mean what business have we come upon? Mr. Smallweed asks, a little dashed by the suddenness of this turn. Ah, you know what I mean. Let us hear what it's all about in presence of Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet. Come. Mr. Smallweed, beckoning Mr. Chadband, takes a moment's counsel with him in a whisper. Mr. Chadband, expressing a considerable amount of oil from the pores of his forehead and the palms of his hands, says aloud, "Yes, you first," and retires to his former place. I was the client and friend of Mr. Tulkinghorn, pipes Grandfather Smallweed then. I did business with him. I was useful to him, and he was useful to me. Crook, dead and gone, was my brother-in-law. He was own brother to a brimstone magpie, leastways Mrs. Smallweed. I come into Crook's property. I examined all his papers and all his effects. They was all dug out under my eyes. There was a bundle of letters belonging to a dead and gone lodger, as was hid. Away at the back of a shelf in the side of Lady Jane's bed, his cat's bed, he hid all manner of things away, everywheres. Mr. Tulkinghorn wanted 'em and got 'em, but I looked 'em over first. I'm a man of business, and I took a squint at 'em. They was letters from the lodger's sweetheart, and she signed Honoria. Dear me, that's not a common name. Honoria, is it? There's no lady in this house that signs Honoria, is there? Oh no, I don't think so. Oh no, I don't think so. And not in the same hand, perhaps? Oh no, I don't think so. Here Mr. Smallweed, seized with a fit of coughing in the midst of his triumph, breaks off to ejaculate, "Oh dear me! Oh Lord, I'm shaken all to pieces." Now, when you're ready, says Mr. Bucket after awaiting his recovery, to come to anything that concerns Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, here the gentleman sits, you know. Haven't I come to it, Mr. Bucket? Cries Grandfather Smallweed. Isn't the gentleman concerned yet? Not with Captain Hawdon and his ever affectionate Honoria and their child into the bargain? Come then, I want to know where those letters are. That concerns me, if it don't concern Sir Leicester Dedlock. I will know where they are. I won't have 'em disappear so quietly. I handed 'em over to my friend and solicitor, Mr. Tulkinghorn, not to anybody else. Why, he paid you for them, you know, and handsome too, says Mr. Bucket. I don't care for that. I want to know who's got 'em. And I tell you what we all here want, Mr. Bucket. We want more painstaking and search-making into this murder. We know where the interest and the motive was, and you have not done enough. If George the vagabond dragoon had any hand in it, he was only an accomplice and was set on. You know what I mean as well as any man. Now I tell you what, says Mr. Bucket, instantaneously altering his manner. Coming close to him and communicating an extraordinary fascination to the forefinger. I am damned if I am going to have my case spoiled, or interfered with, or anticipated by so much as half a second of time by any human being in creation. You want more painstaking in search-making. You do? Do you see this hand, and do you think that I don't know the right time to stretch it out and put it on the arm that fired that shot? Such is the dread power of the man, and so terribly evident it is that he makes no idle boast, that Mr. Smallweed begins to apologize. Mr. Bucket, dismissing his sudden anger, checks him. The advice I give you is, don't you trouble your head about the murder. That's my affair. You keep half an eye on the newspapers, and I shouldn't wonder if you was to read something about it before long, if you look sharp. I know my business, and that's all I've got to say to you on that subject. Now about those letters. You want to know who's got 'em? I don't mind telling you. I have got 'em. Is that the packet? Mr. Smallweed looks with greedy eyes at the little bundle Mr. Bucket produces from a mysterious part of his coat and identifies it as the same. What have you got to say next? Asks Mr. Bucket. Now don't open your mouth too wide, because you don't look handsome when you do it. I want £500. No, you don't. You mean 50, says Mr. Bucket humorously. It appears, however, that Mr. Smallweed means 500. That is, I am deputed by Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, to consider without admitting or promising anything this bit of business, says Mr. Bucket, sir. Leicester mechanically bows his head. And you asked me to consider a proposal of £500. Why, it's an unreasonable proposal. 250 would be bad enough, but better than that. Hadn't you better say 250? Mr. Smallweed is quite clear that he had better not. Then, says Mr. Bucket, let's hear Mr. Chadband. Lord, many a time I've heard my old fellow sergeant of that name, and a moderate man he was in all respects as ever I come across. Thus invited, Mr. Chadband steps forth, and after a little sleek smiling, and a little oil grinding with the palms of his hands, delivers himself as follows. My friends, we are now Rachel, my wife and I, in the mansions of the rich and great. Why are we now in the mansions of the rich and great, my friends? Is it because we are invited? Because we are bidden to feast with them? Because we are bidden to rejoice with them? Because we are bidden to play the lute with them? Because we are bidden to dance with them? No. Then why are we here, my friends? Are we in possession of a sinful secret? And do we require corn and wine and oil, or what is much the same thing, money, for the keeping thereof? Probably so, my friends. You're a man of business, you are, returns Mr. Bucket, very attentive, and consequently you're going on to mention what the nature of your secret is. You are right. You couldn't do better. Let us then, my brother, in a spirit of love, says Mr. Chadband with a cunning eye, proceed unto it. Rachel, my wife, advance. Mrs. Chadband, more than ready, so advances as to jostle her husband into the background and confronts Mr. Bucket with a hard, frowning smile. Since you want to know what we know, says she, I'll tell you. I helped to. Bring up Miss Hawdon, her ladyship's daughter. I was in the service of her ladyship's sister, who was very sensitive to the disgrace her ladyship brought upon her, and gave out even to her ladyship that the child was dead. She was very nearly so when she was born. But she's alive, and I know her. With these words and a laugh, and laying a bitter stress on the word ladyship, Mrs. Chadband folds her arms and looks implacably at Mr. Bucket. I suppose now, returns that officer, you will be expecting a £20 note or present of about that figure. Mrs. Chadband merely laughs and contemptuously tells him he can offer 20 pence. My friend the law stationer's good lady over there, says Mr. Bucket, luring Mrs. Snagsby forward with the finger. What may your game be, ma'am? Mrs. Snagsby is at first prevented, by tears and lamentations, from stating the nature of her game, but by degrees it confusedly comes to light that she is a woman overwhelmed with injuries and wrongs, whom Mr. Snagsby has habitually deceived, abandoned, and sought to keep in darkness, and whose chief comfort, under her afflictions, has been the sympathy of the late Mr. Tulkinghorn, who showed so much commiseration for her on one occasion of his calling in Cook's Court in the absence of her pedant. Everybody, it appears, the present company excepted, has plotted against Mrs. Snagsby's peace. There is Mr. Guppy, clerk to Kenge and Carboy, who was at first as open as the sun at noon, but who suddenly shut up as close as midnight, under the influence, no doubt, of Mr. Snagsby's suborning and tampering. There is Mr. Weevil, friend of Mr. Guppy, who lived mysteriously up a court, owing to the like coherent causes. There was Krook, deceased, there was Nimrod, deceased, and there was Joe, deceased, and they were all in it. In what Mrs. Snagsby does not with particularity express, but she knows that Joe was Mr. Snagsby's son, as well as if a trumpet had spoken it, and she followed Mr. Snagsby when he went on his last visit to the boy, and if he was not his son, why did he go? The one occupation of her life has been, for some time back, to follow Mr. Snagsby to and fro and up and down, and to piece suspicious circumstances together, and every circumstance that has happened has been most suspicious, and in this way she has pursued her object of detecting and confounding her false husband night and day. Thus did it come to pass that she brought the Chadbands and Mr. Tulkinghorn together, and conferred with Mr. Tulkinghorn on the change in Mr. Guppy, and helped to turn up the circumstances in which the present company are interested, casually, by the wayside, being still and ever on the great high road that is to terminate in Mr. Snagsby's full exposure and the matrimonial separation. All this, Mrs. Snagsby, as an injured woman, and the friend of Mrs. Chadband, and the follower of Mr. Moner, Chadband and the mourner of the late Mr. Tulkinghorn, is here to certify under the seal of confidence, with every possible confusion and involvement, possible and impossible, having no pecuniary motive whatever, no scheme or project but the one mentioned, and bringing here, and taking everywhere, her own dense atmosphere of dust, arising from the ceaseless working of her mill of jealousy. While this exordium is in hand, and it takes some time, Mr. Bucket, who has seen through the transparency of Mrs. Snagsby's vinegar at a glance, confers with his familiar demon and bestows his shrewd attention on the Chadbands and Mr. Smallweed. Sir Leicester Dedlock remains immovable, with the same icy surface upon him, except that he once or twice looks towards Mr. Bucket, as relying on that officer alone of all mankind. Very good, says Mr. Bucket. Now I understand you, you know. And being deputed by Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, to look into this little matter again. Sir Leicester mechanically bows in confirmation of the statement, can give it my fair and full attention. Now I won't allude to conspiring to extort money or anything of that sort, because we are men and women of the world here, and our object is to make things pleasant. But I tell you what I do wonder at. I am surprised that you should think of making a noise below in the hall. It was so opposed to your interests. That's what I look at. We wanted to get in, pleads Mr. Smallweed. Why, of course you wanted to get in, Mr. Bucket asserts with cheerfulness. But for an old gentleman at your time of life, what I call truly venerable, mind you. with his wits sharpened, as I have no doubt they are, by the loss of the use of his limbs, which occasions all his animation to mount up into his head, not to consider that if he don't keep such a business as the present as close as possible, it can't be worth a mag to him, is so curious. You see your temper got the better of. That's where you lost ground, says Mr. Bucket in an argumentative and friendly way. I only said I wouldn't go without. One of the servants came up to Sir Leicester Dedlock, returns Mr. Smallweed. That's it. That's where your temper got the better of you. Now, you keep it under another time and you'll make money by it. Shall I ring for them to carry you down? When are we to hear more of this? Mrs. Chadband sternly demands. Bless your heart for a true woman, always curious, your delightful sexes, replies Mr. Bucket with gallantry. I shall have the pleasure of giving you a call tomorrow or next day, not forgetting Mr. Smallweed and his proposal of $250. $500, exclaims Mr. Smallweed. All right, nominally 500. Mr. Bucket has his hand on the bell rope. Shall I wish you good day for the present on the part of myself and the gentlemen of the house? He asks in an insinuating tone. Nobody having the hardihood to object to his doing so, he does it, and the party retire as they came up. Mr. Bucket follows them to the door, and returning, says with an air of serious business, Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, it's for you to consider whether or not to buy this up. I should recommend, on the whole, it's being bought up myself, and I think it may be bought pretty cheap. You see, that little pickled cowcumber of a Mrs. Snagsby has been used by all sides of the speculation, and has done a deal more harm in bringing odds and ends together than if she had meant it. Mr. Tulkinghorn, deceased, he held all these horses in his hand, and could have drove 'em his own way, I haven't a doubt, but he was fetched off the box head foremost, and now they have got their legs over the traces, and are all dragging and pulling their own ways. So it is, and such is life. The cat's away, and the mice they play. The frost breaks up, and the water runs. Now, with regard to the party to be apprehended, Sir Leicester seems to wake, though his eyes have been wide open, and he looks intently at Mr. Bucket as Mr. Bucket refers to his watch. The party to be apprehended is now in this house, proceeds Mr. Bucket, putting up his watch with a steady hand and with rising spirits, and I'm about to take her into custody in your presence. Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, don't you say a word nor yet stir. There be no noise and no disturbance at all. I'll come back in the course of the evening if agreeable to you, and endeavor to meet your wishes respecting this unfortunate family matter and the nobbiest way of keeping it quiet. Now, Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, don't you be nervous on account of the apprehension at present coming off. You shall see the whole case clear from first to last. Mr. Bucket rings, goes to the door, briefly whispers Mercury, shuts the door, and stands behind it with his arms folded. After a suspense of a minute or two, the door slowly opens, and a Frenchwoman enters. Mademoiselle Hortense. The moment she is in the room, Mr. Bucket claps the door to and puts his back against it. The suddenness of the noise occasions her to turn, and then for the first time she sees Sir Leicester Dedlock in his chair. I ask you pardon, she mutters hurriedly. They tell me there was no one here. Her step towards the door brings her front to front with Mr. Bucket. Suddenly a spasm shoots across her face, and she turns deadly pale. This is my lodger, Sir Leicester Dedlock, says Mr. Bucket, nodding at her. This foreign young woman has been my lodger for some weeks back. What does Sir Leicester care for that, you think, my angel? Returns. Mademoiselle, in a jocular strain, Why, my angel, returns Mr. Bucket, we shall see. Mademoiselle Hortense eyes him with a scowl upon her tight face, which gradually changes into a smile of scorn. "You are very mysterious. Are you drunk?" "Tolerable sober, my angel," returns Mr. Bucket. "I come from arriving at this so detestable house with your wife. Your wife have left me since some minutes. They tell me downstairs that your wife is here. I come here, and your wife is not here. What is the intention of this fool's play, say then?" Mademoiselle demands with her arms composedly crossed, but with something in her dark cheek beating like a clock. Mr. Bucket merely shakes the finger at her. "Ah, my God, you are an unhappy idiot," cries Mademoiselle with a toss of her head and a laugh. "Leave me to pass downstairs, great pig," with a stamp of her foot and a menace. "Now, Mademoiselle," says Mr. Bucket in a cool, determined way, "you go and sit down upon that sofa." "I will not sit down upon nothing," she replies with a shower of nods. "Now, Mademoiselle," repeats Mr. Bucket, making no demonstration except with the finger, "you sit down upon that sofa." "Why?" "Because I take you into custody on a charge of murder, and you don't need to be told it. Now, I want to be polite to one of your sex and a foreigner if I can. If I can't, I must be rough, and there's rougher ones outside. What I am to be depends on you. So I recommend you as a friend, afore another half a blessed moment has passed over your head, to go and sit down upon that sofa." Mademoiselle complies, saying in a concentrated voice while that something in her cheek beats fast and hard, "You are a devil. Now you see," Mr. Bucket proceeds approvingly, "you're comfortable and conducting yourself as I should expect a foreign young woman of your sense to do. So I'll give you a piece of advice, and it's this. Don't you talk too much. You're not expected to say anything here, and you can't keep too quiet a tongue in your head. In short, the less you parley, the better, you know." Mr. Bucket is very complacent over this French explanation. Mademoiselle, with that tigerish expansion of the mouth, and her black eyes darting fire upon him, sits upright on the sofa, in a rigid state, with her hands clenched, and her feet too, one might suppose, muttering, "Oh, you Bucket, you are a devil." "Now, Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet," says Mr. Bucket, and from this time forth the finger never rests, "this young woman, my lodger, was her ladyship's maid at the time I have mentioned to you, and this young woman, besides being extraordinary vehement and passionate against her ladyship after being discharged—" "Lie," cries Mademoiselle. "I discharge myself. Now, why don't you take my advice?" returns Mr. Bucket in an impressive, almost in an imploring tone. "I'm surprised at the indiscreetness you commit. You'll say something that'll be used against you, you know. You're sure to come to it. Never you mind what I say till it's given in evidence. It is not addressed to you." "Discharged too," cries Mademoiselle furiously, "by her ladyship, eh? My faith, a pretty ladyship! Why, I ruin my character by remaining with a ladyship so infame. Upon my soul, I wonder at you." Mr. Bucket remonstrates. "I thought the French were a polite nation. I did really. Yet to hear a female going on like that before Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, he is a poor abused," cries Mademoiselle. "I spit upon his house, upon his name, upon his imbecility, all of which she makes the carpet represent. Oh, that he is a great man! Oh, yes, superb! Oh, heaven! Bah! Ha!" "Well, Sir Leicester Dedlock," proceeds Mr. Bucket, "this intemperate foreigner also angrily took it into her head that she had established a claim upon Mr. Tulkinghorn, deceased, by attending on the occasion I told you of, at his chambers, though she was liberally paid for her time and trouble." "Lie," cries Mademoiselle. "I refuse his money altogether. If you will parley, you know," says Mr. Bucket parenthetically, "you must take the consequences." Now whether she became my lodger, Sir Leicester Dedlock, With any deliberate intention then of doing this deed and blinding me, I give no opinion on, but she lived in my house in that capacity at the time that she was hovering about the chambers of the deceased Mr. Tulkinghorn with a view to a wrangle, and likewise persecuting and half frightening the life out of an unfortunate stationer. Lie, cries Mademoiselle. I'll lie. The murder was committed Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, and you know under what circumstances. Now, I beg of you to follow me close with your attention for a minute or two. I was sent for, and the case was entrusted to me. I examined the place, and the body, and the papers, and everything, from information I received from a clerk in the same house I took George into custody as having been seen hanging about there on the night, and at very nigh the time of the murder, also as having been overheard in high words with the deceased on former occasions, even threatening him, as the witness made out. If you ask me, Sir Leicester Dedlock, whether from the first I believed George to be the murderer, I tell you candidly no, but he might be, notwithstanding, and there was enough against him to make it my duty to take him and get him kept under remand. Now, observe. As Mr. Bucket bends forward in some excitement for him and inaugurates what he is going to say with one ghostly beat of his forefinger in the air, Mademoiselle Hortense fixes her black eyes upon him with a dark frown and sets her dry lips closely and firmly together. I went home, Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, at night and found this young woman having supper with my wife, Mrs. Bucket. She had made a mighty show of being fond of Mrs. Bucket from her first offering herself as our lodger, but that night she made more than ever, in fact overdid it. Likewise she overdid her respect, and all that for the lamented memory of the deceased Mr. Tulkinghorn. By the living Lord it flashed upon me, as I sat opposite to her at the table and saw her with a knife in her hand, that she had done it. Mademoiselle is hardly audible in straining through her teeth and lips the words, "You are a devil." Now where, pursues Mr. Bucket, had she been on the night of the murder? She had been to the theatre. She really was there, I have since found, both before the deed and after it. I knew I had an artful customer to deal with, and that proof would be very difficult. And I laid a trap for her, such a trap as I never laid yet, and such a venture as I never made yet. I worked it out in my mind while I was talking to her at supper. When I went upstairs to bed, our house being small and this young woman's ears sharp, I stuffed the sheet into Mrs. Bucket's mouth, that she shouldn't say a word of surprise, and told her all about it. My dear, don't you give your mind to that again, or I shall link your feet together at the ankles. Mr. Bucket, breaking off, has made a noiseless descent upon Mademoiselle and laid his heavy hand upon her shoulder. "What is the matter with you now?" she asks him. "Don't you think any more," returns Mr. Bucket with admonitory finger, "of throwing yourself out of window. That's what's the matter with me. Come, just take my arm. You needn't get up. I'll sit down by you. Now take my arm, will you? I'm a married man, you know. You're acquainted with my wife. Just take my arm." Vainly endeavoring to moisten those dry lips with a painful sound, she struggles with herself and complies. Now we're all right again. Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, this case could never have been the case it is, but for Mrs. Bucket, who is a woman in 50,000 in 150,000. To throw this young woman off her guard, I have never set foot in our house since, though I've communicated with Mrs. Bucket in the baker's loaves and in the milk as often as required. My whispered words to Mrs. Bucket when she had the sheet in her mouth were, "My dear, can you throw her off continually with natural accounts of my suspicions against George, and this, and that, and t'other? Can you do without rest, and keep watch upon her night and day? Can you undertake to say, she shall do nothing without my knowledge, she shall be my prisoner, without suspecting it, she shall no more escape from me than from death? and her life shall be my life, and her soul my soul, till I have got her if she did this murder. Mrs. Bucket says to me, as well as she could speak on account of the sheet, Bucket, I can, and she has acted up to it. Glorious! Lies! Mademoiselle interposes. All lies, my friend. Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, how did my calculations come out under these circumstances? When I calculated that this impetuous young woman would overdo it in new directions, was I wrong or right? I was right. What does she try to do? Don't let it give you a turn. To throw the murder on her ladyship. Sir Leicester rises from his chair and staggers down again. And she got encouragement in it from hearing that I was always here, which was done a purpose. Now, open that pocket-book of mine. Sir Leicester Dedlock, if I may take the liberty of throwing it towards you, and look at the letters sent to me, each with the 2 words Lady Dedlock in it. Open the one directed to yourself, which I stopped this very morning and read the 3 words Lady. Dedlock, murderesses in it. These letters have been falling about like a shower of ladybirds. What do you say now to Mrs. Bucket, from her spy place, having seen them all written by this young woman? What do you say to Mrs. Bucket having, within this half hour, secured the corresponding ink and paper, fellow half-sheets, and what not? What do you say to Mrs. Bucket having watched the posting of 'em every one by this young woman, Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet? Mr. Purnet, Bucket asks, triumphant in his admiration of his lady's genius. 2 things are especially observable as Mr. Bucket proceeds to a conclusion. First, that he seems imperceptibly to establish a dreadful right of property in Mademoiselle. Secondly, that the very atmosphere she breathes seems to narrow and contract about her as if a close net or a pall were being drawn nearer and yet nearer around her breathless figure. There is no doubt that her ladyship was on the spot at the eventful period. Says Mr. Bucket, and my foreign friend here saw her, I believe, from the upper part of the staircase. Her ladyship and George and my foreign friend were all pretty close on one another's heels. But that don't signify any more, so I'll not go into it. I found the wadding of the pistol with which the deceased Mr. Tulkinghorn was shot. It was a bit of the printed description of your house at Chesney Wold. Not much in that, you'll say, Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet. No, but when my foreign friend here is so thoroughly off her guard as to think it a safe time to tear up the rest of that leaf, and when Mrs. Bucket puts the pieces together and finds the wadding wanting, it begins to look like Queer Street. These are very long lies, Mademoiselle interposes. You prose great deal. Is it that you have almost all finished, or are you speaking always? Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, proceeds Mr. Bucket, who delights in a full title and does violence to himself when he dispenses with any fragment of it. Lee. Last point in the case which I am now going to mention shows the necessity of patience in our business and never doing a thing in a hurry. I watched this young woman yesterday without her knowledge when she third knowledge, waitress, unfant, so rose against her malice towards her ladyship, and the time when so rose against her malice towards her ladyship, and the time was altogether such a time for bringing down what you may call retribution upon her, that if I had been a younger hand with less experience, I should have taken her certain equally last night wedish, as to the ultimate. What should I have lost? Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet. I should have lost the weapon. My prisoner here proposed to Mrs. Bucket after the departure. of the funeral that they should go per bus a little ways into the country and take tea at a very decent house of entertainment. Now, near that house of entertainment, there's a piece of water. At tea, my prisoner got up to fetch her pocket handkerchief from the bedroom where the bonnets was. She was rather a long time gone and came back a little out of wind. As soon as they came home, this was reported to me by Mrs. Bucket, along with her observations and suspicions. I had the piece of water dragged by moonlight in presence of a couple of our men, and the pocket pistol was brought up before it had been there half a dozen hours. Now, my dear, put your arm a little further through mine and hold it steady, and I shan't hurt you. In a trice, Mr. Bucket snaps a handcuff on her wrist. That's one, says Mr. Bucket. Now the other, darling. Two, and all told, he rises, she rises too. Where? She asks him, darkening her large eyes until their drooping lids almost conceal them, and yet they stare. Where is your false, your treacherous and cursed wife? She's gone forward to the police office, returns Mr. Bucket. You'll see her there, my dear. I would like to kiss her, exclaims Mademoiselle Hortense, panting tigress-like. You'd bite her, I suspect, says Mr. Bucket. I would, making her eyes very large. I would love to tear her limb from limb. Bless you, darling, says Mr. Bucket with the greatest composure. I'm fully prepared to hear that. Your sex have such a surprising animosity against one another when you do differ. You don't mind me half so much, do you? No, though you are a devil still. Angel and devil by turns, eh? Cries Mr. Bucket. But I am in my regular employment, you must consider. Let me put your shawl tidy. I've been lady's maid to a good many before now. Anything wanting to the bonnet? There's a cab at the door. Mademoiselle Hortense, casting an indignant eye at the glass, shakes herself perfectly neat in one shake, and looks, to do her justice, uncommonly genteel. Listen then, my angel, says she after several sarcastic nods. You are very spiritual, but can you restore him back to life? Mr. Bucket answers, not exactly, that is droll. Listen yet one time. You are very spiritual. Can you make a honorable lady of her? Don't be so malicious, says Mr. Bucket. Or a haughty gentleman of him, cries Mademoiselle, referring to Sir Leicester with ineffable disdain. Eh? Oh, then regard him, the poor infant. Ha 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 ha. Come, come, why this is worse parleying than the other, says Mr. Bucket. Come along. You cannot do these things, then you can do as you please with me. It is but the death, it is all the same. Let us go, my angel. Adieu, you old man grey. I pity you, and I despise you. With these last words, she snaps her teeth together as if her mouth closed with a spring. It is impossible to describe how Mr. Bucket gets her out, but he accomplishes that feat in a manner so peculiar to himself, enfolding and pervading her like a cloud, and hovering away with her as if he were a homely Jupiter and she the object of his affections. Sir Leicester, left alone, remains in the same attitude, as though he were still listening and his attention were still occupied. At length he gazes round the empty room, and finding it deserted, rises unsteadily to his feet, pushes back his chair, and walks a few steps, supporting himself by the table. Then he stops, and with more of those inarticulate sounds, lifts up his eyes, and seems to stare at something. Heaven knows what he sees. The green, green woods of Chesney Wold, the noble house, the pictures of his forefathers, strangers defacing them, officers of police hoarsely handling his most precious heirlooms, thousands of fingers pointing at him, thousands of faces sneering at him. But if such shadows flit before him to his bewilderment, there is one other shadow which he can name with something like distinctness even yet, and to which alone he addresses his tearing of his white hair and his extended arms. It is she in association with whom, saving that she has been for years a main fibre of the root of his dignity and pride, he has never had a selfish thought. It is she whom he has loved, admired, honored, and set up for the world to respect. It is she who, at the core of all the constrained formalities and conventionalities of his life, has been a stock of living tenderness and love, susceptible as nothing else is of being struck with the agony he feels. He sees her almost to the exclusion of himself, and cannot bear to look upon her cast down from the high place she has graced so well. And even to the point of his sinking on the ground, oblivious of his suffering, he can yet pronounce her name with something like distinctness in the midst of those intrusive sounds, and in a tone of mourning and compassion rather than reproach. Chapter 55. Flight. Inspector Bucket of the detective has not yet struck his great blow as just now chronicled, but is yet refreshing himself with sleep preparatory to his field day, when through the night and along the freezing wintry roads a chaise and pair comes out of Lincolnshire, making its way towards London. Railroads shall soon traverse all this country, and with a rattle and a glare the engine and train shall shoot like a meteor over the wide night landscape, turning the moon paler. But as yet such things are non-existent in these parts, though not wholly unexpected. Preparations are afoot, measurements are made, ground is staked out. Bridges are begun, and their not yet united piers desolately look at one another, over roads and streams like brick and mortar couples with an obstacle to their union. Fragments of embankments are thrown up and left as precipices, with torrents of rusty carts and barrows tumbling over them. Tripods of tall poles appear on hilltops where there are rumors of tunnels. Everything looks chaotic and abandoned in full hopelessness. Along the freezing roads and through the night, the post-chaise makes its way without a railroad on its mind. Mrs. Rouncewell, so many years housekeeper at Chesney Wold, sits within the chaise, and by her side sits Mrs. Bagnet with her grey cloak and umbrella. The old girl would prefer the barn front, as being exposed to the weather and a primitive sort of perch, more in accordance with her usual course of travelling, but Mrs. Rouncewell is too thoughtful of her comfort to admit of her proposing it. The old lady cannot make enough of the old girl. She sits in her stately manner, holding her hand, and regardless of its roughness, puts it often to her lips. "You are a mother, my dear soul," says she many times, "and you found out my George's mother." "Why, George," returns Mrs. Bagnet, "was always free with me, ma'am, and when he said at our house to my Woolwich that of all the things my Woolwich could have to think of when he grew to be a man, the comfortablest would be that he had never brought a sorrowful line into his mother's face, or turned a hair of her head grey, then I felt sure, from his way, that something fresh had brought his own mother into his mind. I had often known him say to me, in past times, that he had behaved bad to her. "Never, my dear," returns Mrs. Rouncewell, bursting into tears. "My blessing on him, never. He was always fond of me, and loving to me, was my George, but he had a bold spirit, and he ran a little wild, and went for a soldier. And I know he waited at first, in letting us know about himself, till he should rise to be an officer, and when he didn't rise, I know he considered himself beneath us, and wouldn't be a disgrace to us, for he had a lion heart, had my George, always from a baby." The old lady's hands stray about her as of yore, while she recalls, all in a tremble, what a likely lad, what a fine lad, what a gay, good-humoured, clever lad he was. how they all took to him down at Chesney Wold, how Sir Leicester took to him when he was a young gentleman, how the dogs took to him, how even the people who had been angry with him forgave him the moment he was gone, poor boy. And now to see him after all, and in a prison too. And the broad stomacher heaves, and the quaint, upright, old-fashioned figure bends under its load of affectionate distress. Mrs. Bagnet, with the instinctive skill of a good warm heart, leaves the old housekeeper to her emotions for a little while, not without passing the back of her hand across her own motherly eyes, and presently chirps up in her cheery manner. So I says to George when I goes to call him in to tea, he pretended to be smoking his pipe outside. "What ails you this afternoon, George, for gracious sake?" "I have seen all sorts, and I have seen you pretty often in season and out of season, abroad and at home, and I never see you so melancholy penitent." "Why, Mrs. Bagnet," says George, "it's because I am melancholy and penitent, both, this afternoon, that you see me so." "What have you done, old fellow?" I says. "Why, Mrs. Bagnet," says George, shaking his head, "what I have done has been done this many a long year, and is best not tried to be undone now. If I ever get to heaven, it won't be for being a good son to a widowed mother. I say no more. Now, ma'am, when George says to me that it's best not tried to be undone now, I have my thoughts as I have often had before, and I draw it out of George how he comes to have such things on him that afternoon. Then George tells me that he has seen by chance at the lawyer's office a fine old lady that has brought his mother plain before him, and he runs on about that old lady till he quite forgets himself and paints her picture to me as she used to be, years upon years back. So I says to George when he has done, who is this old lady he has seen? And George tells me it's Mrs. Rouncewell, housekeeper, for more than half a century to the Dedlock family down at Chesney Wold in Lincolnshire. George has frequently told me before that he's a Lincolnshire man, and I says to my old Lignum that. "Night, Lignum, that's his mother for 5, and for £10. All this Mrs. Bagnet now relates for the 20th time at least within the last 4 hours, trilling it out like a kind of bird, with a pretty high note, that it may be audible to the old lady above the hum of the wheels. Bless you." "And thank you," says Mrs. Rouncewell. "Bless you, and thank you, my worthy soul." "Dear heart," cries Mrs. Bagnet in the most natural manner, "no thanks to me, I am sure." "Thanks to yourself, ma'am, for being so ready to pay him. And mind once more, ma'am, what you had best do on finding George to be your own son is to make him for your sake have every sort of help to put himself in the right and clear himself of a charge of which he is as innocent as you or me. It won't do to have truth and justice on his side. He must have law and lawyers," exclaims the old girl, apparently persuaded that the latter form a separate establishment, and have dissolved partnership with truth and justice forever and a day. "He shall have," says Mrs. Rouncewell, "all the help that can be got for him in the world, my dear. I will spend all I have, and thankfully, to procure it. Sir Leicester will do his best, the whole family will do their best. I know something, my dear, and will make my own appeal, as his mother parted from him all these years, and finding him in a jail at last." The extreme disquietude of the old housekeeper's manner in saying this, her broken words, and her wringing of her hands, make a powerful impression on Mrs. Bagnet, and would astonish her, but that she refers them all to her sorrow for her son's condition. And yet Mrs. Bagnet wonders too, why Mrs. Rouncewell should murmur so distractedly, "My lady, my lady, my lady, my lady," over and over again. The frosty night wears away, and the dawn breaks, and the postchaise comes. Rolling on through the early mist like the ghost of a chaise departed. It has plenty of spectral company and ghosts of trees and hedges, slowly vanishing and giving place to the realities of day. London reached, the travelers alight, the old housekeeper in great tribulation and confusion, Mrs. Bagnet quite fresh and collected, as she would be if her next point, with no new equipage and outfit, were the Cape of Good Hope, the Island of Ascension, Hong Kong, or any other military station. But when they set out for the prison where the trooper is confined, the old lady has managed to draw about her, with her lavender-colored dress, much of the staid calmness which is its usual accompaniment. A wonderfully grave, precise, and handsome piece of old china she looks, though her heart beats fast, and her stomacher is ruffled more than even the remembrance of this wayward son has ruffled it these many years. Approaching the cell, they find the door opening and a warder in the act of coming out. The old girl promptly makes a sign of entreaty to him to say nothing. Assenting with a nod, he suffers them to enter as he shuts the door. So George, who is writing at his table, supposing himself to be alone, does not raise his eyes, but remains absorbed. The old housekeeper looks at him, and those wandering hands of hers are quite enough for Mrs. Bagnet's confirmation, even if she could see the mother and the son together. Knowing what she knows, and doubt their relationship. Not a rustle of the housekeeper's dress, not a gesture, not a word betrays her. She stands looking at him as he writes on, all unconscious, and only her fluttering hands give utterance to her emotions. But they are very eloquent, very, very eloquent. Mrs. Bagnet understands them. They speak of gratitude, of joy, of grief, of hope, of inextinguishable affection cherished with no return since this stalwart man was a stripling, of a better son loved less, and this son loved so fondly and so proudly, and they speak in such touching language that Mrs. Bagnet's eyes brim up with tears, and they run glistening down her sun-brown face. George Rouncewell, oh, my dear child, turn and look at me. The trooper starts up, clasps his mother round the neck, and falls down on his knees before her. Whether in a late repentance, whether in the first association that comes back upon him, he puts his hands together as a child does when it says its prayers, and raising them towards her breast, bows down his head and cries, "My George, my dearest son, always my favorite, and my favorite still, where have you been these cruel years and years? Grown such a man too, grown such a fine strong man, grown so like what I knew he must be if it pleased God he was alive." She can ask, and he can answer, nothing connected for a time. All that time the old girl, turned away, leans one arm against the whitened wall, leans her honest forehead upon it, wipes her eyes with her serviceable gray cloak, and quite enjoys herself like the best of old girls as she is. "Mother," says the trooper when they are more composed, "forgive me first of all, for I know my need of it. Forgive him." She does it with all her heart and soul. She always has done it. She tells him how she has had it written in her will, these many years, that he was her beloved son George. She has never believed any ill of him, never. If she had died without this happiness, and she is an old woman now, and can't look to live very long, she would have blessed him with her last breath, if she had had her senses, as her beloved son George. Mother, I have been an undutiful trouble to you, and I have my reward, but of late years I have had a kind of glimmering of a purpose in me too. When I left home I didn't care much, mother, I am afraid not a great deal for leaving, and went away and listed harum scarum, making believe to think that I cared for nobody, no, not I, and that nobody cared for me. The trooper has dried his eyes and put away his handkerchief, but there is an extraordinary contrast between his habitual manner of expressing himself and carrying himself and the softened tone in which he speaks, interrupted occasionally by a half-stifled sob. So I wrote a line home, mother, as you too well know, to say I had listed under another name, and I went abroad. Abroad. At one time I thought I would write home next year when I might be better off, and when that year was out, I thought I would write home next year when I might be better off, and when that year was out again, perhaps I didn't think much about it. So on, from year to year, through a service of 10 years, till I began to get older, and to ask myself why should I ever write. I don't find any fault, child. But not to ease my mind, George. Not a word to your loving mother, who was growing older too. This almost overturns the Troubadour afresh, but he sets himself up with a great, rough-sounding clearance of his throat. Heaven forgive me, mother, but I thought there would be small consolation then in hearing anything about me. There were you respected and esteemed. There was my brother, as I read in chance North Country papers now and then, rising to be prosperous and famous. There was I, a dragoon, roving, unsettled, not self-made like him, but self-unmade, all my earlier advantages thrown away, all my little learning unlearnt, nothing picked up but what unfitted me for most things that I could think of. What business had I to make myself known, after? Letting all that time go by me, what good could come of it? The worst was past with you, mother. I knew by that time, being a man, how you had mourned for me, and wept for me, and prayed for me, and the pain was over, or was softened down, and I was better in your mind as it was. The old lady sorrowfully shakes her head, and taking one of his powerful hands, lays it lovingly upon her shoulder. No, I don't say that it was so, mother, but that I made it out to be so. I said just now what good could come of it. Well, my dear mother, some good might have come of it to myself, and there was the meanness of it. You would have sought me out, you would have purchased my discharge, you would have taken me down to Chesney Wold, you would have brought me and my brother's family together, you would all have considered anxiously how to do something for me and set me up as a respectable civilian. But how could any of you feel sure? Of me when I couldn't so much as feel sure of myself? How could you help regarding as an encumbrance and a discredit to you, an idle dragooning chap who was an encumbrance and a discredit to himself, excepting under discipline? How could I look my brother's children in the face and pretend to set them an example, I, the vagabond boy who had run away from home and been the grief and unhappiness of my mother's life? No, George, such were my words, mother, when I passed this in review before me. You have made your bed. Now lie upon it. Mrs. Rouncewell, drawing up her stately form, shakes her head at the old girl with a swelling pride upon her, as much as to say, I told you so. The old girl relieves her feelings and testifies her interest in the conversation by giving the trooper a great poke between the shoulders with her umbrella. This action she afterwards repeats, at intervals, in a species of affectionate lunacy, never failing after the administration of each of these remonstrances to resort to the whitened. Wall in the grey cloak again. This was the way I brought myself to think, mother, that my best amends was to lie upon that bed I had made, and die upon it. And I should have done it, though. I have been to see you more than once, down at Chesney Wold, when you little thought of me, but for my old comrade's wife here, who I find has been too many for me. But I thank her for it. I thank you for it, Mrs. Bagnet, with all my heart and might. To which Mrs. Bagnet responds with 2 pokes. And now the old lady impresses upon her son George, her own dear recovered boy, her joy and pride, the light of her eyes, the happy close of her life, and every fond name she can think of, that he must be governed by the best advice obtainable by money and influence, that he must yield up his case to the greatest lawyers that can be got, that he must act in this serious plight as he shall be. advised to act, and must not be self-willed, however right, but must promise to think only of his poor old mother's anxiety and suffering until he is released, or he will break her heart. Mother, 'tis little enough to consent to, returns the trooper, stopping her with a kiss. Tell me what I shall do, and I'll make a late beginning and do it. Mrs. Bagnet, you'll take care of my mother, I know. A very hard poke from the old girl's umbrella. If you'll bring her acquainted with Mr. Jarndyce and Miss Summerson, she will find them of her way of thinking, and they will give her the best advice and assistance. And, George, says the old lady, we must send with all haste for your brother. He is a sensible sound man, as they tell me out in the world beyond Chesney. Wold, my dear, though I don't know much of it myself, and will be of great service. Mother, returns the trooper, is it too soon to ask a favor? Surely not, my dear. Then grant me this one great favor. Don't let my brother know. Not know what, my dear? Not know of me. In fact, mother, I can't bear it. I can't make up my mind to it. He has proved himself so different from me, and has done so much to raise himself while I've been soldiering, that I haven't brass enough in my composition to see him in this place and under this charge. How could a man like him be expected to have any pleasure in such a discovery? It's impossible. No, keep my secret from him, mother. Do me a greater kindness than I deserve, and keep my secret from my brother, of all men. But not always, dear George. Why, mother, perhaps not for good and all, though I may come to ask that too, but keep it now, I do entreat you. If it's ever broke to him that his rip of a brother has turned up, I could wish, says the trooper, shaking his head very doubtfully, to break it myself, and be governed as to advancing or retreating by the way in which he seems to take it. As he evidently has a rooted feeling on this point, and as the depth of it is recognized in Mrs. Bagnet's face, his mother yields her implicit assent to what he asks. For this he thanks her kindly. In all other respects, my dear mother, I'll be as tractable and obedient as you can wish. On this one alone I stand out. So now I am ready even for the lawyers. I, have been drawing up, he glances at his writing on the table, an exact account of what I knew of the deceased and how I came to be involved in this unfortunate affair. It's entered, plain and regular, like an orderly book, not a word in it but what's wanted for the facts. I did intend to read it, straight on end, whensoever I was called upon to say anything in my defense. I hope I may be let to do it still, but I have no longer a will of my own in this case, and whatever is said or done, I give my promise not to have any. Matters being brought to this so far satisfactory pass, and time being on the wane, Mrs. Bagnet proposes a departure. Again and again the old lady hangs upon her son's neck, and again the trooper holds her to his broad chest. Where are you going to take my mother, Mrs. Bagnet? I am going to the town house, my dear, the family house. I have some business there that must be looked to directly, Mrs. Rouncewell answers. Will you see my mother safe there in a coach, Mrs. Bagnet? But of course I know you will. Why should I ask it? Why indeed, Mrs. Bagnet expresses with the umbrella. Take her, my old friend, and take my gratitude along with you. Kisses to Quebec and Malta, love to my godson, a hearty shake of the hand to Lignum, and this for yourself, and I wish it was 10,000 pound in gold, my dear. So saying, the trooper puts his lips to the old girl's tanned forehead, and the door shuts upon him in his cell. No entreaties on the part of the good old housekeeper will induce Mrs. Bagnet to retain the coach for her own conveyance home. Jumping out cheerfully at the door of the Dedlock mansion, and handing Mrs. Rouncewell up the steps, the old girl shakes hands and trudges off, arriving soon afterwards in the bosom of the Bagnet family, and falling to washing the greens as if nothing had happened. my lady is in that room in which she held her last conference with the murdered man, and is sitting where she sat that night, and is looking at the spot where he stood upon the hearth studying her so leisurely, when a tap comes at the door. Who is it? Mrs. Rouncewell. What has brought Mrs. Rouncewell to town so unexpectedly? Trouble, my lady. Sad trouble. Oh, my lady, may I beg a word with you? What new occurrence is it that makes this tranquil old woman tremble so? Far happier than her lady, as her lady has often thought, why does she falter in this manner, and look at her with such strange mistrust? What is the matter? Sit down, and take your breath. Oh, my lady, I have found my son, my youngest, who went away for a soldier so long ago, and he is in prison. For debt? Oh no, my lady, I would have paid any debt, and joyful. For what is he in prison then? Charged with a murder, my lady, of which he is as innocent as I am, accused of the murder of Mr. Tulkinghorn. What does she mean by this look and this imploring gesture? Why does she come so close? What is the letter that she holds? Lady Dedlock, my dear lady, my good lady, my kind lady, you must have a heart to feel for me. You must have a heart to forgive me. I was in this family before you were born. I am devoted to it. But think of my dear son wrongfully accused. I do not accuse him. No, my lady, no. But others do, and he is in prison and in danger. O Lady Dedlock, if you can say but a word to help to clear him, say it. What delusion can this be? What power does she suppose is in the person she petitions to avert this unjust suspicion, if it be unjust? Her lady's handsome eyes regard her with astonishment, almost with fear. My lady, I came away last night from Chesney Wold to find my son in my old age, and the step upon the Ghost's Walk was so constant and so solemn that I never heard the like in all these years. Night after night, as it has fallen dark, the sound has echoed through your rooms, but last night it was awfulest. And as it fell dark last night, my lady, I got this letter. What letter is it? Hush, hush, hush. The housekeeper looks round and answers in a frightened whisper, My lady, I have not breathed a word of it. I don't believe what's written in it. I know it can't be true. I am sure and certain that it is not true. But my son is in danger, and you must have a heart to pity me. If you know of anything that is not known to others, if you have any suspicion, if you have any clue at all, and any reason for keeping it in your own breast, oh, my dear lady, think of me and conquer that reason, and let it be known. This is the most I consider possible. I know you are not a hard lady, but you go your own way always without help, and you are not familiar with your friends, and all who admire you and all do, as a beautiful and elegant lady, know you to be one far away from themselves, who can't be approached close. My lady, you may have some proud or angry reasons for disdaining to utter something that you know. If so, pray, oh pray, think of a faithful servant whose whole life has been passed in this family which she dearly loves, and relent and help to clear my son. My lady. My good lady, the old housekeeper pleads with genuine simplicity. I am so humble in my place, and you are by nature so high and distant that you may not think what I feel for my child. But I feel so much that I have come here to make so bold as to beg and pray you not to be scornful of us if you can do us any right or justice at this fearful time. Lady Dedlock raises her without one word until she takes the letter from her hand. Am I to read this? When I am gone, my lady, if you please, and then remembering the most that I consider possible. I know of nothing I can do. I know of nothing I reserve that can affect your son. I have never accused him. My lady, you may pity him the more under a false accusation after reading the letter. The old housekeeper leaves her with the letter in her hand. In truth, she is not a hard lady naturally, and the time has been when the sight of the venerable figure suing to her with such strong earnestness would have moved her to great compassion. But so long accustomed to suppress emotion and keep down reality, so long schooled for her own purposes in that destructive school which shuts up the natural feelings of the heart, like flies in amber, and spreads one uniform and dreary gloss over the good and bad, the feeling and the unfeeling, the sensible and the senseless. She had subdued even her wonder until now. She opens the letter. Spread out upon the paper is a printed account of the discovery of the body as it lay face downward on the floor, shot through the heart, and underneath is written her own name with the word murderess. Attached. It falls out of her hand. How long it may have lain upon the ground she knows not, but it lies where it fell when a servant stands before her announcing the young man of the name of Guppy. The words have probably been repeated several times, for they are ringing in her head before she begins to understand them. Let him come in. He comes in. Holding the letter in her hand, which she has taken from the floor, she tries to collect her thoughts. In the eyes of Mr. Guppy, she is the same Lady Dedlock, holding the same prepared, proud, chilling state. Your ladyship may not be at first disposed to excuse this visit from one who has never been welcome to your ladyship, which she don't complain of, for he is bound to confess that there never has been any particular reason on the face of things why he should be, but I hope when I mention my motives to your ladyship, you will not find fault with me, says Mr. Guppy. Do so. Thank your ladyship. I ought first to explain to your ladyship. Mr. Guppy sits on the edge of a chair and puts his hat on the carpet at his feet. That Miss Summerson, whose image, as I formerly mentioned to your ladyship, was at one period of my life imprinted on my earth until erased by circumstances over which I had no control, communicated to me, after I had the pleasure of waiting on your ladyship last, that she particularly wished me to take no steps whatever in any manner at all relating to her. And Miss Summerson's wishes being to me a law, except as connected with circumstances over which I have no control, I consequently never expected to have the distinguished honor of waiting on your ladyship again. And yet he is here now, Lady Dedlock moodily reminds him. And yet I am here now, Mr. Guppy admits, my object being to communicate to your ladyship, under the seal of competence, why I am here. He cannot do so, she tells him, too plainly or too briefly. Nor can I, Mr. Guppy returns with a sense of injury upon him, too particularly request your ladyship to take particular notice that it's no personal affair of mine that brings me here. I have no interested views of my own to serve in coming here. If it was not for my promise to Miss Summerson and my keeping of it sacred, I, in point of fact, shouldn't have darkened these doors again, but should have seen 'em further first. Mr. Guppy considers this a favorable moment for sticking up his hair with both hands. Your ladyship will remember when I mention it that the last time I was here I run against a party very eminent in our profession and whose loss we all deplore. That party certainly did from that time apply himself to cutting in against me in a way that I will call sharp practice, and did make it, at every turn and point, extremely difficult for me to be sure that I hadn't inadvertently led up to something contrary to Miss Summerson's wishes. Self-praise is no recommendation, but I may say for myself that I am not so bad a man of business neither. Lady Dedlock looks at him in stern inquiry. Mr. Guppy immediately withdraws his eyes from her face and looks anywhere else. Indeed, It has been made so hard, he goes on, to have any idea what that party was up to in combination with others, that until the loss which we all deplore, I was gravelled an expression which your ladyship, moving in the higher circles, will be so good as to consider tantamount to knocked over. Small likewise a name by which I refer to another party, a friend of mine that your ladyship is not acquainted with, got to be so close and double-faced that at times it wasn't easy to keep one's hands off his ED. However, what with the exertion of my humble abilities, and what with the help of a mutual friend by the name of Mr. Tony Weevil, who is of a high aristocratic turn, and has your ladyship's portrait always hanging up in his room, I have now reasons for an apprehension as to which I come to put your ladyship upon your guard. First, will your ladyship allow me to ask you whether you have had any strange visitors this morning? I don't mean fashionable visitors, but such visitors, for instance, as Miss Barbary's old servant, or as a person without the use of his lower extremities carried upstairs similarly to a guy? No, no. Then I assure your ladyship that such visitors have been here and have been received here, because I saw them at the door and waited at the corner of the square till they came out, and took half an hour's turn afterwards to avoid them. What have I to do with that? Or what have you? I do not understand you. What do you mean? Your ladyship, I come to put you on your guard. There may be no occasion for it. Very well, then I have only done my best to keep my promise to Miss Summerson. I strongly suspect from what Small has dropped, and from what we have corkscrewed out of him, that those letters I was to have brought to your ladyship were not destroyed when I suppose they were. That if there was anything to be blown upon, it is blown upon, that the visitors I have alluded to have been here this morning to make money of it, and that the money is made or making. Mr. Guppy picks up his hat and rises. Your ladyship, you know best whether there's anything in what I say or whether there's nothing. Something or nothing, I have acted up to Miss Summerson's wishes in letting things alone and in undoing what I had begun to do as far as possible. That's sufficient for me. In case I should be taking a liberty and putting your ladyship on your guard when there's no necessity for it, you will endeavor, I should hope, to outlive my presumption, and I shall endeavor to outlive your disapprobation. I now take my farewell of your ladyship, and assure you that there is no danger of your ever being waited on by me again. She scarcely acknowledges these parting words by any look, but when he has been gone a little while, she rings her bell. Where is Sir Leicester? Mercury reports that he is at present shut up in the library alone. Has Sir Leicester had any visitors this morning? Several on business. Mercury proceeds to a description of them, which has been anticipated by Mr. Guppy. Enough, he may go. So. All is broken down. Her name is in these many mouths. Her husband knows his wrongs. Her shame will be published, may be spreading while she thinks about it, and in addition to the thunderbolt so long foreseen by her, so unforeseen by her, so unforeseen by him, she is denounced by an invisible accuser as the murderess of her enemy. Her enemy he was, and she has often, often, often wished him dead. Her enemy he is, even in his grave. This dreadful accusation comes upon her like a new torment at his lifeless hand. And when she recalls how she was secretly at his door that night, and how she may be represented to have sent her favorite girl away so soon before merely to release herself from observation, she shudders as if the hangman's hands were at her neck. She has thrown herself upon the floor and lies with her hair all wildly scattered and her face buried in the cushions of a couch. She rises up, hurries to and fro, flings herself down again, and rocks and moans. The horror that is upon her is unutterable. If she really were the murderess, it could hardly be, for the moment, more intense. for as her murderous perspective, before the doing of the deed, however subtle the precautions for its commission, would have been closed up by a gigantic dilatation of the hateful figure, preventing her from seeing any consequences beyond it. And as those consequences would have rushed in an unimagined flood, the moment the figure was laid low, which always happens when a murder is done. So, now she sees that when he used to be on the watch before her, and she used to think, if some mortal stroke would befall on this old man and take him from my way, it was but wishing that all he held against her in his hand might be flung to the winds and chance sown in many places. So too with the wicked relief she has felt in his death. What was his death but the keystone of a gloomy arch removed, and now the arch begins to fall in 1,000 fragments, each crushing and mangling piecemeal. Thus a terrible impression steals upon and overshadows her that from this pursuer, living or dead, obdurate and imperturbable before her in his well-remembered shape, or not more obdurate and imperturbable in his coffin bed, there is no escape but in death. Hunted she flies. The complication of her shame, her dread, remorse, and misery overwhelms her at its height, and even her strength of self-reliance is overturned and whirled away like a leaf before a mighty wind. She hurriedly addresses these lines to her husband, seals, and leaves them on her table. If I am sought for, or accused of, his murder, believe that I am wholly innocent. Believe no other good of me, for I am innocent of nothing else that you have heard or will hear laid to my charge. He prepared me, on that fatal night, for his disclosure of my guilt to you. After he had left me, I went out on pretense of walking in the garden, where I sometimes walk, but really to follow him and make one last petition that he would not protract the dreadful suspense on which I have been racked by him, you do not know how long, but would mercifully strike next morning. I found his house dark and silent. I rang twice at his door, but there was no reply, and I came home. I have no home left, I will encumber you no more. May you, in your just resentment, be able to forget the unworthy woman on whom you have wasted a most generous devotion, who avoids you only with a deeper shame than that with which she hurries from herself, and who writes this last adieu. She veils and dresses quickly, leaves all her jewels and her money, listens, goes downstairs at a moment when the hall is empty, opens and shuts the great door, flutters away in the shrill frosty wind. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.